The PUBG Mobile World Invitational is powered by Gamers Without Borders and brought to you by OnePlus, the official smartphone provider, Nemo TV, the official streaming platform, and STC, the official playout sponsor. Ladies and gentlemen, we're into day 2 of the PUBG Mobile World Invitational. If you missed out on our first day, you missed out on a crazy amount of action, and one team in particular dominating the rest when it came to our East Conference. But today, 5 new matches to be played, new teams to be crowned with chicken dinners, and hopefully higher placings on our overall standings. I'm Jason Kapp, and I'm your host here for East and West. Later on, you'll see me twice, so lucky for you. But I also have a lucky for me, because I have 2 fantastic analysts to help me break down all the action that happened yesterday and all the action that will happen today. We got Blank and Black coming back in. Blank, I'm digging the shirt, man.
Thanks, man. I just, honestly, I was looking at you right there, and I know you're wearing a black jacket, but it kind of looks like you're just a very thin, red T-shirted human at the moment, which is quite amusing for me. But one thing that is not thin at all, quite thick, is definitely Valdez's current points, 105 right at the top there. But we're taking a quick look at the overall standings a little bit later, Blair.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still kind of recuperating from them just dominating everything yesterday, right? And I'm just excited to see if they can continue this today. We did touch upon how we don't expect them to. Usually teams have a great, real hot start to the tournament and then they kind of taper off a little bit. Is that going to happen today? I don't know. I'm waiting to find out.
All right, I just actually looked down at myself and did see, I'm just really, I just lost a lot of weight from running. I'm just a twig man with no arms.
Yeah.
But you talked about points being fat. Well, you know what is fat? The money that's on the line here for all these teams and for charities all around the world. They're all playing for charity to get as much money as possible into the right hands. In first place, we'll take home $250,000. A lot of money in the pockets and a lot of money to people in need as well, as we have UNICEF, Gavi, Direct Relief, International Medical Corps, King Salman, Humanitarian Aid and Relief, all helping promote and bring you this fantastic event. And all these teams out there, I mean, they're gunning for this money. Like, obviously pride's on the line, but to help support these charities is their #1 concern here, Blah.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, and if you look at how we can also donate and how much this money matters, right? Like $1 million, it can enable over 750,000 people. That's a lot of people. And considering I'm from India, I know how hard it is for a lot of people in the region as well, in certain places where they don't really have enough vaccine. So everything definitely, every little bit does matter. And with the amount of money, $300,000 in total on the line, it's also really cool. You know, you get to be the MVP or win the day or win the tournament, and you get to pick which organization you want to donate your winnings to. So all in all, fantastic event and fantastic cause.
Well, keep in mind, right? It's $3 million on the line in total here for PUBG Mobile event, but this has been a 6-week-long event with multiple different titles, and it's been $10 million in total being given away to charities, so hopefully a lot of vaccinations going out. Heck, I need some in Germany because I still haven't been vaccinated. I need to get on that list here ASAP, son. But Blake, if I'm not mistaken, you're like getting your second dose in a few days. Lucky guy.
Yeah, man. 5 days from now, I'll get my second dose. I'm ready to go. But realistically, look, $3 million on the line there. If we just take that graphic on the other side, that's 810,000 total vaccinations that could potentially be funded just from this elite competition alone. Honestly, it's really good. I love what the guys are doing from Games Without Borders, and it really is no one left behind here because we want to make sure everyone can make it happen. And we do have the MVP prize of $5,000, but realistically, everyone's an MVP here. We're all doing our bit.
Even us?
Even us.
Not
Even
you,
us.
Jason, but the rest of us.
All right,
Okay.
That's fine. At least we have quite a few MVPs. I'll take the hit on this one. Let's take a look at the schedule, though, for you guys at home who are wondering what's going to be happening today, what times it's going to be happening, and more importantly, what battlegrounds it'll be played on. We're starting things off on Erangel yet again. Going over to Sandhawk 2nd, Erangel 3rd, Miramar 4th, and Erangel last. So 3 Erangels a day. For some teams, this highly favors them, considering how well they've been playing on this map in particular. I'm sure we'll get into that in a little bit of time. But gentlemen, I'm enjoying the 3 Erangels. I'm enjoying the little bits of Sandhawk we get here, the chaos that it brings over into our overall standings. But again, we've had 5 matches done. We have 20 in total. And we've already had one team start to break through as we're going to take a look at our overall standings and start to talk about quite a few of these teams. And I will say this. I will be honest, I did not expect Valdez Esports to come out on top, or any team, actually, I should say, to come out on top by this amount of points here after the first day, Blah.
Yeah, for sure. Like, even if we're talking about Bigatron, we spoke about Zeus Esports and a couple of other bigger names like A1. We didn't expect this amount of a lead, but yesterday was the day of Southeast Asia. You can see the top 4 teams. You know, we have Thailand, we have Malaysia, Philippines, we also have Vietnam. Zeus Esports, not too shabby at all. A little bit of a quieter day for the guys from Mongolia, but Valdez Esports, I mean, I know we've been kind of talking about them ad nauseum, but you can't not, right? Like, the amount of lead they have here. And for me, the big question mark is, are they going to be able to replicate what they had yesterday? Even if they're able to do 50% of what they did yesterday, that's still phenomenal in my book.
Blink. Valdez Esports have more kills than teams from 5th through 16th place have total.
I mean, realistically, this is unrealistic. Let's be quite honest. Valdez, yes, I expect them to do very well during this tournament. I feel like they're a team that's very hungry for it. And I think hunger is a big thing in PUBG Mobile. I think a lot of teams have made it to the top and they've set up there and they've maybe come down a little bit. But Valdez has been hungry for that win for a very, very long time. And it's lovely to see them do it here during such a humanitarian effort during Game of Warriors. So I'm very happy with this one. Obviously, it's 9th through 16th here. Fnatic Zombie, sadly, towards the bottom there. But DRS, Reject, not far behind. Na'Vi, on the other hand, terrible start to the beginning of the day yesterday, let's not lie, or beat around the bush there. But 30 points does put them in a position to actually elevate themselves towards the top of the leaderboard today.
Yeah, it actually reminds me of a post Imperium made on his Instagram yesterday about the point sponge going in for Valdez. And because they soaked up so many points, yeah, exactly, okay. Because they have so many points towards the top, it means that the gap is really close for the rest of the teams out there. So we could see, Fnatic Zombies actually go from last place to potentially like 3rd or 4th place if they have a couple of good games today. That's how much of a movement they could potentially have overall here. And speaking of movements, we have to take a look at 2 teams in particular right off the bat. Our 5th and 6th place team of Zeus up against DS, because these 2 teams, again, we had high hopes for Zeus considering with the performance they've had in PMGC, but we see their stats are pretty similar, to be fair.
Yeah, they are. And I guess that's why we have these 2 teams up here. What surprises me a little bit is how, despite how their points are pretty much tied up in the 5th position, the DS Gaming, they do have overall the better stats, right? Albeit a little bit marginally. You look at the heals, you look at the damage, it's not too much more than Zeus Esports. But I feel it's more a testament to how DS Gaming have surprised us alongside, of course, the likes of Blacklist International and some of the SCA teams. And for Zeus Esports, I'm not going to really harp on too much about the performance yesterday. I don't think it was terrible. I don't think it was great either. But they're the sort of team who starts off slowly, as I alluded to at the end of day 1. And I'm expecting them to get at least a couple of chicken dinners here today.
100%.
Yeah, go ahead, Blake.
Can I jump in? I'm jumping in.
I'll allow it.
I've dove in. I'm off the top board. Don't even worry about it. I'm here now. Made a big splash. Zeus Esports, though, 100% the cannonball. And really, Zeus Esports are a cannonball because they're taking out teams like BTR in 4v4s, which is very, very impressive. And that's something that we can't ignore, right? This team is really aggressive in a lot of these little team fights, and they're taking fights with some of the biggest names. DS Gaming, though, I really just want to highlight for the same reason Blair did. They're very much surprises from coming from South Korea here. This is a team that hasn't done very well before, yet here they're putting up those big numbers. And I always feel like these regions like Japan as well as South Korea, who have really just started to pump it up in terms of PUBG Mobile, they can make it happen. They really can, and DS are showing us that today.
Oh, what I wanted to say was that in my eyes, Zeus, thinking back to PMGC, they were relatively unknown, right? There was no team from Mongolia that stood out like they did, or they eventually did in PMGC. And now that they show they can perform against the best in the world, finishing 3rd overall, I feel like they have a lot of pressure on their shoulders, where previously there was no pressure for them to perform. And I kind of see something similar maybe with DS Gaming, where people aren't expecting the best out of the world for them to compete for that #1 spot, but they've been actually showing some good signs here. The only thing I will say, though, is the pride on the line. I feel like they do have that pressure on their shoulders where Zeus maybe didn't going into PMGC, of trying to put South Korea on the map when it comes to PUBG Mobile. Like you said, Japan and South Korea are really pumping things up in their esports scene when it comes to PUBG Mobile. But 2 other teams we have to talk about here that are actually in our 3rd and 2nd place is Blacklist International coming in from the Philippines up against Ginkfam coming in from Malaysia. And these 2 teams, again, I mean, we're seeing some big discrepancies, though, in a couple of key points here that we did not see just previously between Zeus and DS.
Take it away, Blur.
All right.
This.
Okay.
I'll pick it back up. I got this. I can catch it. I can alley-oop it to myself. Damage for me is one of the big things.
Right, I'm out of here.
Steal the ball.
He's the host and the analyst at the same
I didn't
time,
steal the ball because I threw it to myself. But go ahead, Blur. I'll pass it off.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, James. All right, Geek Fam, right? Like, they have been, look, I know Valdez have been the outlier, like, clearly, but Geek Fam have been really, really consistent so far. And for Blacklist International, the difference here being that even though their points are very, very close, like 11 and 11.2 average points across day 1, Blacklist have had the highest of highs with a chicken dinner and then some of the lowest of lows, right? I think they came in, like, bottom of the table a couple of games. Geek Fam have been consistently good at getting this this top 7, top 5 positioning. And also, it's kind of evident when you look at the stats as well. Damage, it's substantially more than that of Blacklist's. Kills as well, considering it's an average. 5.4 is definitely more than 4 as well. And average survival time being very even, I guess, tells a very different story there. It's just the fact that GeekFam are much more in the midst of the action. And they seem to just be able to survive much more longer. And I feel like the reason Blacklist's average survival time is equal to GeekFam is obviously because they did get one chicken dinner and one very high placing, while a couple of other games where they kind of dropped off a little bit earlier, kind of averaging it out. But for GeekFam, I feel like 22 is around the exact time they stay alive in each and every one of the maps, with no extreme outliers coming in.
Can I jump in here, Blank, actually? Because it's a question I want to offer it over to you. I feel like these teams kind of acquire their points maybe differently. Because obviously the points you see there isn't like the average placement points. It's the average points they get per game. What I'm looking at mostly is that GeekFam are acquiring their points mostly a lot more through kills, whereas Blacklist International have been playing a bit more passive and focusing on placements. Would you maybe agree with that high-level analysis coming in?
It's a super high-level analysis right here, but let's take it one step higher. I think that for Blacklist International, yesterday was a day of real... They were trying to eke their way through to the end of the games a lot of times. And, you know, the last game we saw yesterday when they faced off against Valdez and Rozok was a clear contender for this point as well, because Blacklist International, they struggled to clean out that final fight coming across the road, and that's what I don't really like about this team. Is it feels like they're playing for a top 5 at the moment. It's not for the victory, which is absolutely fine. Top 5 is going to get you a lot of money, but Valdez just seem to have that additional little oomph on the side of it. GeekFam additionally as well. This is the team that I can see getting into a 1v1 versus Valdez and being able to close out that game, which is really, really impressive of mine. So I think we can't really count GeekFam out, but unless Blacklist International continue to, you know, stay on this like placement heavy playstyle, I'm not expecting too much more from them.
Oh, would you agree then that Blacklist International are playing not to win, but playing not to
lose? Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, well, very cool stuff. And actually, I see kind of similarities between like them and a team over in West, but we'll see them a little bit later on. It's going to be Chivas from Mexico that I was thinking about. But we do want to focus on our number 1 team. We're going to have to focus on number 1 team. It's going to be Valdez, and we're going to take a look at their map stats over the course of the first day. And I saw a preview of this earlier on, and I was blown away seeing an average damage of 2,000 per match on Erangel across 3 matches is ridiculous.
That's just... yeah, I mean, I don't know what to add to that. That is quite ridiculous. Sandhawk being the one map where, you know, obviously, I wouldn't say they struggled. They still had a pretty good placing. I think they came in, was it 4th position? Yeah. So, yeah, ignoring Sandhawk, the fact they're able to get 2,000 points of damage and 9.67, rounded off to 10 average kills every single Erangel map, that's just ludicrous, right? And I don't know if they can continue this, but looking at what they were able to do every single time, and the fact that they just don't seem to make any mistakes whatsoever on all the Erangel matches they played, especially, you can take in Miramar as well, it's like they don't make unforced errors, right? And if sometimes the circle doesn't go their way, they're still able to adapt perfectly. They haven't made a wrong step yet. I don't think that can continue. I feel like they have, I mean, just it's a law of averages. At one point, you have to falter a little bit. The question is it going to be today or is it going to be tomorrow? Like, are they going to continue to streak?
No, this is their average, Blah. This is their average. There's no up or down.
Average going forward. I think it's going to be very hard to keep at this average. I mean, we're looking at a 5th place, a 3rd place, 2nd place, 1st place, and a 1st place. I think it's going to be really tough to keep those numbers up, but I don't think they're going to fall below these like 5th placings at the moment because Valdez looks so good. And I think they have such a great understanding of the game at hand as well. I mean, looking at the Sandhawk, average damage 1,093, average kills 4. This, in my eyes, is perfect for what they did because they played north of Paradise Resort. They played a very, very slow game and they tried to hold out on that northeast side and then play from there. They didn't want to do a lot of damage that game because they didn't want to reveal their position knowing that certain map. Again, on Miramar, only 4 kills, average damage really, really high because they're obliterating people all around themselves. They're trying to make it as hard as possible to get towards their position. And Erangel just being very fair, of course they can frag out there. I think this team has definitely practice a lot and they know exactly what they need to do. It's just a very well formulated team in my opinion.
I think they just wanted to play every single minute of yesterday. I mean, typically when you go out early on, you get a nice little break. You get to set up for the next match. You get like 45 or 30 to 45 minutes off. Like, now we want to play the entire day long. And hell, it's paid off for them. The #1 place, but with a quite comfy lead. And obviously, there's a couple of players that allowed Valdes to even get to this point, as we're going to take a deeper dive here into 2 players off the team. We're going to look at Martin and Concept and a little head-to-head in our lovely little radar graphic showing how they've been performing, because they are definitely the 2 top performers for the team so far.
Yeah, 100%. Body shots all around for Martin, though. No headshots for him. Concept taking that one away with the 4 on his side. But again, the thing I want to highlight with this is particularly the fact that you do have Martin and you do have Concept at the same time. These guys are on the same team. If you have 2 extremely good fraggers, it allows supporters like Six to be able to pull off really good plays, like where he played in the window on Rozhok and was able to get a very cheeky little knock as they tried to cross the road when they were facing off against Blacklist. It's very important to have these 2 guys who are able to get into the action and really make things happen and bounce off each other. Once you have this kind of chemistry going, it's very hard to shut down a team like this.
You can't even like count out their 4th member as well, right? Like, it's not like he's being very quiet. It's just about the comms. And if you go back to the I think we did have a chance to take a look at the interview. Obviously, it's not live yet. We're going to be having the opportunity, those of you watching, to take a look at that. But I do believe
Spoilers!
So it's talking about. It's not a spoiler. I'm setting it up. Jason. I'm doing your job now. But I feel like the one thing which is very key would be the communication, right? Like, there's something we're not really privy to. But if you look at the way they approach this fight, sure, it's Concept and Martin getting all the kills, but there never seems to be any panic. Sometimes they're getting pincered from both sides, but they know exactly what to do, and it's like just like a hive mind mentality in the way they operate. So yeah, sure, you have Concept and Martin are top fragging, but just the team as a whole, for me, it's a spectacular the way they operate.
I think the point you made as well, Jason, is really, really interesting. They just want to play every minute of yesterday. Now, on a long-form tournament, I'd say that maybe that is a struggle because you've got to keep up such an insane mental during the entire time. But we've only got 4 days here. They can play out at that kind of high caliber this entire time because they won't get fatigued.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And obviously fatigue will be something that will come into place, I'd say, over the course of the tournament. Maybe not in just one day, but it is still 20 matches in total. And you are going to be prone to making those mistakes, though they're seeming to make none of them, at least in the first day. But as Bled did allude to, we do have a video. We do have an interview with Six before the event actually kicked off. So let's take a listen in. And when we come back, we'll be kicking off our first match here of day 2.
I do a lot of Supreme Room, and I'm practice more and more for this event, and then we try our best. We communicate always when we playing, and when we what do we do now. We talk together all the time. I go for top 5 for this tournament because I spend a lot of time to practice this tournament, and we want to help the people that affected COVID-19.
You know, it's great to hear from Six, and I think the interview might have gone a little bit differently if you talked to them after the first day and they had such a landslide performance over everyone else. Maybe get a little bit cocky and, yep, that's what we do. That's how Valdes works. But honestly, this is going to be tough to repeat. I think the question's always going to be in our mind of, can they repeat the performance from yesterday? If they do, is this just the norm for this team? And is this a new #1 team in the world? We saw back at PMGC that Nova Esports did take the title coming in from China. And we always had 4 Angry Men do it in the league stage. But I'm really curious, man. I'm getting hyped up just for this event alone, seeing country play against country, seeing new teams that we don't normally get to see too often be able to perform. And unfortunately, maybe even some downsides of it. Navi in particular, Blank, I know we were talking about him yesterday. They're used to being the big dog in the lobby. But right now, they're being, put for adoption, put in the kennel right. They haven't been able to perform like they want to. I would never do that. I love dogs. But they're not being able to play the way they used to. So I wonder, will they be able to adapt coming into the rest of this day?
Well, I mean, jumping on your kennel analogy, I think that they've been playing. I'm jumping right in there, boy. They've been struggling because they get split up. They get split up so much. They're all in different cages here a lot of times. We saw in Miramar they were playing a ridiculous split where they should have come back together so much sooner. And I think that they're so confident in their own plays, but I think that's coming back to bite them sometimes. I think that perhaps even Imperium was saying yesterday, coalescing sooner would be a really good idea for them.
Well, unfortunately, we're going to have to split, so you two go back to your cages. I'll go back to mine as we're going to bring in our commentators for a nice little walk and enjoying some time in the sun with Max Man and Imperium to take us underway here with our very first match of the day.
Much, James. Oh, Jason, wait. Oh, man, we're gonna get all over the place. Maybe that was on purpose. Who knows? We'll have to see. But with that said, we are ready indeed, ladies and gentlemen, to jump into our second day here of the World Invitational. And Imperium, we've got a lot of games to go through once again.
Yes.
3 wrangles. We're really happy about that as always. But we watched a little bit of West yesterday. I'm not gonna lie, East kind of better.
Look, we're kind of from the West, so we can, harp
Well,
on it
East,
too
man, we
much.
have to.
But look, at the end of the day, the domination that we saw with Valdez, I think was even more heavily signified with the fact that first place on the PMWI West only has 66 points compared to Valdez's 105. So the might of Valdez is being rippling through the whole of the world across this PMWI event. But we're into the first game. This playing path is quite painful. I'm not going to try and look at this in a nice way. It is not a good playing path.
I enjoy it because
That's because you're sitting.
This team exactly. I don't know if that's the word I would go for, but I like seeing teams under pressure a little bit, see how they can try and make these playing path work in their favor. Of course, some teams are going to go for secondary drop locations. Na'Vi should have just enough breathing space to actually stretch that drop over to George Pole. If not, they can go into the Southern George or Hospital area, pick up a car and go for the Northern rotate instantly. That should work out just fine. Fnatic Zombies are going to be really happy to get their own drop into Novo. And actually, Fnatic Zombies, right? Currently last position Imperium, they need a big change of pacing if they want things to go in their way. Not only today, but for the 3 days still remaining for this World Invitational. So that's one of the few teams I'm looking at as to can they improve drastically with such a small amount of time to adapt with.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm sure they will. They're a pretty intelligent team. And look, the only way is up, I feel, for them at this stage of the game. There's still 15 more games to go. So every opportunity for them. But will they be able to improve more than all the other teams around them? That's, I suppose, the question they're going to have to answer. This Phase 1 circle is pretty solid. Of course, it means that the northern side of this Phase 1 is a lot more accessible on your rotation. So BTR dropping down by farm, they can maybe shift around towards the kind of edge of Rozhawk area. Same with DS Gaming. The rotation for I8, I think, is going to be a little bit trickier. They might want to leave it a little bit later to rotate across the bridge because of how south that playing path is. You obviously are going to have a noticeably more amount of teams closer to both of those bridges for them. So time will tell. And Na'Vi opting to spend a little bit more time to drop by the west, grab vehicles and rotate up to North Georgeville, I think is quite intelligent because it already puts them in a pretty good position for this Phase 1 circle.
I think it's going to work out good for them. They just don't have to really make that whole rotan ordeal happen between George and also the box compound next to the bridge. So they should be fine for the time being. Then we are seeing also a team like Myth, for example. They are in Primorsk, and unlike yesterday where you had like 3 teams, I think it was in Primorsk, which was, that is very out of the ordinary. This time they're chilling, they're alone, no one's going to bother them, no noisy neighbors this time around. So Myth should have a relatively decent spot to play from. But I wanted to touch upon especially what you mentioned earlier, right? The rotation where you could just wrap around Rozhawk to try and enter into the circle properly. I would even say if you want to go heavily up north, which I think is fine because not many teams really go that high up. You've got 3, which are DRS in Yasnaya, Na'Vi in Georgepol, Northern Georgepol to be specific, and also Severny/shooting range spread from Blacklist International. If you want to go towards Stolber, shift around the northern side of Yasnaya Polyana for DS Gaming, BTR, or even for the likes of Fnatic Zombies, I think that would be a very viable strat for some teams to trample off.
Is that too much of a commitment though? And is that taking too long to rotate? Are you
Depends when you do it.
chunking That's a really good point. I didn't really think of that, but that's something that no, because I always try and think of the middle ground, but sometimes it's a little bit deeper that you brought up. I think it is a valuable thought process that a few of those teams could pull out. It's going to be interesting to see. I absolutely love that kind of the correlating different point of view. Now, I know the desk brought up kind of how crazy good of a day it was for Valdez and whether or not they can repeat it. And I think Blank brought up a good point of they won't really have the same kind of day in terms of 5 extremely good games, but kind of hang around that top 5 is more than possible. When I look back at some of yesterday's games, they were given such a free ride. Sometimes, right? It's like teams weren't, I'm not going to say weren't taking them seriously, but weren't really looking at them too much. There was quite a few games where they were close to some teams and teams didn't really look to shut them down. They were given way too much room to breathe. Today, teams will have looked back on the VOD, they would have done their review with the coaches, however, and I feel like Valdez are going to get a little bit more heavily targeted on the rotations in phase 2, phase 3. Teams like, DRS, maybe Blacklist, not so much because they're a passive team, but teams like, NASA or DeXavier, I have a feeling that if they get close to Valdez and they're pretty certain it is them, they might start to be a bit more aggressive because you cannot give Valdez the same room that they were given yesterday.
I guess what we're trying to say is also we're going to wait and see if teams have maybe done some VOD review and adapt a little bit to how Valdez would play and maybe try and play to their strength and also find the weaknesses of Valdez and how they play and capitalize on that. I agree. I think that could be something that some teams are going to try and make happen today and hopefully achieve and make happen. Otherwise, where's the fun in having one team run away with an insane lead you can't catch up, right? We want a little bit more competition at the top, so we're hoping to see other teams rise up to the occasion. But you actually mentioned one team that has risen up to the occasion in really big ways that we were not really expecting. I think they even talked about it on the desk a little bit yesterday and even today. DeXavier coming out really out of nowhere. I'm not going to lie, this was a team that had very minimal amount of information on. Currently standing in 4th with 51 points, which is a really big margin on 5th place, which is currently held down by Zeus with 38. Definitely. Sure, it's not an insane amount of points, but for the amount of games we had yesterday, which were 5, that is actually relatively significant. So I'm thinking if DeXavier just remain like this and remain consistent, which it seemed like they were able to do to some degree yesterday, they could be the big surprise and the big underdog of the entirety of this World Invitational for the East.
Yeah, they had 3 fantastic results in a row. They started and ended. They bookmarked the day on a 3-pointer and a 1-pointer, but that 2nd, 3rd, and 4th was 11, 21, and 15 respectively. So 110%. Yes, DeXavier have impressed us a lot. Now, looking at this game, the rotations are starting to be made throughout by a lot of these teams. A1 are going pretty good looking towards the chopsticks area without going too close to it. So I respect that kind of stopgap, whether or not they choose to stay there. I8 did go for a little bit of an earlier rotation than I expected on Military Island, and it's worked out for them, but they're going quite deep in this phase 1 circle, and it's something that I've seen from I8 yesterday that I was hoping that they would improve a little bit more. Right now they're getting away with it, but again, they've always got to know that they're going in blind when they're going from such a far location as Military Base. Starting to make a bit of noises. Refuse sending Yala up on top of Everest. So I at least like the calculated aggression from I8, recognizing that they do need to start making some noise on this deep rotation.
I was actually asking myself yesterday if Rever's name is inspired from the French word rêveuse, which means dreamer.
Oh,
I don't know. It's he's written the exact same, so I'm thinking maybe, and that would be a cool prospect if that's the idea. Coming on through. So I'm looking at the map and another rotation. You said a few are currently coming on through. One already strikes me as being very strong and almost the exact same as yesterday in some ways for GeekFam. They go for the big Gatka field spread. They regroup very quickly once they're done with the looting stage, which typically the big mistake that we see teams do in Gatka fields is they stay spread for too long, teams start to rotate, and then they take a 4v1 and one of your players does too far, and you lose a player, and then you're down to 3, and it makes it really hard for you to find closure to a game possibly later on down the line. GeekFam did not have an issue with that because they regrouped maybe, I would say, 3 minutes into the game, 4 minutes in, they get a strong position and they play extremely well, and they're doing it once again. And that's what allowed them to get the win yesterday on, I believe it was the second Erangel game. And they're trying to do that once again this time around. So Geek Fam, once again, I said I'm a big fan of their rotates from yesterday, and I want to see a lot more of it because I think they are a hidden gem in this tournament.
Heading into phase 2, we're going to see obviously this shift that has gone down towards the southwest. I really also like the Xavier's 2-2 split between the church and the compound just across the road from that church area outside of Pachinki. Most teams are pretty well solidified inside this phase 2, but because maybe teams were looking more towards the northern half of phase 1, it has created a noticeable space on the southern side of this phase 2 for the likes of Myths, for Fnatic Zombies, who are yet to actually go across from Military Island, and even DS, who are also taking their time to rotate. So I'm interested to see who will adapt and maybe shift a little bit closer to the southern half of this phase 2.
Nothing really out of the ordinary. We are kind of expecting to see these teams play edge. You said DS, NASA also like to play a little bit more to the edge side, especially after them struggling heavily in a few fights and skirmishes yesterday. I think that they're maybe trying to take things back a little bit and slow things down. They don't want to take these fights because they tend to have a little bit of a hard time when they do take them, as Godless hits a shit Car 98 shot, headshot actually to be exact, so good on Zeus. And talking about Zeus, right, a little bit of a, I think a lot of people expected the big things from them, and yesterday was a little bit of a downfall position, but it's only one day. You know, we can see this team do great. They're not known as the most consistent team, and when they do perform well on the day, they get an insane amount of points coming their way, and I'm hoping to see that coming on through, because it was they started off roughly. They had one good game, then 2 really poor performances, and I think that might have hurt their morale a little bit, so we're hoping to see today start off better, and they can just ease into the game and hopefully have some good old gameplay that we are expecting from Zeus. They're going to be seeing some gameplay coming out from BTR. They're going to be good for the engage onto the South Korean team of DS Gaming. Rising themselves the M249, unfortunately will be losing his process and get knocked out. And that's going to be done. DS Gaming just instantly taken down, and they surrender Pachinki Hill over to BTR, which is one of the best positions for scouting in this circle.
Now you see me, now you don't. As DS Gaming fall victim to BTR, and I would genuinely reckon that that is a product of DS Gaming not respecting the fact that they were coming into the circle late, right? So when you come into the circle a little bit later, you have a lack of information. There's absolutely no reason why they didn't, and why they couldn't have stopped on that hill across the road from BTR, gotten a little bit of information, and then maybe look to get a knock onto BTR before pushing forward. But it's quite obvious that they just full sent it, thinking it was going to be free, and BTR were there waiting in the wings to capitalize quite accordingly. I did also hear quite a good few M249 shots being fired by, I think, multiple players from BTR, starting to see that gun be utilized more. I know it's out of the crate, and the UMP has become massively in the meta, but the M249 also starting to be highly favored by a lot of these players.
We saw it so much yesterday, right? Especially on Sanhok. It's a go-to weapon, I would very clearly say, especially if you are going to be outnumbered, which happened quite a lot, where you have to take a 1v2, or you do like Martin, you take a 1v3. M249 is the weapon to have for yourself. And we'll see how things are going to work out. And actually, we're talking about new weapons and everything. One piece of utility that's rarely used, and I think is very interesting to talk about yesterday, was that flashbang finish over on Miramar, where it did go over to Martin of Valdez. That is one good idea of what you can do with the flashbangs. A few patches ago, I don't remember how long ago it was, they actually buffed the range at the AoE of the flashbangs. And in open areas, it's still not easy to use, but if you use it accordingly, it could be great. And you know what is also going to be great? This circle, especially for the likes of Zeus. They're slapdag middle. They could go, in my eyes, on the little hilltop just down southwest of where they currently are, but I think that Reject is already on the move to snatch that position for themselves.
Navi on the radio tower square that they had a pretty good start to in one of the Erangel games yesterday. I think it was the final game, if I'm not mistaken. But now they're looking to shift down south on top of the hill where Observatory is held onto. So it's a really good hill that Navi are setting themselves up for. Great reaction on this phase 3 shift. Curious to know how Blacklist are going to deal with this kind of shift far heavily down south as Ida gets knocked down at the hands of Zio.
In front of Yala. Unfortunately, Ida was sent out there as a more of a scout player. Tiggsy actually going to be able to find himself a knock with his DP28. Trusty weapon to play with. I see hoping to maybe get some utility towards Yol. There you go. That's the smoke coming out. He's going to get into the car, into the Lamborghini, and, well, not Lamborghini, sorry. The McLaren. Still hoping to get one, but unfortunately I can't get any more, so my luck has run dry. Hopefully getting it there in time, 1 or 2 bullets, and that's it for Zial, and he does get himself inside of the smoke behind that rock, so that's going to be fun, and there's nowhere enough space to actually go for nade play. So that should happen pretty easily, and the rest of Zeus is going to be joining up on the party. We're slowly but surely seeing teams get close to each another, but nothing that really should mean any closure to any team just yet.
Oh my lord. A lot of shots being fired by Navi, but what is this spread? Meku gets knocked, Kitsune is way further apart. They were on a great hill and they give that up to try and go for a fight, and they lose 2 players. Incredibly poor decision making from Navi. I get that you want to be aggressive, but be aggressive and controlling in your own area. Don't go to the fight when you don't have to. I also gotta say, credit to Yala, because one of Yala's players got knocked down. They didn't instantly go for the revive. They actually waited. Now that they've got it, they're now able to drive away. Plus, Valdez went down onto the hill, and Yala, their 2 players that were holding onto that compound, got a kill onto one of the Valdez players. So really great, actually 2 of the Valdez players, so really good teamwork across the board from Yala to hold onto their position and get the revive. That's big Pog.
That is the compound that you want if you want to slow down teams that are trying to move away from Everest. So they used it really well, and not only that, they were also very aware of the situation of where Ziol was when he got knocked. They saw that there was a third party happening in the kill feed, so like, okay, they can't go for the kill confirm onto Ida, and also because I think Ida just died so many times early game yesterday, they're like, okay, we'll try and keep you alive this time, man. I'll swear we'll give it a fair shot. Got him back up and came in. So they were very aware of the situation they were in, and because of that, they were able to make the most out of it, pick up kills, and res up their teammate. That is what you love to see coming out from the Saudi Arabian team. Now, circle back to time more. Where is it gonna go? And straight on down south. Huge for Reject, huge for Geek Fam. Geek Fam, I love this compound. This is one of my favorite compounds in all of Erangel. It is so hard to breach. If they defend it properly, this might be a strong game. A top 3 going the way of Geek Fam.
Let's be fair, we've had 2 or 3 hardships in a row from these teams.
Horrible,
they haven't been kind. It has been incredibly horrible. Blame Maxman, everybody. If you don't like it, just blame Max and send him a message on Instagram. Go follow him at the same time.
No,
anyway.
I like that, yeah.
IA have been a lot more passive than in yesterday's game, and I actually like that because I think they realized that they need to actually spend more time as a full squad in these games. Even if they're not playing naturally to how they want to, which is aggressive, you are getting experience being inside these games. The Xavier are now looking to start off a bit of a fight against A1. Well, cooked grenade by Lamborghini. Will that connect in the right way onto A1? Don't think so for now.
We're hoping to see a lot more, of course, from the Bangladesh team of A1. Yesterday was not the best showing, currently in 13th position with 16 points, 1 good game, and they just double that bare minimum. So A1 needs to live up to the expectations. I think a lot of people are supporting them in the chat right now. And hopefully they'll be able to help out the team on their morale. Nade coming out a little bit short, I believe, for Lamborghini. Will put himself back inside the building. But you got to be careful because there's another team right on the side, and that is
I8.
I8. So they are pinned down to Xavier, and they need to be able to be on their top tier game if they want to have just the slimmest chance of coming out on top as a 4-man, because that is not an easy fight they're going to take.
Also not going to be an easy fight for Myths, as BTL already 4 kills strong, so they're feeling the fire, they're feeling the burn of what they can achieve, and they're looking to go aggressive on it. Suxi sends himself up. He has that UMP, gonna cook a smoke to try and give him an angle of protection, but now another one is gonna have to stop him from getting knocked down from Hosem. So really good adaptiveness from BTR.
Yeah, gonna be able to play that one just fine. Hosem, bang goes the dynamite, well, the grenade should I say, as he's gonna be instantly knocked down. BTR is gonna have to take this one a little bit slow because they have a little bit of a hard time really pinning down the location of all the players of Myth. I would have a hard time believing that is going to be an easy revive. He's going to go for it. He's got the M249 in hand too, so it could work out actually just fine, but BTR really took their feet off the pedal right now, slowing things down significantly as the circle's about to shift once again.
But the 4th player of Myth, what is he doing there? Either he joins in on the fight or the whole team disengages. You don't have this. You don't have this. You don't go in between at all. Broly's still staying prone down. BTR, I love the point that you mentioned about them slowing down. I think that could go against him because that's allowing Myth to in some way reevaluate where they're heading now. Of course, BTR are looking in the direction of another fight, but they need to focus on Myth and Myth alone. There you go.
Yeah, Sux is going to go a little bit wider there. You got to be careful. Broly right behind there in the bush. He goes for the spray, and unfortunately, he will get knocked on down. BTR still up to 2 players, gets a double knock. That's going to be so well played, actually, from Broly. Really worthwhile for his team. But Myth, they still have another player, but he's so far away. He took the knockdown onto Ryzen. Reflex is just nowhere to be seen currently and cannot get then time to go for the rest on his teammates. And unfortunately, this is going to be coming up to almost nothing. And the influence he's going to have on this game is so little. But though the circle shifts once again, and this is horrible. There's only one team out of 11 inside that circle. And it is going to be the Japanese team of Reject. Boy, oh boy, they're looking good.
And I don't know exactly what happened to the Xavier in terms of who took them out, but between I8 and A1, they got absolutely sandwiched by a beautiful A1 piece of bread and an I8 piece of bread. Bangladesh and Pakistan ingredients, you can't go wrong with that one together. They make a pretty tasty sandwich indeed. But now the fight between these two slices of bread is going to kick off. And let's be fair, A1 do have the advantage because they're much closer to the circle and they have those walls that they're able to play around by those buildings.
Okay, now the push onto Reject's position. Teams know they're going to have to push on this spot eventually. This is a must-have spot. First one to do that is going to be Zeus. Not going to be going over aggressive just yet. They're trying to gather the most information as possible while Reject is trying to reposition, get all the cars stacked up next to the Harry Potter Tower, try and keep them there in case they do have to cross the road, because as an eventuality, they might have to cross later on. These cars are going to be extremely important for them if they are aiming for the win, which hopefully they are. Back on over to this other fight. We did lose ourselves to Xavier earlier. Now there's only 2 teams remaining. It's going to be I8 and also A1 Esports. Things are relatively slow, but Crypto does get knocked on down by a great shot from Jax. I'm loving it. You've seen one player of I8 there up top on the minimap. I can't see his name exactly just yet, but he's going far and wide. It's Revers, actually, and he's going to the circle and also getting the off angle that A1 are completely unaware of. This is great. It sets you up for rotation and also to take that fight versus A1. That is so proactive coming out from I8.
But they shouldn't have went to go for the revive on the Crypto. Such a bad idea. Cut your losses sometimes. I know Crypto is the best player, the fragger of the team, but it doesn't matter if you're down. And now the other player goes down, and it's all going horribly wrong. IA are gonna get taken to the ground all because they went for the revive on Crypto.
That's the main issue we have. Literally what just happened with them is they gave themselves up one by one. You're making the fight so easy for A1 to pick in the first place. So I8 hoping to think back on this game and hopefully rewatch the VOD and see what went wrong, because you're making it too easy. And some reses like that on Crypto especially is just not worthwhile. You're in such a risky position. One easy shot from the window and you're donezo. So hopefully they can tend to work on that as the days go on for the World Invitational. Although this circle's still close enough, and we said it right, GeekFam had such a strong position. No one contested their compound, and all the other teams on the west denied each another. So that just made it so easy for GeekFam to find a strong spot in the first place. Now the fights are still unfolding as teams are trying to move away from their compounds, especially the likes of A1, BTR also on that ridge line, trying to go downhill, but in that smoke, just a few shots and Liquid is down. Zutzi get into the buggy. Can he make it alive? I'm not sure, but now he's spotted away by Sinister. The great spray connects from A1. Doesn't get the damage just yet, but now you don't have a buggy anymore. That just sealed the fate of BTR Imperium. They cannot make it off that ridge.
And we have lost Reject. They went down, they tried to play passive going for the sniper tower, but I thought that might go horribly wrong for them because they allowed too many teams to get on top of the hill above it. Zeus, they're still in this game. We're left with Geek as well. Fnatic Zombies, they're still in this game. They're down at the bottom of the leaderboard. What a way for them to start day 2, Max.
Yeah, I just realized maybe 2 minutes ago, I was like, wait, Fnatic Zombies are there. Are we going to see the comeback from the last place team in 16th with 12 points currently? I mean, already so far, it seemed like they might have just doubled their points. They got 6 kills already and in top 5, so it seemed like that is indeed about to be the case. And GeekFam, they're going to pop into the kill feed, but not for the right reason, as they're going to start getting knocked on down. BTR still going to be trying to be as proactive as possible in the circle, despite the lack of man advantage. Liquid already creeped his way forward a little bit closer to the likes of Fnatic Zombies. Oh man, gonna have to think of moving over to get over that road. They already sent one player forward. They're keeping the pressure down onto A1 from Bangladesh.
Really good spread by Zeus, right? Sending IC in as the anchor point. Unfortunately for A1, you know, Zeus are there to pinch them up, because if Zeus weren't there, A1 would have way better control inside this circle. We're also seeing GeekFam and Fnatic Zombies taking each other out. And what does that do? That leaves BTR free to avoid all the action and play for the very late stages of the game.
IC able to get himself a nice knock onto Damaru through the smoke. Really good pre-fire from him. Liquid got knocked down. Hopefully can make it back to the buggy. I would even say for Zuxi, if he could pop the buggy, make it explode. The buggy, a new car. There you go, new car skin coming up in Pubgm Mobile confirmed. They can maybe get the res onto
Could
Liquid.
happily.
That would be huge. But yeah, happily able to sneak behind. That one smoke in front of him dissipates and is gone. That is A1 losing 2 players minimum, I would say.
Like just the controls Zeus have in the late stages of the game, they're taking fight after fight after fight.
Oh, Geek fam, they want to really push out of that roadside position, but it's so hard. They have no intel. They do not know where the teams are localized inside the circle itself. They do not know where to go, where they're going to be positioned, and they just get naded up so hard. That's a big nade, and that's it for Geek fam as they get swiped away by none other than the Fnatic Zombies themselves. Mexico, what a nade indeed. But now the play for Fnatic Zombies is to keep teams away from the nade range from your shack. If they cannot get in that position, you will not be contested. Even Zeus are a little bit too far away, but they're smoking their way closer and closer. If they get any closer, we're talking 20 meters, and this might just be the end for Fnatic Zombies.
BTR, they are being given so much close. They are not being targeted by Fnatic Zombies at all.
It's getting too close. Godless, he knows if he gets in nade range, this is GG for Fnatic Zombies. They will not be able to fight back in any way, shape, or form. They'll just get bullied all over the place. So they need to be sure and aware of their surroundings. Look with a huge for BTR. Can they take it as a 2-man?
No, they can't. They're too much out in the open. Never mind the fact that A1 have been able to keep themselves up as a full squad. How's that even being able to happen? I know Zeus were taking multiple fights at once, but I thought they were going to punish A1 a little bit more aggressively, but no confirmations, no kills. Leaves A1 in a pretty good spot.
Zeus are everywhere. Oh. Brownie sent to the afterlife too as IC gets picked up. If you can make it to that crate, actually, that would be big. One of the BTR players. Mexico getting spotted away. Yeah, the angles are just so wide, so hard to deal with for Fnatic Zombies. That shack is started to have big control on the circle itself. The smokes are now going to be dissipating, making it a little bit easier to actually connect those shots in the first place. But Jaxi knows, now he sees down below, that's the entirety of Zeus. We need to make sure that this squad does not make it over to the ridge. If they do, that's going to make it even harder for them to move them out of that position in the first place. So, Zeus, this is hard, I know it, but if you survive, this would be extremely worth it in the long term.
You just have to head in one direction. You either head towards A1 or head towards Zombies. You can't split that. You cannot split that.
To make a choice eventually. Boo, no, you're spotted away by 6ix9ine with the M16, and that's the headshot that doesn't connect, and BTR gets picked up. You said Imperium. There was no way. They were down below. They had no cover to play with except a buggy, and that can very easily be overcome. So the rays are still coming out. Can he get a boot inside the shack? He doesn't get shut down, actually. All the focus of A1 seems to be towards the likes of Zeus. They want to get rid of them before putting their focus towards the likes of Fnatic Zombies. So Fnatic Zombies, they're just waiting
nice one, Jax.
for the team to get eliminated.
Oh, great play by Jax. He's single-handedly keeping the space away from the 3 other players of his team. He's being the sacrificial lamb, stopping Zeus from going forward while the other players from the team are focusing on Zombies.
Getting prone, Salam. You got to be careful. You're prone in the open. That is very, very easy for maybe Jax. Actually, Jax just leaves the position of Zeus. That's relieving a lot of pressure. He sees the circle moving up. He knows they're going to have to come their way. He's just waiting for the opportune time to strike, and Fnatic Zombies also getting pushed away from that shack. There is no way out of this one. And I believe they already used a lot of their meds because they got knocked just so many times by A1 and Zeus, and now they got the spray behind the trees. It is so hard for A1 to fight from that one. A flashbang in the open. They have no idea what's happening, allowing Sinister slowly but surely to sneak his way forward, and he strikes. Mexico down first. Salam in the boot, still up and ready to go. And he's going to try and confirm that kill. Every single point counts. Salam also getting picked away. While Zeus are just waiting, they've seen the kill feed lighting up. They're hoping to see a team go down so they can steal away second place. That is their game plan this time around, as Abood hasn't got spotted out just yet. He's taking this one really slow.
None of the teams have secured a chicken dinner so far in the PMWI, so whoever comes out on top, it will be their first win.
That'll be big for a lot of these teams. I'm sure a lot of people in chat hoping to see Zeus get himself the dub. Taboo gets spotted away, goes for the spray. 1 bullet is all you need. Oh my god, almost got the counter play and almost got the knock himself, but at the end, that is going to be GG well played for Fnatic Zombies. Still a great performance compared to what we saw yesterday, but that is 11 kills total over to Zeus, and they know exactly where there's one player of Zeus, but he is not. That is not the current player you should be focusing on. You should be looking at Sinister, but they have no idea where he is. They think he's all behind the tree. And now this is a 1v3. Are we going to see a Martin 2.0?
2v3. It's 2v3. You still Sinister and Dante. Yes, there is.
Where is he hidden? Oh, he's hidden so well. I can't even see him. Okay, fair enough. 2v3 in Pyramid, as you say. Now it's going to be a 1v3. Sinister, there he goes, a little bit farther and wider. Tries to go for the spray, but gets overwhelmed. And that is going to be GG, as we do see ourselves A1 go out in second. And Zeus, finally, and I think a lot of people were finally expecting that to happen, getting themselves their very first win for Mongolia over here in the World Invitational East.
Look, Blaise said himself, right? He said that it takes normally kind of a day or so for Zeus to really warm up. Day 2, they've come in swinging. Their control on that Norse was really solid. They did nearly suffer casualty early on at the hands of Yala, but they were kind of saved by Navi. Navi then made a mistake. They were able to get the revive off, and because Yala were kind of focused more on the likes of Valdis in that compound up north, they were given that room to breathe. And then Reject opted to go for that passive play down the hill into the sniper tower up in the north. And doesn't matter how that circle shifted, that was a big plus for Zeus. Because zombies then helped to clean up Reject, which gave so much more room for Zeus to then go for that split drop. And really from there was a little bit of luck involved for sure. They could have focused on one team more than trying to go for too many fights at once. But at the end of the day, they still won that game with 3 players alive.
Yeah, I think especially the moment that was so important for Zeus, and you talked about Reject, is when Reject decided to give up that front line on the outskirts of the circle up north and actually put himself towards that Harry Potter tower. And the thing is, that position is so easy to push. There's so many rocks. There's also a little bit of an overhang for you to push in that position. You're very easily going to be in nade range, and you know Harry Potter tower, if you are getting naded up, there's almost no escape. It's like you're playing in a shack. There's almost no way to escape your fate at the end. But this is a fight that we were questioning quite a fair bit in Pyramid, was the I8 fight versus A1.
Yeah, for sure.
I8, really, if you can play with your team and make use of that number, that is what you're hoping to see. But unfortunately, they tried to go for the res on Crypto, and they also had a 1-1 split on the other side of the building, allowing them to take a very easy fight for A1. So I'm hoping to see I8 improve on that regard, at least for the next games to come.
Let's be fair though, it was a fantastic game from A1. You talk about how kind of, you know, Zeus hadn't really kind of kick-started their PMWI. It was even worse for A1. Joy Bangla coming through with a fantastic second place result and a hell of a lot of kills. Now, they're normally a team that do get a lot of kills in games, but you know, they've gotten into this kind of style of not really lasting that long in games, maybe going out in 4th, 5th, 6th with 6, 7, 8, 9 kills, but second place was really good with the kills that they got.
It just seemed really like A1 were the kings of the lobby towards the end of that game. Of course, when you had Dante and Sinister down below, it made it really hard. They were in a similar position as to where BTR were playing, and of course, there's no way for you to really fight back in that scenario when you're getting pushed over a ridge like by Zeus. But when they won that ridge line and they just had a big 4-man spread, they were just taking so much control. Yeah. They were truly the kings of the lobby. But you know what? Talking about kings, we've got 3 kings that are going to be back on the desk after this to break down this first game of Day 2 of the World Invitational. So we'll be back with them after this very short breather.
When the world has safe and effective COVID-19 vaccines, how can we make sure they reach the people that need them most? Today, there are many vaccines in development. Most will fail. For those that could succeed, governments are under pressure to secure supplies for their populations. If governments compete for vaccines, most countries could miss out. This is not only bad for countries that cannot secure their own supplies. It's bad for us all, as no one is safe until everyone is safe. The COVAX pillar aims to ensure that every country gets fair and equitable access to eventual COVID-19 vaccines. It does this by acting as an insurance policy, with the largest portfolio of vaccine candidates in the world. Wealthier countries have a greater chance of gaining access to successful vaccines. And by pooling their buying power, rather than competing against one another, they enable investment in factories. So more doses are available as soon as a vaccine becomes available. The COVAX pillar is founded on the principle of equitable access. This means any country, regardless of their ability to pay, has the same access to vaccines. By supporting the development and manufacturing of these vaccines, wealthy countries increase their chances of getting COVID-19 vaccines and ensure the rest of the world gets access too. Ending the pandemic as quickly as possible will take a global effort, We need as many doses as possible, as fast as possible, as soon as a safe and effective vaccine becomes available. 2 billion doses would be enough to vaccinate healthcare workers and other high-risk groups. If we start now, we can save hundreds of thousands of lives, not to mention trillions of dollars. It's not about one country versus another. It's about one world protected.
I've got a difficult mission for you. Who's in? Close to 1 billion people from 92 of the world's poorest countries need to be vaccinated. You'll need to work closely with governments and health authorities, and it will take millions of volunteers. And it has to be cheap. This is a mission only a few organizations can handle. It is the world's biggest and fastest distribution of a vaccine ever. Equipment such as needles, canisters, visors, protective suits, and sanitizer need to be in place first. All of this has to be transported to the most inaccessible corners of the world. The vaccine has to be kept cold constantly. If not, it's all for nothing. And when the vaccine gets close, a population without mobile phones or internet needs to get the message. Thousands of health workers have to be trained to perform vital work. No one is safe until everyone is vaccinated, so we can't stop until that's a reality. But even though we're doing this because lives are on the line, this is real life and not a game. You don't get a new life if you fall, or if you drown trying to save lives. We have no lives to lose, but we're willing to risk a lot to vaccinate the whole world. As long as the virus exists, the whole world is in danger.
We've got the OnePlus 9 Pro, and it's absolutely gorgeous.
Oh my gosh, this display is just out of this world.
Insane. It's got 65 watts of charging power.
The 9 series is next level.
PUBG MOBILE World Invitational kicks off July 22nd to July 25th. We've prepared a special team cheer event for our players. First, let's take a deeper look at how this event works. Invite your friends to support your favorite team and get awesome rewards. In this event, we will use cheer points to rank the competing teams. Fans of the team with the most cheer points at the end of the event will have a chance to get a permanent item. The event period is split between the cheer period and the reward period. The cheer period is from July 15th to July 27th. During this period, players have two ways of obtaining cheer points. The first method is via daily missions. Log in every day and watch matches for 5 minutes at the Esports Center to get cheer points. The second method is by sharing an invitation code with friends. Inviting friends to participate will also earn cheer points. Every player is limited to linking one invite code per day. The more friends that link with you, the more cheer points you can get. Now that you understand cheer points, then it's time to pick out a team that you want to support. Lock in the team and support your team with cheer points during the cheer period to help them reach number 1. If you wish to keep up with the progress of your chosen team, then take a look at the real-time cheer leaderboard. The cheer leaderboard will be locked on the final day of the cheer period on 0 hour of July 27th, after which the rewards period will begin. The reward period is from July 27th to July 30th. All fans of the team that reached number 1 on the cheer leaderboard should go back to the event page and draw 5 times for amazing rewards. Bring your friends and cheer for your favorite team. Experience the glory of the highest level of competition.
The PUBG Mobile World Invitational is powered by Gamers Without Borders and is brought to you by OnePlus, the official smartphone provider, Nemo TV, the official streaming platform, and STC, the official playout sponsor. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are into our second match now of the day. It hasn't started just yet, but we finished off our very first one, and we've had some things changing. I know before we got into the match, you're wondering, can Valdez keep up the momentum they have for the first day? I think the general consensus on the desk here, with myself, Jason Kaplan, Blank, and Bleh, was no. And little did we know, we were right. Valdez getting knocked out super early, which lead to another team to take home the chicken dinner and get themselves a lovely amount of points, and that was Zeus. Fantastic job by them. I know, Blay, you're talking about slow to start in the event, but they came out the gate swinging here on day 2.
Yeah, and I kind of expected this to take place. I mean, they're a team who, they weren't really bad yesterday, right? They were just unfortunate, I feel like, in some of the fights they took. Some of the decisions weren't really going their way, but this one was played to perfection. That being said, that final circle, Blank, like, I felt like they were in a very uncomfortable spot, you know, playing downhill. And it was actually Fnatic Zombies getting taken out by A1 Esports, which allowed Zeus to kind of manage to kind of equalize things out and get a chicken dinner in the end. So it could have still gone the way of A1 Esports. I felt like they were in the best position there, but the Mongolians in the end, they do stand tall.
I think for A1 there specifically, so it's a difficult situation to be in, but I think they make the right call to take down Fnatic Zombies, which enables them for Zeus, sure, but it also enables a second place for A1. And I think that that's what they were gunning for. They were like, we're probably not going to get it with this new circle that heads towards the center. We have to drop down the hill. They have vehicles, we don't. So it's a bit of a struggle. So you see here on our actual match rankings here, I8 drop it down in 6th place with 6 points, with Bigatron finally coming back online with 16 points. And a lot of that's down to Liquid so far. I think all the people on the team, it's not Xerxes, it's not Luxy, it's not Ryzen that I'm looking at the moment. It's all on Liquid.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I thought you were going to pick that one up, Bleh. Yeah, it's all on him. I mean, the new blood into the team, and you know, I think we're kind of talking about, you know, how he really wants to perform and really wants to show what he can do. I remember back in PMGC, we were kind of talking about that, of him like wanting to, whenever he got the opportunity to actually play for the team, show he deserves to be in the roster. And I think we're seeing he definitely deserves to be there. Yeah. But we got to talk about, you know, Fnatic Zombies getting 20 points. They had 12 points total in 16th place at the end of one day, and they get themselves 20 points here. Same for A1, able to get a massive amount of points. But looking down the list, you see Geek Fam, they help close that gap up against Valdez in first place. And then he reject as well. I mean, again, team from Japan coming through, they're playing not amazing, but they're playing pretty consistent around this kind of this range of points, and it's good to see them be able to compete against the best in the world.
Yeah, go on, Blank. Sorry.
Sorry, man. Yeah, to be honest with you, I think Zeus Esports, they finally lit the torch. And to be honest with you, Jason, looking like the reverse matchstick he is, they probably used him to light that torch in particular. So Zeus Esports can now finally make their way towards the top of the rankings because they weren't that far behind in the first place. You said it best, Blair, is that this is a team that, takes a little bit of time to start getting warmed up. But it feels like today they've really come in swinging.
Yeah, especially I think it was Godless who had like 7 kills in total, and if you look at the heavy hitters on that particular team, you have like IC, Zol, Godless, and Ably. Every one of them more than capable of delivering. And heading into the second half of the table here, DS Gaming, unfortunate end for them. I mean, they were looking really solid. We were talking about them as well, the team from South Korea, but coming out the bottom, Volus Esports, we'll get back to that a little bit. Nos is still struggling quite a bit. Blacklist, still a little bit of a flip-flop. It's kind of similar to yesterday, right? They had some really good highs, some pretty terrible games in between as well. But for Valdez though, like coming in bottom here, like considering how fantastic they were yesterday, and we did say, maybe they're going to taper off a little bit here. Now the question for me is this a sign of things to come for the duration of the day, for the remainder of the day rather, or are they just going to be bouncing back immediately come game number 2?
Blank, I was kind of looking at another team here that I want to touch on really quickly. Is we kind of mentioned yesterday how Na'Vi, when it comes to like the Western teams, they would seem to reign supreme and be one of the strongest teams we have in the region. And then when they go to East, I feel like they take such a long time to adapt to the style being given to them. And I wonder, is there just really that big of a difference between the East Conference and West Conference when it comes to these teams?
Yeah, I wouldn't say as much in that sense. I think adaptation is a really hard thing to grasp and understand and actually utilize in your games. I think that the best I ever saw it was for Angry Men back last year, where they came in from obviously a different game, jumping onto PUBG Mobile now, and they adapted really well. But that's something that can't be taught. It's very instinctual, right?
Can't teach that.
You can't teach that. You can't teach that instant adaptation. I think Na'Vi does struggle with it a little bit at times, but I feel they're a lot more comfortable today, despite the points looking a little bit bad. They dropped into George, they headed down, they took a box. Like, honestly, their play was calculated. I think they got a little bit unfortunate this game, however, but I think slowly but surely they are starting to realize their place within this lobby and can maybe work from there.
Well, speaking of working from there, Zeus working off the back of the performance yesterday and trying to improve on it today. We're going to take a look at their average stats of yesterday versus their stats of today. Obviously, it's just one match, but it kind of gives you an idea of how much of an improvement they've been able to make here just in that one match alone. Now, obviously, consistency is going to be important for them if they can maintain this over time. But Bled, this is the team we talked about, at the very start of yesterday. The team we saw in PMGC come in 3rd place to represent Mongolia. They are stepping up.
Yeah, even more recently, right? If you go back to the PMPL South Asia Championship, they did come in 2nd place, only bested by their Mongolian brethren in the form of Astro Academy. So they are a team who have had a very hot streak for the entirety of this year so far. So yeah, yesterday was a bit of a slow start, but thankfully they're able to bounce back here on day 2, the first game. And I feel like they're the sort of team who have that high fragging capability. They're not the sort of team who's going to be getting a lot of chicken dinners throughout the entire tournament. They just rely on a lot of kill points. And for the fact that players like Zio, you saw players like Ably, for example, and IC as well, just popping off here on game number 1. I think it's a good sign of things to come. But that being said, for Zeus, they're a team who really like their Erangel, and I feel like maps like Sandhawk and Miramar are where they do kind of fall off a little bit. So whenever they get a chance, an opportunity to play on Erangel, they're going to try and get as many points as possible. And if you look at game number 1, if they're able to replicate it in the 3rd and 5th game here today, you never know. They could be gunning for Valdez Esports by the end of day 2.
Yeah, another team gunning for some top placing is going to be A1 Esports. So we're going to do the exact same thing for them that we just did here for Zeus, because they were in 13th place at 16 points at the start of yesterday. They got more points in this one match than in all 5 matches yesterday combined. And Dark Dante and his team here had a massive step in this match. I just hope, though, for the sake of them, Blanks, we even got to see them go up against BTR, that they can maintain this going forward.
I think that, once they come into contact with BTR, some kind of chemical reaction occurs, and then suddenly they're back on form again, transformed into something amazing. I think for A1 Esports, though, they can keep this up. They're a confident team. They play well around one another. I think that team play is really what cements them as a team within this competition itself. So I'm really excited to see a little bit more from these guys. Hopefully A1 can continue to keep it up. But the two I'm most focused on the moment, probably Zeus and BTR.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to touch on Fennec Zombie a little bit, the representative from United Arab Emirates, because they had a massive step up as well. And I guess we'll touch on them a little bit later on today once we see them continue to hopefully keep going the pace they have been going. But as you guys noticed during the break, there is some giveaways going on here. We do have that Cheer for Your Country event happening within the game. If you guys haven't checked that out, make sure you guys go into the game, go into that esports center, and start cheering for your teams who you think are going to do well, who are representing your country. Maybe you don't have to actually cheer for your country. Maybe, you love BTR so much you want to cheer for Indonesia. Who knows? But you guys can go check that out and get some sweet rewards as well. And we're going to bring in some sweet commentators to join us yet here on the desk since we have our second match ready to go. So you blink, get out of here. But I do have to say this. I am still waiting for my dinner. Max, Imperium, servers, come on. Where's the service? Max doesn't realize he's muted.
Okay, good job, Maxon. I'm proud of it.
I was saying I got some really sick pancakes.
Well,
okay, so I was so confused by us being servers. I was like, what's going on this side? But no. I'll get some pancakes for you at some point. Don't worry about it, Jason. That is a promise. Though, one promise I got also for you, Imperium, right now is we're going to be heading on over to Sanhok. And we had one game on Sanhok yesterday, won by DRS. Do you think things might shift a little bit, or can we expect something somewhat similar?
No, I think things are going to shift, right? Whatever happened yesterday, it happened yesterday, right?
That is true.
We're in it now. The last game, we had a different winner, right? We had a new winner, Zeus. Valdez got 0 points. So, definitely the second game of the day could easily be another winner. I really, really, really want to see Navi jump back in the fold because... let's be fair, they're being drowned out by the skill of the teams around them, like massively drowned out. Their performances up until now have been 0, 4, 10, 1, 15, and in that last game only 4 points. Where's the team that dominated PMPL CIS? Where's the team that dominated EMEA Championship, right?
Yeah.
They're nowhere to be seen so far, and that is something that really needs a change.
That's the thing I would clearly say is I think we can also undoubtedly that this is the best team in EMEA region in general. I would say EMEA more than Europe in general. Yeah. And coming into this now, this is a completely different beast, a completely different level of play. It's a lot harder on Na'Vi, of course, and they're trying to get back into it with Kutsuna too. And I think they could make it work out. It's just going to require a little bit more time for them to get used to it. But I think that, and we saw it especially in the PMGC, was Old Boy being one of the best players in the entirety of the event. Yeah, they might just actually make it work out in the second day, though it does require a little bit more effort on their side because they don't fight versus Eton teams as often. But with that said, unfortunately, we did have the information that we do indeed have a rehost. So before we actually do get into this game on Sanhok, we're going to go for a very short break, and we'll be back with the Sanhok action you all know and love in just a few moments' time.
The best of our teammates is that they all are really good friends in real life and they connect good together.
My teammates are so funny guys. Yeah, I'm just kidding. Yeah.
I think that the best about my teammates it's our relation. We have like a family relationship and we know each other from a very long time, and since the beginning of the competitive scene of PUBG Mobile. So we are like a family where when there are problems we solve it talking, and I think that's a key point for us in order not to separate or fight each other. So we are like a very, very, very good friends.
We are fun with playing together, and we have teamwork. We don't nervous about the tournament or playing. We just fun to play.
They all have their own capability, potential, and ability to play with. Some of them have ability to play on the long range and close combat fight, and for the scouting, yeah, all of it.
I love my team because they're doing very well as their roles, and I love myself too because I'm a in-game leader, so that's why I love my team, and I know my team are still the best in the world.
I think how my teammate trust my decisions and act until the end of the best about them.
The best about my teammates is that they always train and they have goals to reach, and they always train to improve their gun skills, their game style and everything. That's what I like about them. They're very interested in upgrading themselves.
The best about my teammates is that we all trust in each other, and that really helps us in hard situations, team fights, and etc.
The best thing about my teammates are their communication and synergy.
The best thing about my teammates, they're very relaxed, very always calm. And this is we have very good spirit in the team. That's what I love the most.
The special of PUBG Mobile community is the first thing is the competition. PUBG Mobile has never end of the competition from the community. Every people can play a big competition like PMPL in Indonesia. Many new team can play, and we can compete with the tier 1 of PUBG Mobile teams, like BTR, another team, and the new team can compete with another level tier 1 teams too. So that's why competition PUBG Mobile is never stop.
In Korea, professional players and just ordinary people seems to have good communication. More easily in Korea.
The special thing about the PUBG mobile community, they are really supportive on the hard times, even with my team, and they support us big time in the MENA region.
The special about the PUBG communities, I think our fans, and there is a lot of people outside South America that support us too. People from Indonesia, people from Asia that support us. So that's a very good thing. I think that the support and that joy they put to the teams they support, it's a very special thing.
PUBG right now is really on a hype moment, all of the tournaments now is very active. The tournament always in 1 month got a 2 and 3 tournament that are still running on, and yeah, I think this PUBG still can go more further lah.
The best thing about the PUBG community is they're very supportive and friendly.
Best thing about PUBG community is it's very big one, so it's a lot of support, and PUBG community connects all of us from different parts of the world. Very, very good.
Because of the big community, because of how friendly people are to each other, and it's unique because you can actually meet people from different countries and become friends with them. So yeah,
we help each other, and it's big. When I got some trouble or something that I never know about the game, I can post, or I can ask my friend or my community to respond my question.
What I found special about the PUBG community is that our Moroccan fans, they support us. That's what I love about it. No matter what the result is, bad or good, they always keep supporting us. That's why I like the community.
Great to hear from some of the players, of course, before entering our second game of the day here on Sanhok this time around. But yeah, Imperium, we're going to have some great games this time around, yes. And Sanhok especially. We only have one Sanhok every single day, so we've got to make the most out of it, as this plane path is going to be very focused on the western side this time around.
Yeah, plane path tends to be not too much of an issue for these teams with how small the map is. We know that for sure. It tends to not even really have any kind of effect compared to the circle, just because of how well these teams tend to spread themselves out across the map. Of course, eagerly anticipate to see who's going to utilize the eastern side of the map or how far away it is. Navi and Geek Fam on that northwest island, that's to be expected. Fnatic, Zombies and Ha Ting. Blacklist International in Runes is going to be spot on. And are we going to have 2 teams in Paradise?
I think so. I mean, last time it worked out great, right? Because they literally suffered no casualties. There was A1 on the west. On the east, it was for Valdus, and they just had A1 rotate towards the compound where currently you can see the likes of the Xavier currently next to the bridge over on the northwestern side. If they take it the same way, I'm okay with it. As long as it does not result in an outgoing war, then I'm okay. But it seems like A1 are actually going to be going past that position of Paradise.
I like that.
And they're going to be going for just a few of the compounds that are localized on the east, which there are a lot of them. So that's great from A1. They're not taking the risk. And especially how you see Valdus currently playing in Paradise, they have a wider spread. So if A1 dropped there, that would have resulted in a win. Sorry, not even a win on the fight, should I say. Who would have won? I don't know.
Reject Scarlet's split drop between the trifecta and the compound of both Pionan, I think, is good. But remember yesterday's Sanhok game, Blacklist International were quick to kind of head in that direction. I believe they caught one of the reject players off. So it does come with a risk, and you got to be aware of that. Now, IA are dropping close by to Zeus. And in yesterday's Sanhok game, they did get an early kill onto, I believe it was Abilene. So that might be the same again, but Godless is a little bit more prepared for that one. And oh my God, that prone down spray on the blade with only a 2x, that's pretty good.
I mean, also picking up an M4 this early, a little lucky fella there, Godless, but you know what?
True.
Able to make the most out of it instantly. Though, really that knock should not result in a kill. Revers should quickly and surely be able to get Blade back up on his 2 feet.
Yeah.
That was going to be the name of the game for them, at least. I'm happy to see that we're not seeing any hot drops, and that's been quickly adjusted despite only having 1 game on this map yesterday, as I mentioned, right? There's no Na'Vi versus Geek Fam in Alpha. There's no going to be a fight inside of Paradise, and there's not going to be any other skirmishes around the entirety of the map, which I'm like to see, because yesterday we had 1 versus DS Gaming and the Xavier actually towards the Tatmok area, more towards the west side of Tatmok, so that's been avoided. So teams are really being respectful of each other, knowing that if you take a fight on Sanhok and you lose 1 or 2 players early on, that's what happened to Na'Vi yesterday, right? And it hurt them so much. They want to avoid that as much as possible, and if you do that, you're by default increasing your win percent by a very significant margin.
The phase 1 circle, by the way, is spot on. Like,
the same
perfect. Perfect phase 1 circle for these teams. Barely touches the southwest island, only tickles the northwest island. Really gives so much room on this main ramp for teams to put themselves in, try and control it, and see what happens as phase 2 is going to be showing up pretty soon. DRS have to kind of ban area / Camp Bravo region under control for the time being. BTR still yet to move away from Painan. I am worried for Navi and Fnatic Zombies.
Okay.
Geek Fam, they have an easier rotation because they can utilize the trifecta region, right? Because they did automatically drop a little bit further south of that northwest island. But for Fnatic Zombies and Navi, they're more likely going to have to go through either each other or the Xavier if they're going to make it into the circle. The only way I could see it working out outside that, this is wild, depending on the timing, but a rotation for Navi, it could work out.
That's exactly my point I was going to make, but not for Na'Vi. I was going to make that point for NASA, or I was even going to make that point for Myth.
Oh, yes.
NASA currently on the southern side. You got literally, even though you said the circle was perfect, he's got very minimal amount of water currently in play, but you got the entirety of the coastline, luckily enough, because of this phase 1, that's in play. The northern coastline and also the eastern coastline is in play. So NASA, you can pick up a boat from docks or even where currently movement is on the more southern side of the map. And Myth, they could pick it up too towards Same or even towards Nakam and go for a wide wraparound or towards the north or towards the east. And mainly, I would say the east is best because not that many teams drop there typically, is not that crowded. So it would be a very easy strat to pull off, I would say.
But do you think they need to? That's the thing.
They don't need to.
They
No.
need to.
Okay. No, I would not say they need to. Though, to caveat that, one thing that I saw yesterday that was I did not enjoy that playstyle coming out from Myth is they delayed that rotation way too much and then they get gate kept. If that's the playstyle you want to go for, a late rotation is better than a late rotation by foot in Sanhok.
That's a good point. Let's see what happens. Zeus are going to set themselves up in a very similar position as they did yesterday as well, just down the south of Paradise Resort. So, you know, all pretty standard stuff. Yalar may be going a little bit further ahead of Bootcamp than I maybe thought. At least one of their players, anyway, for the time being, scouting across the road. But the other 3 players do have Bootcamp Hill under control. The Xavier have a beautiful spread gatekeeping Fnatic Zombies, but I wonder if they have the strength as a full squad to hold on to that, as Valdez picking things up against Zeus.
Zeus did the exact same spread yesterday, actually, on Sunhawk, and they lost. I believe it was Abilene, you said, and I believe that was indeed the case down in the compound below, where 2 players are of Zeus right now, where Abilene is right now, actually. So, it seemed like they know that teams typically try to contest this location, even though last time it was not Valdez that contested it, and that's going to be it. Great knock coming out from Divine. Straight onto Zjol. Pops the shot instantly, but yeah, Zeus really, I would say, if I'm okay with this position being played, but you do not want to stay there for that long because Valdez typically rotate early down south, and then they just clash, and Zeus, because they're downhill most of the time, it makes it hard for them to pick it up.
That's the thing, you know, before the rehost, you asked if we're going to have similar result, you know, today as we did yesterday. Very similar phase on circle, but completely different results because Valdez may be learning from yesterday's game where they opted to stay more on the western side of Paradise Resort, and they've shifted more heavily down south because they want to create a little bit more control on that area, create a bit of suppression for the likes of Zeus and Reject and possibly Yala. And Reject in themselves have joined up as a full squad a lot earlier and rotated it deeper into the center area of the circle earlier on, so they're not caught out. So different strokes are shining through on this beautiful paintbrush that is Sunhawk.
I got a question for you right now. We've got our phase 2 circle that will be popping in just a few minutes time, just about a minute time actually. We got on the Northwestern Island 2 teams that are somewhat going to cancel out each other. That's going to be Fnatic Zombies and also Na'Vi. And when you talk about Bridge Camp, you got Deek Xavier that's got a huge 4-man spread over on the Northern Island bridge. And then onto the trifecta, you got Geek Fam. So for you, you're looking at Fnatic Zombies, Na'Vi. How would you make that work out? Because this is, I'm expecting 1 team minimum to go out unless a rotation comes out through Hatin by Na'Vi.
Here's the thing, do they really need to rotate into the mainland on phase 1? That's the thing, it's something we haven't really thought about. They don't. Let's be honest, it's only phase 1, they could even stay in the blue. We've seen plenty of teams do it in the past. But just wait out because phase 2 could shift heavily to the east, which in turn the Xavier automatically going to move. The traffic's going to automatically move to the west, and therefore it's going to be a lot easier for them to enter into the mainland. So I'd say wait it out. Now, you recognize they would have looked at the VOD yesterday and know that the Xavier land around that area, as do Fnatic Zombies go to Hating. Take your time, stick as a full squad, play a little bit more for that late game strength.
Just saw the MVP of day 1 here go out early, got picked up. That's going to be Martin. Dara taking a few shots to the QBU. I'll be able to go for the heal off just in time, but very far away, far spread away from the rest of Reject, which Reject, they like to go for these big boy spreads from time to time. I think that's fine, but I would typically prefer 2-2 split, especially on Sanok, because if you do have a player get knocked, so there's some really big damage, you can share the resources also if needed. So I think that would be a better course of action, which they are doing to some extent, but I'd like to see them a little bit more on top of each other. It makes it very hard to fight back in the situation where you're taking a fight, which is currently unfolding with the likes of Blacklist International.
I love DRS, by the way. They're not taking for granted that the eastern coastline is completely free. They have Mafia Ninja essentially on the very kind of coastline edge of that water, expecting a potential rotation from one of these teams, and I really like that. And because they have an individual spread, they already have kind of a more centralized location covered with Nima in that area as well. So really good awareness from DRS to protect as many angles around them as possible.
I love the position of DS Gaming currently too. There's a really good oversight into what's happening in Paradise as well, and especially where A1 currently stands right down south of their own location. Na'Vi actually going to be swimming on over, and this circle really, I don't have an issue with it. This is great for DRS because you mentioned it right there, the relatively big spread while keeping Mafia Ninja to check out the coastline, make sure there's not going to be a boat coming on through. Is going to be the patrol for the ocean, as they're going to be moving on Nima's position, hopefully. So I'm not expecting too many big changes in the second phase, but teams are just going to be a little bit more concentrated, so that rupture point will be happening, I believe, towards the likes of phase 3 or phase 4.
Now, one thing I like is that Geek Fam did go for a little bit of a swim across the river. I was expecting the trifecta rotation, but they didn't send a full squad over on phase 1, and to me that doesn't make sense because they had a little bit of an earlier rotation path line. Why not make use of that as a full squad? Now they have one player being caught out by BTR. They have Yala up on top of Bootcamp Hill, which they would have heard the shots being fired by BTR. And that puts GeekFam even trickier of a position because they're forced to go by the coastline of that mainland where the Xavier could take shots on them, Yala could take shots on them, Fnatic Zombies could take shots on them, and BTR can, right? So instead of what would have been possibly one angle of pressure, there's now 4 angles of pressure, all because of a late rotation as a full team.
It's very unfortunate for GeekFam because they should know, because we know that one Imperium too, is that this is a very typical rotation for BTR. Typically, this is a position in which they drop, so they got a lot of experience fighting in bootcamp itself. And their rotation they typically do, if it is a northeastern shift on phase 1, phase 2, which is the case right now, is they go from Painan straight onto the hilltop down south of bootcamp, and then they go into bootcamp itself if they scout and see no one's there, or at least not enough players that actually stop them from doing so, which is they're doing right now. And dancing on one player alone, you know there's a big chance that BTR is already in there or just about to rotate in. So I think that's just the more times they play Sanok, the more information they'll get. So that'll be requiring improvements over time.
Axe, I've got a question though. How in the blue hell did the Xavier allow Navi to go through them like that, right?
I didn't see it. Okay.
Well, no. I saw it, but it's more of a metaphorical question, or at least a question that I know the answer to, but the audience might not know. So, so I'm setting it up for you. Come on, man. You should be used to this by now. It's okay. Anyway, answer the question, though.
They swim. No, because they did that exactly yesterday. They did the exact same rotation versus the exact same team, and they got completely gate-kept. Also because they were down to 3 players, right? They had one picked up in Camp Alpha by the likes of GeekFam. So this time, they're like, okay, we're going to avoid the bridge because you know they're going to try and hold on to the bridge itself. So we're going to wrap around, and we're going to backstab. We're going to go for a little bit of a nothing personal kid, go straight behind the likes of Xavier and find himself one knock, instantly going to try and convert that into a kill onto Lamborghini. And now Xavier are alerted of this position currently happening, so now because Xavier might put the focus onto Na'Vi, that even might create a better opportunity for Fnatic Zombies to actually cross the river in the first place.
I just don't get... Xavier was obviously spread out to try and catch out a team going from Hatting, right? Whether that was Fnatic Zombies or Navi. Why were it, like, I don't know if it was bad vision or just, taking a nap, but that shouldn't have happened, and Navi catching them out off guard and grabbing a kill for their troubles. Xavier now back up as a 3-man team joining together. We are about to see Phase 3 show up on our screens, and it's another centralized shift. This is really setting up for an absolutely explosive late game because all you're doing is you're just centralizing everyone into a bubble. It's not massive hard shifts. It's not massive, 4 or 5 teams in one side of the map, but you have a really beautifully consistent, cluster of teams around this phase 3.
Valdus especially are stuck in a very interesting position. Or we go down south of Paradise Resort and try and hold there, and it was shown yesterday by Zeus trying to hold that location, that if a team pushes you and you are on a dip, it's going to be really hard to fight out of. Or do they backtrack and go back into Paradise Resort? There are many options available for Valdus, but they need to try and take that decision now. The more the more you can be caught out with your pants down. So I'm just hoping that Valdus can make that happen just in time. Though in terms of rotations, some teams are starting to get closer and closer to each another. We said it, the rupture point is slowly but surely approaching. And that's going to be DRS right on top of the position of NASA currently. No shots have been exchanged just yet, but NASA around that big boulder, they should be able to find some really good peeking angles to find an opportunity versus DRS.
I8 are also kind of close by in the mix. Although Crypto's rocking around in the vehicle for the laugh, joining up with the rest of the team. Mr. Burrow sending himself forward with that bike will make a bit of noise. But look at Nabo on that sideline, right? That flank for Nabo could really expose DRS's position. He's getting a lot of information. You can see it on your screens right now using a third-person perspective. One knock with well-coordinated attack is all it will take to shut down the Nepal representatives.
Moment like this where I want Pubgmobile to add rock climbing. You done some bouldering in Imperium when we were in
oh god, I attempted to.
Yeah, add some bouldering, that'd be fun. Like that, just go on top of the rock, create a man advantage out of nowhere. Well, really create a high ground advantage out of nowhere, and you'll be good to go. Though, unfortunately, one team that's not good to go is going to be DRS, as they are spotted out from a distance up north by A1 themselves. But one thing you see in NASA currently, they've got 3 players. There's one just right on the off angle.
Yeah,
and
that's
going to be
what I'm
Nabo.
saying. Yeah.
Exactly. He's right there and he's waiting for the time to strike. And DRS have no idea whatsoever.
Well, why aren't the rest of the team starting to make a bit of noise to try and set that up, right? It's a little bit too passive from Nasser. Now's the time. This is phase 3, though. It doesn't get any easier from here. You think it's going to get any easier? Yeah, you might be able to take advantage of a third party later on, but you gotta strike while the iron is hot, and the iron was so hot in that moment for Nabo.
The thing is, you only spotted out Nima right there. He's trying to spot out where all the players currently stand to give the information, relay it over to NASA, because information is key and is so important in these kind of skirmishes. So, sure, now he lost. Well, right there behind him is going to go for Mafia Ninja. He actually hits one shot, and he's just going to be cruising up. But unfortunately, that surprise factor has been lost. Unfortunately, at that extra moment of time where he was gathering information, but he truly, this time, I would say, Imperium took way too long. I think there was clearly a chance for him to make it happen. Now he goes for the spray, connects onto Nima, putting down a slither of HP. One more bullet, that is all you need, and he takes a nade to the face, but will not get knocked out by it whatsoever. But Namo is just pinning them down there between a rock and a hard place. There is no escape for DRS. You have to get out through absolute insane war versus NASA. Can I get any further, actually? Utilities traded back and forth, but things are slowing down once again, but Namo is still in the blue, trying to get that backstab position.
Too slow, but it might work out. Lovely grenade is gonna indeed come through. Newman onto Boro. Mafia Ninja's gonna return. But at the end of the day, I think this is Nasser's fight to lose. They have firm control over it. DRS are down to just one player now.
It was an interesting one. Took a little. There were definitely some things that I think were worth mentioning that Nasser could have done a little bit cleaner, I think. But you know what? They lose no one. So I am not going to argue. It worked out. That's great. Though DRS, Mafia Ninja, if you can just escape and run away from that one, that would be great, because you are nowhere near the circle currently, and you've got to go a little bit further downhill, potentially in the open and loving arms of A1 Esports. So that is not something they're going to be looking forward to. And NASA, understand, is only one player. We got 3 kills confirmed. They're going to die to the blue zone, so we're just going to be moving out and roll out into the circle itself, which is, as we said, non-easy rotation to pull off right now.
They didn't even confirm the kill out of Mr. Boro, but I think the blue zone is going to end up getting the better of him. By the way, Pakistan fans, don't think I didn't notice that in the kill feed. I8 just absolutely wiped Zeus to the ground, so do not think I didn't notice that. I8 looking good in this Sandhawk game.
Yeah, of course, it's a strong compound too. They're going to be the kings of the South currently, looking to deny a few teams to rotate, potentially the likes of Fnatic Zombies or even Myth or Blacklist International if they try and go for a wide rotate to avoid the fight currently happening between Myth and NASA itself. There's definitely an opportunity for them to capitalize on more kills as time goes on. Things are slowing down a little bit though. Got to keep in mind also, we got a lot of action currently unfolding in Paradise Resort Imperium. You got yourself Valdus, you got DS Gaming, you also have your likes the Na'Vi that have been slowly but surely sneaking their way forward in that spot. So Valdus thinking, shall we remain in there and try and stop these teams from pushing any further, or do we leave and actually go a little bit more central and play from a dip? Personally, I would not recommend that. I think them trying to defend Paradise would be the best course of action as Blacklist. They're going to be able to find himself a few opportunities.
Oh my God.
While the iron is hot, but that's going to be it for NASA as they get taken down by a few more players. And that's going to be an insanely well done play by Blacklist International. Aeons and Tira still looking for more. They spot an extra player from Myth. As for Roki, knows that there's no escape. Smoked it up just in case. Trying to go for the first aid, but one nade and that is game over for Faroki.
Really good play by Blacklist International. Remember what we were saying about them, how they're kind of a little bit passive and playing on the edge of the circle requires a time in the game where you need to be aggressive? Well, that's certainly the case. Another player goes down for Blacklist, but they should be able to get the revive onto Tyra, and then, of course, stick together as a 2-man team. I8 have 4 kills on board. We have 12 teams left. 39 players alive. The circle centered up on phase 5, while Valdus holding on to the north and Reject holding on to the south.
Okay, so Na'Vi left entirely Paradise Resort, so they're going to be pushing their way towards the Xavier, so a little bit of a backtrack position for Na'Vi. I like that. Going to try and get vengeance for what happened yesterday on that Sandhog game. The Reject are going to be one of the first few teams we saw earlier. We saw in last game action on Wrangle. They maybe struggle a little bit to hold on to central positions and allow teams to get a little bit too close. Hopefully this time they will not be allowing that to happen in the first place. BTR still going to be sending Ryzen forward, the last player from the Indonesian team. Hasn't got spotted out just yet and might be able to get a little bit of a sneaky angle onto Fnatic Zombies to take down the last player of Hamco Fire, because pulling off a res in this phase onto Salam is just not possible for Hamco.
Keep an eye on A1. They're in an absolutely fantastic position in the northeastern side of the circle. It's a big spot to hold on to. If they can take out and get the advantage onto Valdez, it could be their game to win. Now looking at Reject, I said they've been on the south. They do take down the last player of Fnatic Zombies, but they've also allowed I8 to encroach on their space unnoticed. Up the hill, I8 go. Will they be able to get the advantage onto Reject?
Yeah, there's only one team that's going to come out of this one. You have to take the fight. If you just remain on the lower position, you're going to be losing that fight instantly. You need to take this fight towards Reject, but they can't do so. Now they're putting the smokes down. Shunda, I do not intend to push this one aggressively. They want to slow things down and reduce the aggressiveness from Reject. But Reject, they do not want to slow this one down. They want to keep the pressure up, and they want to pop those shots as quickly and as often as they possibly can. A few nades though on I8 behind those rocks will be big, but the smokes are making it really hard for Reject to get their information. The molly though is great to slow down the pathing of Reject. Divine goes back into the molly and gets knocked down. That's a double molly knockdown, I believe, Imperium. To pieces. Sarah is going to be up and ready to go, but I8, now you know you got 3 knocks. You should go for the push onto Reject.
Oh, go for the revives! You're killing me, I8! Take the opportunity to strike. The Blue Zone's closing in on phase 6. You're doing nothing other than wasting time to get kills in this game. Reject realized that. He's moving away, but the advantage is still over into the arms of I8.
Amazing nade from Crypto. That's a double coming his way. There's still one player of Reject is going to be moving forward, and Duelo's just on the slither of HP. Will go for the medkit, so he's back at 100%. But he still wants to ruin the chances of I8. But he's got the smoke that's still going to make it so hard. He's spotted from a distance, and that's going to be I8 once again getting the kill. Who was that? I believe it was Crypto. This guy's on fire this game.
Like a coin rising up in value in this Sandhawk game. Valdez now trying to hold on to the northern edge of Paradise Resort. DS has only one player left up at A1. They are waiting for their time to strike like a snake in the grass. Venom fueled into the top 6 teams we are. Navi, they opted to move away. It's low-key worked out, but they only have one player left.
Yeah, Mafia Ninja is still in the blue, and I don't know how many first aids he has. If he has a decent amount, that could be a top 3 coming his way. We've seen a few strats like Panda in Western Europe, PMPL, where it does reward you as a top 3. Even sometimes you see it be rewarded top 2. So we'll have to keep in mind and see if DRS get eliminated later on. ZZP, though, trying to heal off inside Paradise itself. Maybe it was able to loot a little bit after that huge fight that was going up over there. But Valdez able to make it up as a 2-man. They got great oversight, but a lot of teams sneaking up, so very hard to get the information that Valdez desperately need.
Yeah, that's the end of ZZP. The only player that would have caused any kind of real potential issue to Valdez in that moment, at a limited amount of first aids, they had to move away and Valdez pick them off. Now we are left with 4 teams really in the mix though. Valdez, Navi, I8, and A1. This is going to be very, very close.
Kitsune, ex-Ada from Cloud9. We're here in the eastern region trying to wrap up for the Navi boys. Dick's actually going to be going straight for the warehouse. And he's right on top of A1. I don't think that's going to go any further. Martin unfortunately delayed his rotation a little bit too much and instantly got taken down by Revers. Actually,
really
up that kill himself. Kitsune got spotted out by Blade. And this is up to 9. This is the best game we've seen so far from the I8 team. And we'll see if they can try and push it to the limits and see if they can actually turn this one into a big fat dub. The nades are going to be roaring up onto I8. Revers could still get rezzed up behind that smoke, but they're taking it a little bit slower this time around.
At the end of the day, with reviews going down at the hands of Sinister, that puts A1 in the body advantage. 6 can do nothing. The circle has gone towards the A1 boys, the Bangladesh representatives, as DRS go down.
Still 4th place. That's a big win. That's still huge for DRS from the POW. We'll see if they can try and get more as the day goes on. Now we're down to top 3. Going to be having Valdez back in the top 3 after that last game. They're going to be happy, trying to live up to what they did yesterday. The thing is, A1, they should know Martin was just a knock. They should know there's a chance the player's going to be right behind that wall. Jack tries to jump out.
Beautiful.
Did not get spotted just yet.
There's her Pronin down. Crypto is inside the wing. 6 gets caught out. We're left with our final 2 teams.
Yeah, that's it. That's it for Valdez 3rd place. And they even taking himself the other player of IA out. And that's going to be it. Finally, we get ourselves our win for A1 Esport. They were so close last game. Like, this one is not going to slip out of our grasp. And that is going to be a win coming the way of the Bangladesh team.
Joy Bangla coming in 2nd in first game of the day. Now winning this game number 2. So good, because I'm not going to lie, I was a little bit worried about them. The trend that I'd seen in the past, you could argue that they'd been underperforming in the respective PMPL a couple of months back, right?
Yeah.
Now they are here in the PMWI and they have shown up on this day too. But I'm also so happy to see I8 come up in second place. 9+ kills in that game. Probably one of the least experienced teams in this PMWI, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, they struggled yesterday, and that made sense based on their lack of experience. But I had a few supporters message me, and I said to them, said to every single one of them, look, I believe the I8 will learn, that they will come back up, and they will show up today, and indeed they have with this second place.
I mean, these are really clearly two teams with the most fan support in the entirety of this World Invitational, Imperium. And it goes to show that community support really can go a long way. The mental state of these teams is very important when it comes to taking home these wins. So able to do it and make it happen. A1, they had some of the cleanest rotations in all of this Sanhok game, able to just wrap around over the northeastern edge, avoiding a lot of these fights that were happening. And especially the one thing that was so important for A1 was to avoid the crossroad section. You know, if you're going down and then up here, all the teams that are playing, especially down south, that was I8, that was Reject, you are not going to get past those teams. But also they went a little bit further up, which means because they were trying to push over the road right on the eastern side of that warehouse, you could not get shut down by Valdus from the southern side of Paradise Resort itself. So it was just great. Not only are you avoiding fights, you're avoiding pressure from teams already set into the circle itself.
That's why I called A1's position. I think it was in phase 5. I said they're in the perfect spot.
That's big, yeah.
It was an absolutely perfect spot. Now, Valdus maybe could have earlier on at that point, but there was a very small window of opportunity, and you can see in the highlights there, you know, A1 were very proactive at the end. They allowed absolutely no team to get close by. The second they heard anything, the second that they had a whiff of an idea that a team or a player was around them, they instantly reacted, and it was such a deserved chicken dinner.
You know what, they were 11th place before this game, A1, and we'll see where they're going to be able to push themselves up. Are they going to be onto the first page after that win? Hopefully that is going to be the case for them. We'll have to see, as we're going to be now heading on over back to the desk with the boys to break down this second game on Sanhok.
When the world has safe and effective COVID-19 vaccines, how can we make sure they reach the people that need them most? Today, there are many vaccines in development. Most will fail. For those that could succeed, governments are under pressure to secure supplies for their populations. If governments compete for vaccines, most countries could miss out. This is not only bad for countries that cannot secure their own supplies, it's bad for us all, as no one is safe until everyone is safe.
We were anywhere near the extent we're at now, Alicia and her team were working tremendously hard to address perceived future drug shortages.
The idea with the ICU kit at the beginning was trying to think of a way that we could help these patients that are critical in ICU settings. In this case, it was kind of the next layer of protection for this response. In the kit, we have a few different types of medications, antibiotics for secondary bacterial infections, as well as blood pressure support, so vasopressors. Things like albuterol inhalers, we were learning were highly requested in hospitals. Medications that are used for intubation and sedation that help with that process. Each one of these kits is designed to have about 100 courses of antibiotics and supportive medications. The first 2 are headed up to Northern California in the Bay Area, which is especially hard hit, and the next 11 are going to hospitals across New Jersey, and we'll have about 80 of them going to New York City. In the end, we're just feeling really fortunate that we're able to support our partners with these medications that they need so desperately.
The wisdom, the expertise that I think this team has demonstrated in being able to help us as a community partner, but also hospitals and healthcare systems around the country struggle with drug shortages, which are now a reality, I think just speaks volumes to the impact DR has.
We've got the OnePlus 9 Pro, and it's absolutely gorgeous.
Oh my gosh, this display is just out of this world.
Just insane. It's got 65 watts of charging power.
The 9 series is next level.
There's a fire in my heart, yeah, it burns for the game we play. Now I rise and take my turn to be born again for this day. I know they're waiting for me now to win it all. I hear my name cried in the crowd. They call, fighting through all of the pain. I'll never fall, risking everything I have to stand up tall. Now my flames burn bright and my head's held high. Oh, can't knock me down. All my fears are buried down tonight, and I dry my eyes 'cause I'm a fighter. There is only one way I can survive. Fighting through all of the pain, the best will rise. Now my flames burn bright and my head's held high. Oh, can't knock me down. All my fears are buried down tonight, and I dry my eyes 'cause I'm a fighter. Won't ever back down 'cause I'm breathing fire. Oh, yeah, I'm breathing fire. Oh, no, I'm breathing fire. I'm
PUBG Mobile World Invitational is powered by Gamers Without Borders and is brought to you by OnePlus, the official smartphone provider, Nemo TV, the official streaming platform, and STC, the official playout sponsor. We're We are now 2 matches deep into our second day here at the PMWI for the East Conference, and we've had another team come to the lights of receiving a delicious chicken dinner. And this team particularly, A1 Esports, have been able to step up so well today as they've been able to get themselves 20+ points in back-to-back matches. And we'll see where it puts them in the overall leaderboard in a few moments. But I'm Jason Kaplan, and I got to bring in my analysts yet again to break this one down. We have Blank and Bleh, so we're going to hop into our match rankings pretty much right off the bat and start to break down how many points all the teams did get. I do love seeing your guys' faces on camera, but I love seeing the overall the leaderboards more because I just get too distracted. I have to look at the camera. I can't look at my monitor the whole time.
Okay. I thought you were going to say get distracted at how good looking we are, Jason, but all right, fine.
Everyone.
All right, so the match rankings. A1 though, it feels like today I don't want to jinx it, but could be the day of South Asian teams, right? I8 really stepping it up as well. The Pakistani team, they had a very quiet day yesterday, but A1 Esports have been consistently good. Like you said, Jason, 20 points in game 1, coming in second place in a very close fight against Zeus Esports, and now finally getting a very well-deserved chicken dinner. Wallace Esports, though, it looks like that the 0 points they got in game number 1 of the day, well, it felt like a little bit of an outlier, because it looks like normal services have resumed for the Thai team.
I would say so, 100% for Valdez Esports, 13 points here. It's not too bad. It's kind of how we expected Sandhawk to go, where we were talking about at the beginning of the day that Sandhawk is kind of just that like even Stevens map. They want to lose as little points as possible here, but they don't also want to learn the most amounts possible. That's not the aim of the game, especially with where they're playing. I did like that they rotated down from the north of Paradise Resort to the south side. You know, they just want to take a little bit more control. They realized teams were pushing them a lot more in our angle, so I respect that big time. Na'Vi with 11th place there. Good job to Kitsune as well, making his way through those last bits. But I remember looking at this top side, what Blair said, A1 and I8 bringing it through massively. I think A1 just back-to-back good games. It is just excellent to see. And again, with such a volatile leaderboard, these kind of performances is really what's going to shoot you to the top.
I believe they've gotten 41 points today, and considering like the difference between like second and like 8th place was just like 10 points if I can't even get close to remember correctly, they could easily see themselves into a top position, which we'll check in with a little bit of time. But in typical style when it comes to PUBG Mobile, you win a chicken dinner and the next match you get 0 points. Zeus Esports, a fat goose egg at the end. It's unfortunate, but it seems to happen more often than not here, Bleh.
Yeah, it does. But again, look, Sandhawk is a map where they're usually very uncomfortable on. I'm not too surprised that. I mean, of course, I would have liked them to see get a few more points, at least a few kill points here, but not too surprised. I feel like Erangel is where they're going to be getting the chunk of the points in this tournament. Just want to touch about Nasser Esports, though. They do get 5 kill points there, but I feel like they could have played a little bit better right now. I do believe they're still sitting at the bottom of the overall rankings, and I feel like there were a couple of fights where Max pointed out as well, where like you need to take these fights. You just can't wait for them to come to you, and when opportunity presents itself, you grab onto them. They didn't do that, and I hope they really kind of change that mentality. But here we have the overall rankings, Jason.
Oh damn! A1 Esports up 8 placings into 5th place at 57 points, and Valdez still maintaining a big lead here, Blank in 1st place.
Yeah, honestly, this is really, really, really good here from A1. Obviously, the Bangladesh team has just blown out the park. A total of 8 placings reached here. And we've got to remember that 41 points accrued. It was 5th and 6th place from yesterday with 38 points total. So they're already ahead of 5th and 6th, just over 2 games. So we're starting with something that we saw from Valdez yesterday. So excellent stuff from A1. Valdez, though, with such a huge, massive, gigantic lead that they had from yesterday, they're still just mountains ahead of everybody else so far, but Geek Fam just about keeping up.
Humongous, some people might even say there, Blank. But
yes, humongous.
Bigatron still, I wouldn't say really struggling, because if you look at the 2nd to the 8th place, as you can clearly see over here, it's like 15 points. That's nothing. Like one good game from any of the teams from the 2nd to the 8th position, they can easily catapult themselves to the 2nd position, just trailing behind Valdez. Second half of the table, though, I8, they've had a bit of a resurgence past couple of games. They came in 6th in the first game, and then they were able to, of course, come in 2nd with a high fragging game where they got 9 kills, the most in the server, being in the 13th position. But this is a team who, they impressed me when they were playing for the Stalwart org just a couple of months back in PMPL South Asia, and the fact that they had such a quiet start was a bit of a surprise for me yesterday. And I do really hope they're able to kind of mount a comeback and try and crack the top 8. But I guess it's the same story that could be said of Na'Vi as well, Blank.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think Na'Vi, They're trying to get towards that top side. I think they're doing a decent job. It feels like they're much more controlled. But again, it is difficult to crack that top 8 egg. It's kind of an egg made out of titanium at the moment, especially in that number 1 first place. South Korea, unfortunately, taking a fall there, 6 points down for DS Gaming. Slightly unfortunate. I would like to see a little bit more out of DS. I liked what I saw yesterday.
Well, it seems like A1 has found the golden egg here, cracked open with 3 yolks inside as they get themselves into the front page. Take a closer look, though, at their match 1 stats versus match 2 and kind of ponder a different way to get further into the game. Obviously, Sandhawk things will be a little bit different as we look at, obviously, Erangel up against the Sandhawk match. But still, if they can maintain points like this, like that's what it's all about, right? It doesn't matter how you win a match necessarily, as long as you're getting those points and you're doing it consistently. And the Bangladesh team of A1 have been able to do so far today.
Yeah, I mean, coming from Erangel to Sandhawk as well, it's lovely to see 13 knockouts here on Erangel because they're just really plowing through on that map and making it happen. So they definitely deserve that win there. And then also you come through, well, not the win, the second place, but then you come through onto the second game on Sandhawk where they do take it away. They've got 6 kills, 3 knockouts, which leads me to believe there's a lot of third party going on. Again, a great understanding of Sandhawk, how to play it. So it feels like they've got their heads screwed on today.
Yeah, they do indeed. And even the individuals, right? You look at the second map, it wasn't just one player popping off, right? Like you have Dante, obviously someone who can really kind of hold his own and get this crucial kill, but Sinister and Jax with 5 kills apiece. And then we, of course, had Nineboy. While he only had 3 kills, so far he has 1,000, he had over 1,000 points of damage. So it wasn't just 1 or 2 players popping off. They played this one to perfection. Very reminiscent of how Valdes played the entirety of day 1. So I hope to see A1 continue this trend here and kind of fly the Bangladeshi flag and be the South Asian representatives in the top 5, where right now it's just purely dominated by the Southeast Asian teams.
Well, you know what? I'm going to go the other way. I hope they don't continue this trend because I want to see every team catching up. Not because I don't like them. I do like them. But I want to see every team performing well. I want to see things be extremely close to the very end to see who takes home $250,000 for the charity of their choice at the very end of this event, because this is, of course, all about charity. And one of those teams who have been able to step up, at least in this last match, is going to be I8. We're going to take a closer look at them and compare their matches today versus their matches overall in the event so far, and kind of see that they've had this nice upward trend. But the thing is, can they continue to have this upward trend? Can they continue to perform like this when Valdes, I'm assuming, will start to come back online later today?
Yeah, absolutely. I think for IA as well, like the thing with this team is that they're doing very well today, which is nice. But honestly, for IA, it's a case where yesterday things weren't terrible for them. If we look at it that way. I mean, terrible is probably actually the apt word to use them. 14th, 13th, 8th, 10th place, and a 13th place also. It's a big step up, honestly, for IA.
I feel like for IA, the only problem I see is the fact of how predictable they are, especially in Erangel, right? And considering map number 3 is going to be Erangel coming up here, like there are a few things constant in life apart from death and taxes. It's IA heading towards that military island, no matter what happens, even the plane path's not in that way. And then they slowly make their way up to perform the Western Bridge. And I feel like since they take a lot of time, even though they're very capable of taking fights, as you can clearly see in map number 2 we saw here today, because of how late they usually enter the circle, they kind of fall apart. They do get the kills, but they're not able to get his placement points. So I don't know if they're going to switch things up a little bit, but I feel like the predictability for I8 could be their biggest weakness, at least on the map of Erangel.
Well, weaknesses is something we're not going to talk about right now. What we are going to be talking about is what you guys can win at home, right? We always say the players trying to win money for charity, but you guys at home, you want to win a little bit of something, right? There actually is some things you can win, some free permanent outfits for some live milestone rewards. So make sure you tell all your friends, tune into the stream. You can check in on the Esports Center and watch in the game. You can watch wherever you want to watch. And hopefully we hit those milestones to get you guys some lovely things at home to use for all of time. But you two, you need to get out of here. The third match is ready to go. We got our commentators back in. Hopefully they brought my water and they didn't have tomatoes in my salad this time. It's our waiters with Maxman and Imperium to bring you all the action here in match number 3.
Thank you very much, Jason. Hey, you know what? Last time I didn't get it. I'm not gonna lie. Imperium had to explain me. You had to explain to me. Oh, you got... Oh, wow. Good service. That's top 10.
Yeah, thank you.
Top tier service. Good job, Imperium. Thank you so much. But yeah, ready for our third game of the day this time around, Imperium. We're going to go straight back towards Erangel. We saw a great rise up from the likes of A1, but there are other teams that I would like to see potentially try and change things up a little bit. One of those in my eyes is going to be Myth. Sure, going for passive rotations is great, but we need to see this team try and take fights eventually.
Yeah, definitely. Myths need to really start to be aggressive a lot more and be controlling across their area. Same could be said for Blacklist International, because it was noted well on the analyst desk that they're a team that are relying quite heavily on placement points, and it feels like they're playing to survive rather than playing to win. And that can work when you go unnoticed in the first day, maybe two of a tournament or finals. But as teams start to look back on VODs and start to adapt themselves, there's technically a lot less area within a game where you can really control, unless you start to make some noise and control that area yourself. You're not really going to be given as much free real estate or free space to survive until the late stages of the game. And it speaks for itself, because in today's games so far, they've only gotten 1 placement point. They've gotten 6 kills, but only 1 placement point. So Blacklist, I'd like to see a bit more adaptability from them.
Okay, already I want to get this out of the way. Na'Vi is not good. Northern George, they're going straight on top of IA, and that is something that was mentioned earlier, right? IA, they're always going to go on top of military base. That's what Blair said on the desk, and that is true. And even if Na'Vi is there, they're going to give it their fair shot. They're going to fight for it. This is their drop location, and they're not going to give it for anything in the world. Because of the very southern plane pass, Na'Vi had to go for a secondary drop location. Northern George was out of the question, so that's a potential early skirmish that could be happening unless, and I would see IA, they're very high up north. They could very easily pick up a card that spawns up north on military and leave, but is that really what they're going to do then, IA? I'm not 100% certain about that.
Like, I can see IA winning this one because they have all 4 players together now, of course.
Experience.
You know, and experience and confidence at the moment, right? They've had 2 pretty solid games, especially this last game. A1 trying to catch out the Xavier player inside the vehicle. Sinister is going to switch on over to the M16. Come on, final shots. Come on. Oh, he's able to just about get away with that one.
Got away was murder almost. Well, not quite. Didn't get any knots, but made it out. That is never worth it, Imperium. If you do not get the knock and trying to drive over someone in the first 10, 15 seconds, just leave, because you got a teammate of the opponent that's just going to be coming up. He's got himself a weapon, and he is going to be taking you down. Though we are sitting in the kill feed currently, Valda's taking a fight, and seemed like Valda's unfortunately had the short end of the stick, as Blacklist International did pick themselves up. I believe it was 2 kills. It is indeed 2 kills coming their way, and they're instantly going to be moving out. Unfortunately, it was not a great amount of loot, as we did see Claire here has himself a crossbow, so need to keep on going on that looting stage.
Phase 1 popped up on the side note, and it's very central on the map, and you can see that with that plane path being quite heavily down south, that's part of the reason why we saw a couple of early skirmishes in terms of trying to get vehicles, or Valdez losing a player, trying to do a little bit of split looting to grab an early gun, etc. But as we get a little bit more into game, teams should settle themselves somewhat. And with such a central phase 1, there's a lot of areas for you to really control. You've got obviously Potato Hill you could go if you're the likes of Nasser or maybe Zeus. You can hold on to Headshot Hills if you're possibly Geek Fam. You can hold on to obviously Pachinki Hill for the Xavier, and A1 already close to one of the Pachinki Hills on their looting phase. So a lot of ground to be covered as teams continue to loot up.
The one team that's already done looting, that's IA. Going back on that situation, they're leaving actually. Sent user them actually high up north. He's going to be maybe scouting, getting more intel. Na'Vi are going to be wrapping around, sending Meku over to the west, and 3 other players of the team over to the eastern side. Are they deciding to collapse on top of IA? If that's the case, that is weird. They would send Meku alone. Normally you would go for 2 to the left, 2 to the right, but they're not making that happen just yet, which I'm surprised by. We'll see how that's going to be unfolding in the future.
Yeah, that's interesting that Na'Vi dropped kind of onto military base, but haven't really looked to engage with. I just respecting the fact that another team is there, and knowing that they've yet to really kickstart their PMWI in a dramatic, strong result-based fashion. Because at the end of the day, as much as they got a decent amount of points in the last game, it was just left with Kitsune on his own to survive up until that point in the game. Bleb did make a good point about I8, but one thing that I've really been impressed with I8 on the drop in military base is how quick they have been to rotate onto the mainland with that drop spot. To be honest, because a lot of teams are dropping military island, they do tend to be too slow, and that puts them in a position where they aren't getting information and they might get caught out inside phase 2, phase 3. We haven't really seen that with I8 Bar go too deep into the circle on the early rotation.
This is also one of the few circles in Pubgm where there's a big portion of military actually inside of it, so you can take it a little bit slower, I would say. True. But I think that the point you're also bringing up here is that normally you would see teams gatekeep, which we haven't seen happening too much actually on the bridges, if it's both the east or the west bridge. But I'm seeing a little bit of a change of pace. BTR are staying very close to the eastern bridge, and Reject are rotating towards the western bridge. I don't know if they intend to set up shop there and actually hold on to the bridge itself, but it does seem like there's a bigger chance this time around of actually having teams gatekeeping, especially I think because of the plane path being so southern, that chance of a gatekeeping happening on top of the bridge has increased significantly.
DRS disengaging away from Yasnaya very early on in this game is putting them much closer to the center of this phase 1. And I like that a lot. It's going to allow them to get more information and possibly put a bit of pressure onto Zeus. Yala and DS Gaming are starting to pick up steam on their rotation and get closer to each other. I talked about DRS rotating early. Well, they sent the scout up into Potato Hill with Zeus already being there. They lose a player, but that could be a worthwhile loss, a sacrificial lamb, so to speak, where DRS will know for a fact that there's a full squad on top of the hill.
Not going to be a full squad this time around. It's going to be the Saudi Arabian team of Yala, and still powerful on his 2 feet. I'll take the full assault onto the South Korean team. But talking about the South Korean team, they're going to be sending the cavalry forward. Das Sporter ready to join. Just been definitely doing strides for the team in general. Sadin going to be taking a one-on-one on the lower section of the building versus Powerful. The Missile trying to hold on to the staircase too. Sadin, you have to join right now. Powerful is doing a little bit of whatever he wants. Now he's just locked on down. Great off angle, by the way, you have to see on top of that ceiling from Missile. And actually able to get himself the kill. Yala Esports still down to 1 player, do you believe? And he's just going to be leaving the scene as nothing happened in the first place.
Yeah, a bit of a shame from Yala. Goodbye DS Gaming. They just rotated and reacted a little bit quicker to that one, and now that leaves Jammaz left on his own. Probably shouldn't be that way, Yala. I get that you kind of somewhat split drop, but when you're talking about rotating in on phase 1, either do it as a full squad or at least only send 1 player scouting a compound and see what happens after that. We see the Xavier punishing Nasser Esports around the school apartments region. Like, look at that split from Nasser. Like, is that really needed this early in the game? Of course it's early in the game, so it's possible, but when you're talking about this phase 1 and, you know, school and apartments being a core rotational area for a few of these teams, that heavy split is a reason why they're getting called out.
If you want to go for a split around school apartment, I would say it's a 2-2 split. You have 2 players in school, 2 players in apartment. You have vehicles ready to rotate in case a team comes nearby. And that's how you should play it. Here's just way too thin. And it doesn't help them out very clearly. Like, 2 players already out. Moomin and Nabo still up and ready to go. And trying to rotate back on top of each other is also going to be extremely complicated. And Xavier is a team that has been looking more and more confident as time been going on in Pubgm, I would say. That they are not scared to take these fights. And that's a mentality that NASA should try and embody, but unfortunately it doesn't seem to come up just yet.
Yeah, the Xavier currently 6th overall in the standings. They're only 1 point behind A1 Esports, but they are on equal points to BTR. With these kill points so far in the game, it'll help them jumping ahead of a couple of teams if they can continue on into the late game. Phase 2 popped up, by the way, and is centralized once again. So strong, good, positive circles for this 3rd game of the day. Your evilness is not getting in control of these circles of this game number 3, Max.
Lucky rubber ducky. NASA, as they continuously get pushed upon by Xavier. Down to now 2/3 HP, still got his own utility to slow things down, but now he's definitely giving the information over. And that's the thing, right? If there's no car available on the other side for Nabo, how he's going to join up on Moomin? I mean, I would say just don't at this point. You want to try and just snake your way and you're relatively good in the circle. Just remain as a 1-man because you know that there's no way the Moomin unfortunately makes it out alive. He's on the right side, you got to be careful. Switching over to the smoke, you're not going to kill them with a smoke, man. Go over to the M249. Now that's a weapon you're going to do some damage with. But unfortunately, will only get himself a 1 knock in a process. And now maybe time for Nabu. Man, actually, that's a lot more knocks than I expected coming out from Moomin. Maybe if Nabu was there, that could have went their way.
Can he still pull something
No way.
off? There
Oh, no.
you go, in through the doorway. He's gonna find one, but of course, his position has now been compromised. So unfortunately, as much as it was a knock, was that really worth it? No, I don't think it was now, but he's not going to give up, though. He lays down the smoke. He's going to push on forward. I respect this from Nabo. No fear, just fight. You got nothing to lose.
Sure, that nade. You know exactly what window is going to be peeking out from. There you go, pre-fire it. That's what we want from Nabo. Goes for the spray once more. One more bullet is all you need. He's going to get a little bit further and wider. Now he's going to be switching over. Over to the M16. The one taps is not really what he needs, and one nade inside that smoke. There's no escape. That is the play. That is the play you need, and Nabo can't do anything against it. As D Xavier, that's 4 kills to their name, and once again, unlucky rubber ducky for Nasta as they are out in 16th.
Believe it or not, Valdez were actually getting a couple of shots onto Nabo. That's why he had to prone down in that moment, and he couldn't push forward. I'm not saying he would have done much more, but that is part of the reason why he was slowed down, and that nade was so crucial to De Xavier getting that final kill. Fnatic Zombies now rotated across the eastern bridge. I8 are still in Military Island, and Navi are on that western bridge, but Myths are in a similar pathline. You can see that it has slowed them down a little bit, but at the end of the day, the fact that they are across the bridge into that mainland is very positive for Navi moving on into phase 3.
What are you going to say? It's very poggers. I'm so used to you saying that now. It's like, it's part of your dialect now, Imperium. But no, positive. Yes, also. I agree. I mean, you know what? Fair. I will take the blame. I showed you Reddit, and unfortunately, I should have never done that. No other teams. Navi's going to be pushing up, picking up a few kills in the way. Myth, they're not a team that I would really say are renowned for gatekeeping and trying to control positions, right? They play edge, they play passive, and once they get to the late game, that's where they start to be a little bit more active and trying to actually take more control of their destiny. Here, they're trying to defend it versus Na'Vi. Na'Vi are team that if they see someone, they shoot everything that moves, so there's no way that Myth are going to avoid that fight. One player goes down, and Myth should go back to a more passive nature and try and avoid the fight. But there's so much breathing space. If it goes over to the west, though, where Geek Fam is, that will be pretty tricky for a big portion of the lobby, which it somewhat happens on top of the northern side of Pachinki. The amount of compounds has been cut down significantly this time.
Never mind the fact that we could see 2 or 3 teams commit themselves to the Pachinki city, or at least the edge of it. Geek are in a fantastic spot to have the compound that's outside of Pachinki, but Church is still open for the taking. De Xavier reacting, DRS reacting, Zeus staying up on top of Potato Hill. This is where things start to get pretty wild as Myth are making their way up to the south of Pachinki Hill.
I think that's a great spot. I think it is actually the best spot here, Imperial, very clearly. The amount of information you're going to get is huge, even though it's not going to be a long-term option unless you have some of the luckiest circle shifts coming your way, then maybe. And because it's so valuable, of course teams are going to be dropping on that. Of course teams are going to contest it away. And that's going to be the one in the name of Reject. Going to try and smoke and use the utility to kind of dissipate away the team of Myth, but Myth still want to give it a fair shot. Though it is a compound that's big enough where you could share it. Well, we're not even a compound, a hill that's big enough for you to share it. Send one team to the north, and you should be fine. But we had one great utility, one great nade from Faroki. Divine now stuck inside of that shack. Duello wrapping around. Is he going to go for an off angle from down below? If he does, Myth, without utility, are in so much trouble.
Lapis in the back line, going to be providing a little bit of support. Another one comes in as well. Good play by Reject. They're getting together, and that's the most important thing, right? They've only lost Sarah, so Duello, Lapis, Divine going to be working together quite nicely in towards the Pachinki Hill area. A1 are in a great spot inside the circle, and the compound that's outside of the field of Pachinki. BTR have gone for the edge of Pachinki situation, and Myth are getting third-partied, and they are out of here.
Yeah, but look, that's exactly what I said. You could very easily share Pachinki Hills. There's 2 little hilltops. There's a little bit of a valley in between them. Myth, instantly, if they saw the Reject were coming, do not stop your cars. Do not remain on that hilltop. Just get back into them and go for the other one. Do not take the fight if you don't really have to, because you're not even installed in those buildings. You're not ready to take the fight.
Oh, I8, you're committing to it this late into the circle rotating in? That is ballsy, but it could work out.
It could. I mean, if they go for the western side, which it seems like that's what they're going to be doing, you're going to have not only great oversight of Na'Vi and also Reject potentially pushing down, but you're not going to really mix up with a lot of the teams. But I'm surprised. A lot of teams are committing. We've got Xavier, DS Gaming, BTR, and also I8. And we might have more about to come very soon in the names of maybe Reject or Na'Vi that seems like they're actually pushing on top of each another.
Fair play to IA. It worked out because one of their players got knocked out, but Crypto instantly slapped back with a counter knock. Both teams are going to get the revive up, and it was risky, but it's going to work out as Matic with the UMP FPP mode gets a knock onto Reject.
Oh, when you're going into smoke is the best mode to go into. Go into the FPP and also makes your nade throws a little bit easier to play with. Reject understanding that this is not a fight they can take. They lost Sarah earlier, they lose another player. Now Divine and Lapis will make the most out of the information they gathered and hopefully use it to their win condition. Moving out, not gonna lie, I did not think Na'Vi would go for that one, but it seemed like they knew the circle was not going to go their way, so they wanted to create more breathing space, which is exactly what they did. But this circle is horrendous for Na'Vi, as they got to have to wrap around Pachinki itself, which is not an easy feat to achieve.
But it's more horrendous for the teams that committed to Pachinki, because now they're on the south edge of the circle, clustered together, afraid to move, not sure what's safe, not sure what's clear, and a good 75% of the circle has like 2 or 3 teams in it, right? So there's a lot of space for Na'Vi to enter into.
It's not a lot of compounds, so you need to know the terrain like the back of your hand. A1 spotted out by Fnatic Zombies. As Fnatic Zombies have really turned a new leaf, I would say. They do not give a damn. They will take fights if they really have to, and this is exactly what they did. A1 will be taken out of the lobby in 14th place this will be, and 13 teams still up and ready to go. But all the teams are now committed inside Pachinki. I mean, especially thinking at IA, you are locked in between all the teams on the northern side of Pachinki, and you're also locked by the blue zone, just literally but slowly creeping in your direction. What is the plan for I8 to move out of that position? Because that is not an easy rotation for them to pull off.
Let's hope for the best, try and get as much information as possible. Blacklist International, they're in the best spot. Yeah, they don't get that much information from their current compound in terms of Pachinki, but it doesn't matter because they're in a very central position. And they don't have to, because all the teams that are in Pachinki are going to take each other out. They only have to focus on Valdez and DRS to the north and the right. The second that they control them, they do have a good 56% control of the circle.
I think that's definitely, you hit the nail on the head. They just are going to be controlling so much, but they're going to be playing in the compound. And as you said, there's going to be a lack of information that might hurt a little bit for them. Though BTR, they're in a somewhat similar position as to where I8 were, and they're going to be right on top of each other. They have to take the fight, and these fights like this, unfortunately, means that not many players will actually come out on top. It's a little bit all over the place. Liquid taking a severe beating, but not enough to actually put him down onto his knees in submission, so he will be able to pull off that first aid. He's still got 1 to go after this one. He's got to try and end up that fight relatively soon. Other teams, I've seen the fight happen, and they're using this as an opportunity to move away. Xavier hearing the shots are like, we don't want to get involved. We're leaving, and we're going straight towards the central part of the circle.
Same with DS. DS are in a similar situation. They're more looking towards the roadside. Geek Fam, they've reacted to these circles really well, moving on to Church. Reject Scarlet go down. We're left with 12 teams. Valdez was be the one to clean them up. Let's not forget about Zeus. They held on to Potato Hill. They've come down Potato Hill. They now hold on to one building as a duo outside Pachinki Field, and then they have the other 2 just a little bit more up towards the northeastern edge of the circle. They are in a really good spot to react to Phase 5.
Currently, there's one team that's overseeing a lot of what's happening in Pachinki, and that is Geek Fam. They are executing it really well in that position. They're having 2 players on the northern side, keeping intel on, for example, where Na'Vi are standing, or even potentially where the likes of Blacklist International currently stand, while still having 2 players onto the southern side, one of those being Damrude, and keeping intel on what's happening inside Pachinki itself. But we're not going to be ending in Pachinki, so it doesn't really matter all that much. It goes right in favor of Blacklist International, but this circle is really hard to play, and the reason why, Imperium, it's a slope, and slopes aren't fun to play around, especially later on down the line.
Now, Na'Vi can do something with this, but I actually don't like the fact that they're committing so deep so early in this circle, especially as only a duo. Very risky. They're spreading themselves quite thin. Geek Fam have control in the south, but looking back into Pachinki, you said it shifted away. BTR, IA, DS, and the Xavier, they have it all to do.
Great shot from Zaxi here, going to get himself a knock. Crypto also gets taken down by a nade. Luxy down below. They're picking him up 1 by 1. The rest of IA are just trying to leave the scene unscathed, but easier said than done. Blade, UZM, also, if they move away from BTR, that's great, but you're also going to be pushing away towards Xavier, and they got a 4-man squad ready to take you down at any time. That's going to be the real attempt for them. And as I say it, UZM picked up. It's going to be actually GeekFam. The team that was overlooking, as I said earlier, are still going to be having some hands-down influence on what's happening in this compound. Big smoke road unfolding from the South Korean team of DS Gaming, going straight towards Saudi Arabian team of Yalla Esports. And only Jamaz, actually. He's not even a team, it's just a one-man player. And he's going to be inside of that. And actually able to peek up last second. Now the information has been given over. One nade, that's all you really need. It's so easy to nade, but with the smoke in hand, it's making it so hard to play around. The smoke, he's got himself the angle too. Jamaz is just ruining everything for DS Gaming.
Peekaboo, I see you. Jamaz steps up and goes, haha, I'm here. Just like a jack in the box.
No, Saden. There you go. They know where Saden is. They can see his health bar through the smoke. So if they want to do a nade a little bit more to the left, and you instantly take Jamaz down. That could be their course of action they're going to be going for, but Jamaz has just been such a pain. Yalla Esports are maybe going to be able to pick themselves up 4 kills out of nowhere. Jamaz has been here as a one-man army for the longest time. He's still one player behind him. Get around Saden.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you.
Because they finished that kill.
Okay, Jamaz maybe thinking going back inside. Yeah, get hidden. I think you heard that nade. But now, Xavier still going to be getting their hands down and dirty inside this fight.
Oh my god,
That's
I
it,
feel
no
sorry
way.
for DS Gaming. I feel sorry for them, but my god, between Jamaz and the Xavier, they could just do nothing in that moment.
That was such a great play coming out from him, of course, and he's still going to be inside the circle, I believe, just barely. So if he's got a lot of meds, he can pick up from DS Gaming, that have been relatively passive and tidy of this game. He could pull off a heal-off from what we see of Mafia Ninja last game for DRS. I think that would be a great strat, actually, for him, because crossing that road is not going to be an easy thing to execute on his side. Though Xavier's still going to be trying to get more and more involved into the teams trying to rotate their way out of Pachinki, but that is not an easy thing to do. Actually, one of the hardest things to do itself. Where Liquid and Luxy are using all of the utility that seems that was remaining after their fight with I8. And I think we're looking at maybe the last few seconds of BTR, because the moment those smokes are gone, it is also BTR that's about to be gone.
Luckily, next circle that shifted actually centralized up on top of the hill. Navi have got firm control of this phase. I was worried about their split as the last phase popped up, but they've joined up quite nicely and they are set up to claim this chicken dinner.
Peek out, he knows, he sees a rock, he sees also a little bit of a wall remaining. Luxy trying to move them out of those windows, stop the peeking coming out from Xavier. It's just really hard time for BTR, because also up north, we didn't talk about them too much, but GeekFam are also just going to surround them. So BTR, they're going to have to take themselves 2v4 clutches, not just one, but actually 2 if they want to make it out alive. I think the Indonesian team has maybe found their match to go up against. Svaldis will get picked up to the northern eastern side, and Zeus are slowly but surely getting more and more involved in the circle.
I was worried about Blacklist maybe distracting themselves, but BTR as a duo got the knocks. They came in, and the Xavier, their passiveness has gone to bite them in the butt, and they've lost the majority of their players.
That was a double nade knock. They just got out of nowhere. BTR, you just turned that fight on its head in just seconds, and now Lamborghini started to rotate, and he's thinking, okay, that fight should be won. We're going to start going towards the circle. Unfortunately, that going against you, my friend. So Lamborghini's going to have to remain as the sole player of Xavier. That is an insane upset. Well played from the BTR guys. And now Na'Vi, they're going to be taking their own fight. You said it was a little bit risky. They took more control of center early on, but this might actually come in their favor. And now they know exactly which teams are pushing their way and how to fight them. DRS again completely overwhelmed by the Russian team as Na'Vi get themselves an extra 2 kills to their name. And now they got full control of the West with the likes of GeekFam.
Navi knew that the ERS technically had an advantage with that dip, so they had to be aggressive, they had to be proactive, and they took control, got the squad wipe, 8 teams left, 22 players, GeekFam on towards the southwest. They've been quiet up until now, as have Blacklist International. They have an opportunity to take down the whole, and Navi are being swiped left, right, and center.
That's the hard part, right? We're playing on a slope currently with some little divots and little ridge to play behind. But other than that, if you get spotted away, if a team has the high ground, they are mostly going to be winning that. But even if they get close enough, just nade it, let the nade roll down, and you're going to be in trouble. That's what happened to Na'Vi. And now Blacklist are going to capitalize on that chance to get rid of them and be the kings of the north. The Lamborghini, her BTR. Nades are going to be rolling up, and once again, that's another knock. He gets the intel, but no way. That is it, and the clutch comes out from Lamborghini. That's a double to his name, up to 6 kills so far, and he is able to keep the hopes alive of Xavier, able to remain on our top 5 in the overall leaderboards. Oh, clear.
Oh, no.
Tixie, no way. Tixie spotted away, and he's also out of the game. That's going to be a 6th place for Na'Vi. 5 teams still in the running for our 3rd chicken dinner of the day. This is such an interesting one, but Zeus have suffered no casualties, still up as a 4-man. Get rid of Fnatic Zombies, the only other team on the East, and now they've got to cross over the road, but the man advantage is exactly what they need to overwhelm all the other teams in this game.
I mean, the kings, the queens, the jacks, the tens, all the deck of cards controlling on the East Zeus have, but as they've gone across the road, they have a little bit of a rich side that they can use to pick apart Blacklist, pick apart Geek Fam. Are they going too deep too quick? Icy is thrown down. Tyra has control of the box and he uses it to get the knock on Icy.
Okay, is there no nades available right now? One nade and that crate is gone. You will just get rid of Tyra and it'll be so easy. They're not doing it just yet, which I'm very surprised. Gonna try and either way a little bit closer, put that guy in front of Icy to hopefully facilitate a res later on down the line. Lamborghini still eking his way closer. That's a nade, that's a good one. That's an absolute banger. Snipes is gone. And QB is also going to be entirely eliminated off the back of that nade. 7 kills so far. Lamborghini just an absolute one-man army this game. What is going on? Oh wait, he's going to eke. He's right behind that smoke. He got spotted out for a split second, goes to the bloom shot, and he gets rid of Geek Fam! You clutch versus BTR, you clutch versus Geek Fam. Can he be stopped, Imperium? I don't think so.
He's a one-man wrecking machine, faster than the speed of light to respond to those shots. Very well played. But now we're left with our final 3 teams. Zeus, 8 kills, full squad up. Blacklist, they are a team that plays to survive. Well, they survived up until the top 3 with a full squad and 4 kills under their belt.
So the game plan for Lamborghini right now is hope that Zeus and also Blacklist International take a fight first. That is the only chance where Lamborghini could really, and I mean really, have a clear opportunity of winning that. Otherwise, you need to win a 1v8 basically, and I don't think that's something Lamborghini really wants to try and take. The odds don't really seem in his favor. Zeus, knowing Zeus, whenever circle like this, they like to go a little bit wider, go for wider spread. If they do that, they should get a wind of information of where Lamborghini currently stands.
Tyra starts things off, catches out Godless, the kill's gonna come through, and that's actually sending Zeus closer to Lamborghini.
He's actually taking a shot. I thought he was going to take this one so slow, so passive, but he goes for the knock onto IC. He does get taken down by Zeal at the very end. Still, what a great attempt from the Xavier. Lamborghini, I'm tipping my hat to that. That was just such a good play in general from him from start to finish. But now, not only that, he created such a big opportunity for Blacklist because they were not involved in this fight. He got himself a kill, he got himself a knock, and because of that, Zeus are currently down to 2 players, and Blacklist has got such a huge line of sight. There is no escape for Zeus. That's still down first, only 1 player remaining. He's right on the left. That's going to be Abeles. Let's see if he can make the clutch play happen, but there's nowhere in hell that's going to be coming his way, as that's going to be the upset happening for Zeus. They seem like they were in control, but not enough apparently, as Blacklist International will be securing their very second chicken dinner over here in the World Invitational East.
Man, look. They may not play the most controlling, most aggressive early game, but you cannot deny that this team are so good when they're at the late game as a full squad. Yeah, okay, those circle shifts were wild, tempted towards Pachinki, but they knew based on their rotations from the north, sweeping in through Headshot Hills, controlling that compound early on. They were so confident of their surroundings and the little things like pushing up onto the last player of Navi, right? Recognizing that that was a spot to take. Pushing back Geek Fam, right? Helping themselves to just pick up kill after kill. And, it wasn't super sparkly, but it was so presidentially just on point. And just knowing and playing within the safety of their ability is fantastic.
Blacklist International, and at some point in the mid-game, we both questioned it. We were like, it's a good compound. It's really strong to defend.
Yeah.
But you get literally, and we mean, you literally get no information on what's happening down south. Over that ridge, over that slope that we were talking about where the circle ended, you'll get no intel.
Yeah.
And though the information you do get is actually for the teams that position himself on top of the slope. The team that did that was actually going to be mainly Na'Vi. Then after that it was Geek Fam, but actually really Lamborghini took care of himself. But that was their strong suit. And if the circle kept coming their way, any teams that would try and park on that slope would get taken down by Blacklist themselves. So sure, it was not great if the circle went down south, but in that scenario, in that current situation, that was the best compound because of the information coming your way, and they made literally the most out of it.
Absolutely spot on. Xavier got 20 points in that game. I do think they made the mistake by being too passive against BTR, which is the reason why they lost 2 players. Yeah. Right? If they had 3 players up in that late stage of the game, I reckon they could have not necessarily won, but they could have provided such a bigger dent to Blacklist International's late game. But because Lamborghini clutched up against Geek Fam and created a lot more controlling area for Blacklist to hold on to, it just made it easier for Blacklist to close out this game. So, you know, that domino effect did hurt Xavier in the long run, but Lamborghini himself, like, that clutch was insane.
It was such good execution. I mean, we saw a clutch play coming up for Martin yesterday. Today is Lamborghini day indeed. And we said it right. The fact he got himself a knock plus a kill confirm onto Zeus, that alerted Blacklist International, like, okay, this is the signal. Now we got to go and send everything we got into that finishing moment to take control. It's a 4v2. You should win that one. So exactly what they made it through. And it's, as we said, it's their second win. They started off yesterday with the very first win coming their way, and now they get their second. Blacklist International hitting the late game is a scary prospect to deal with. And if you do not prepare yourself properly for it, then unfortunately there's nothing you can really do. But with that said, that's going to be it for myself and Imperium for this game. We still got 2 games to go, so we'll be back soon. But before that, we'll head on over to the break and we'll send it over to the boys on the desk right after this.
COVID-19 vaccines are already helping millions of us get back to normality. But for many more, they are still out of reach. The vast majority of vaccines are going to wealthier countries, leaving the world's most vulnerable people behind. The COVAX initiative is working to right this wrong and ensure access to vaccines worldwide. This is not only the right thing to do, it is one of our best routes out of this global pandemic. As new variants continue to evolve, we know that as long as the virus is circulating somewhere, nowhere is safe. Gavi, through COVAX, is helping to provide vaccines at no cost to 92 lower-income countries. It has already delivered over 80 million vaccines worldwide. With your help, we can protect millions more people, ensure no one is left behind, and help bring an end to this pandemic.
I've got a difficult mission for you. Who's in? Close to 1 billion people from 92 of the world's poorest countries need to be vaccinated. You'll need to work closely with governments and health authorities, and it will take millions of volunteers, and it has to be cheap. This is a mission only a few organizations can handle. It is the world's biggest and fastest distribution of a vaccine ever. Equipment such as needles, canisters, visors, protective suits, and sanitizer need to be in place first. All of this has to be transported to the most inaccessible corners of the world. The vaccine has to be kept cold constantly. If not, it's all for nothing. And when the vaccine gets close, a population without mobile phones or internet needs to get the message. Thousands of health workers have to be trained to perform vital work. No one is safe until everyone is vaccinated, so we can't stop until that's a reality. But even though we're doing this because lives are on the line, this is real life and not a game. You don't get a new life if you fall, or if you drown trying to save lives. We have no lives to lose, but we're willing to risk a lot to vaccinate the whole world. As long as the virus exists, the whole world is in danger.
We've got the OnePlus 9 Pro, and it's absolutely gorgeous.
Oh my gosh, this display is just out of this world.
Insane. It's got 65 watts of charging power.
The 9 series is next level.
PUBG MOBILE World Invitational is powered by Gamers Without Borders and is brought to you by OnePlus, the official smartphone provider, Nemo TV, the official streaming platform, and STC, the official playout sponsor. With that third match now done and out of the way, it means we're past the halfway point of our second day and almost at the halfway point of the entire event. 4 days in total, $3 million on the line, with some fantastic plays to be seen and have already been seen so far over the course of the matches we have had happen. I'm Jason Kaplan, still your host, and we have still two amazing analysts to help break down everything that's been happening in our games today, especially in that last one, as we'll be focusing on a couple of different things. We got Blank, we got Bled. They're both looking so happy to be here, so happy to be working with me. And why wouldn't you? I'm a phenomenal person, but not as phenomenal as we've seen Zeus playing today.
Yeah, Zeus looking good. They're looking really, really good indeed. Of course, they are much more comfortable on Erangel, coming in a very, very close second place. But Blacklist International, Blank, they're the sort of team who get the chicken dinners, but it's nothing else apart from that. They either get a chicken dinner, they top the table, or they come bottom last. I would like to see a little bit more consistency coming in from the Filipino side.
I think, yeah, you're very right. I think yesterday they had a first place, a fourth place, a second place, and then the rest of the games, 14th and a 13th. It's like, it's so inconsistent in that case. I mean, yesterday was good though. Today's looking a little bit more shaky on that front, where it's even more on the case of it's either a chicken dinner or nothing. So they're kind of like the Southeast Asian Na'Vi really here. So quite interesting, but good stuff from them. 22 points total this game will bump them up slightly up towards that third place. I know that's spoilers, guys, so don't worry about it. They're just a little bit behind Zeus, so I'm kind of giving you a hot and cold type of deal here. I'm trying to let you figure this out on your own, guys, at home. Don't worry about it. Geek Fam, on the other hand, they're still getting those points in, but at the moment, it's like, it feels like those points just aren't rolling in fast enough.
Well, to be fair, they have a large gap between them and the number one place team at the moment, so at least they're still clawing away at that. And obviously with them getting 13 points, as we take a look at the second page, there's one team that's there out of all this getting only 3. So that gap technically, I think, is being closed in out by a couple of different teams out there. But again, we're seeing A1 off the back of 2 really strong games come out with 0. Reject only 2 points. We're starting to see, you know, a couple of teams kind of sitting on the second page a majority of the time here, Blood. And it's unfortunate, but again, we're not quite halfway through the entire event just yet.
Yeah, we're not, but we are getting there, right? And that is where things start to get a little bit more tense, and maybe things get a little bit more nervous for a few of these teams. Teams like I8, A1, like you said, they had a great start here today. I was hoping they would kind of replicate what Valdez did yesterday and have a very solid showing throughout. But now with 2 maps remaining for day 2, after 2 games, it's going to be halfway through the halfway mark, and then the pressure really starts to mount. Your opportunities will dwindle, like we spoke about it yesterday as well. You know, it's not a league format; it's just 4 days of non-stop action. So there is a point in time where you decide to, you know, just look yourselves in the mirror and like, listen, guys, we need to really step it up. And for teams like Nasser, for example, I think they need to really step it up. They need to start taking the fights, because right now you have nothing to lose. You're at the bottom of the table. You've been struggling quite a bit. So take those fights, which they seem to be very unwilling to do.
Yeah, I think that's so strange as well, coming from that perspective that you just laid out for those there, Blair. Because the case of being right at the bottom, you are right, you got nothing to lose. And so they're playing like a team that's got 130 points and they're just trying to get towards the top side. So it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So if you're a Nasser Esports, just make it happen, take those shots. So what's the worst that can happen?
Well, I mean, either way, you're getting 15 grand towards charity, so it's going to be always a net positive in the end of things. But speaking of positives, let's talk about Lamborghini. This guy's been able to step up quite a bit here. We're going to take a look at his radar from our last match, and we obviously see kind of top of the table here quite a bit.
Yeah, and I think even though like 1,000 points of damage is very impressive, but for me what was impressive was how he was able to kind of turn the tide of that final battle. He did take out BTR earlier on, but then when he faced off, I think it was against Geek Fam, right? Geek Fam was in such a fantastic position. They had a man down, and it looked like they were in a good spot to kind of make things very uncomfortable for Blacklist and even for Zeus Esports. And then he lands a perfect nade, gets 2 kills, and then finishes off the final 2. But so basically a full team wipe coming in when he was all alone for his team. So I feel like he did a fantastic job. And even at the end, while he could have waited for Blacklist and Zeus to just go up against each other, and he just bides his time and just jumps in third parties his way into what could be a very improbable chicken dinner. Instead, it's like, you know what, screw this. I'm just going to take the fight. And he just finds Zeol, which actually allowed Blacklist to take the chicken dinner a little bit more comfortably than would have been the case if it had to be a 4v4 battle against Zeus Esports.
Okay. I mean, we've always got to see DX quite a bit yesterday, have some rises and some falls, had some consistencies and some inconsistencies. But we are seeing one team kind of be consistent, but not necessarily the way we want to see them be consistent. It's not just Vincere. Now, Blank, you talked about him at the start of the day yesterday, saying, take a little bit of time to get used to things. Obviously, the big dogs when it comes to the West, but when they play in the East, they have some learning to do. But this team has been kind of consistent, but not in what we were hoping for. They're not performing as well as we'd have hoped.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's been a little bit sad. I mean, today's been much better, though, to be honest with you. Let's say that, because obviously we've had a 4th place in our second game on Sandhawk into a 6th place from their Erangel just gone. And I think that looking at those 2 games in isolation, there were some very difficult rotations for them there. And they made some change-ups as well. We saw them drop George Paul first game. That didn't work out. This time they dropped down towards in military base. So, honestly, it's some really difficult paths they've had to take to the circle, and they've made it happen regardless. They do keep getting caught out, but what I am liking this, as you can see from the stats here, there's more stock in the point side and survival time overall over today. Yes, their damage has dwindled, but only by a tiny amount, but they're taking less fights, they're being less aggressive and more calculated with their actual engagements.
I remember yesterday you were talking about how Na'Vi maybe not used to getting in fights so early and skirmishes so early when they're playing the West. I think you were saying that teams kind of respect them quite a bit, and they have the freedom to just rotate and fight later on. What about Na'Vi now? Do you think they've gotten maybe used to the fighting, or do you think they're trying extra hard to avoid any early fights to make sure they make it later on, which is why we're seeing the travel time boost up?
Yeah, I think they are avoiding a lot of fights early on, and 100% in the West, you will see many teams just take the time. It almost feels like there's a gentleman's agreement going on over in the West side where, you've got teams that will rotate, have a good time, trying to get that phase freeze where action starts to take place. Usually we only see 1 to 2 kills in the first 7 minutes. Here in the East Conference, things are a lot more gun-ho, honestly. We're seeing a lot of fighting, a lot of shooting. It's really exciting to say the least, but I don't think Na'Vi's used to it, which is why we're seeing them outside playing Edge much more frequently now.
Actually, one thing I just want to add on to that as well is how they landed in military base, like you pointed out, Blank, and they faced off against, I think it was I8 who lands there, right, all the time, and Na'Vi would have been aware if they'd done their homework that I8 are definitely going to be there. And I for a moment thought they might take the fight to I8, and I would potentially been caught unawares, but they didn't. Both the teams actually survived pretty late into the game as well. So just to add on to your point, it feels like they're just wary of taking these fights and just playing for the placement points, which I would like to see change up a little bit. A couple of high placings would be good for Na'Vi because there's so much hype with this team coming into this tournament.
Speaking of changing things up and getting to high placings, one team that's been not been able to replicate that from our first day, which we did wonder would they be able to, is Valdez Esports. As you can see here, their average stats from yesterday compared to today. Remember, they had 2K average damage on Erangel, and they played it 3 times yesterday. At the moment, they're sitting at about 500 average damage in 3 matches here. Blank, this is not the performance we were maybe hoping for them, but I think teams out there are a bit happy to see, making it more likely they can catch up to the #1 team.
I think what's most interesting for me here is the actual survival time. We're looking at about 20 minutes to the 25 from yesterday. But what that says to me is that they're trying to hang on to this lead they have and not go full guns a-blazing today and just try and keep that lead ahead. Though, I think that yes, that might be the safe option and you don't have to do what you did yesterday, which was just absolutely obliterate the competition. It's fine. Man's got Martin on the team. Just use Martin in concept. Just make it happen. Play how you played yesterday. Play to your strengths. Don't try any of this holding on to the top spot malarkey.
Top spot malarkey. I definitely want to see that again. It's for charity, right? You want to be able to try to get as much as possible. But let's see how they do progress further on. And you guys at home, we talked about some giveaways that were going on. We also do have some player cards that are happening within the game. You can actually get them and acquire them in-game as well. So make sure you guys check that out when they do come out soon. TM, don't know exactly the date, but you know what? When they do come out, you're not going to want to miss it, just like you're not going to want to miss this next match coming up here with match 4. So you two analysts, get out of here. Go take a quick break. I'll see you in the green room. We'll have a coffee. We'll have a tea. Who knows what we'll do there while we're watching these games and getting hyped up and excited, just like these two gentlemen here, Maxman and Imperium.
Thank you very much, Jason, as always. And, I hope I could get some more cards, but I've seen over of recent time my card luck has been pretty bad. So I don't know if I'm going to give it my shot again. But we'll see if I can get a few decent coming my way. But here we go, Imperium. We only got 1 Miramar day, so we got to make the most out of it and see which will be the teams to get back on top of the game.
Let's be fair, playing path-wise, it's the best playing path we've had so far in today's games. And for such a big map that is Miramar, it is really healthy for allowing the teams to drop and get to where they want to. DRS are going for a very early drop away to go towards a Los Higos drop. That's interesting. I know BTR dropped in Puerto Priso in yesterday's games, but unfortunately, it's been short-lived, as we've just been told there's going to be a rehost, which is a little bit of a feels bad, man.
We have so much to wrangle. Every time we go on another map, we're like, what's happening? We're on another map right now? We got a rehost, man. We're not ready. But no, we're going to have a quick little rehost for this one, so that's going to be completely fine. We'll take a little bit more time. I mean, you know what? We only don't have one Miramar game a day, so we got to try and prepare properly and get that pressure up there and before we actually do dive onto the desert map of Miramar. But no, when we're talking about expectations and what we can hope to see some teams achieve, BTR has been a little bit up and down throughout the entirety of this tournament, and it's been said many times that BTR on Miramar, we do hope to see this team do relatively well. Is that something you think that they can do after what we saw from them yesterday, or are they maybe going to be, you know, in the middle of the pack? Because they didn't go Picardo yesterday, which I found actually very surprising.
I did find that surprising too. Can do it? Of course they can do it, right? Yeah. Of course they can do it. It's BTR. Should they be doing it? Yes, they should be doing it. Will they do it? I don't know if they will, right? Because there's nothing really that has been shown to me that as a full team, they are ready to control these games. We've had Liquid step up to the plate. We've had tiny sparkles individually from a couple of other players. But when you're talking about that control in a game as a team, when you're talking about that ability to really grab the game by the horns and run through all the other teams, we have not seen that at all from BTR, and that's a bit surprising. But I'm also not surprised, because at the end of the day, the strength and ability from all the other teams across the world has improved so much.
Yeah, I mean, BTR, I think, is definitely one of the favorites coming into this game on Miramar, though there's another team that I'm hoping to see a lot of things come out from them on this game, is the Malaysian team of Geek Fam. I said it yesterday, right? I'm slowly but surely becoming a huge fan of their macro gameplay.
Yeah.
Their rotations are like chef's kiss. They are so clean. And if they continue down that path, they had a really good shot yesterday, but the circle went against them and they went in favor of Valdus, and they were controlling that entire hilltop. If there is a situation where we do actually see the team get a decent circle shift later on down the line, I think Geek Fam has a very clear shot at taking the win on this map.
Like, take the last game as an example. They were in that compound outside of Pachinki, right?
Yeah.
When I think it was phase 3 or phase 4, and they shifted towards Pachinki. Did they go into the city? No, they went to the church, right? Because it gave them a lot of elevated information into the city without actually suffocating them into those buildings. Then when the next circle shifted up north, they went into the hillside, right? Yeah. So yes, their macro is absolutely fantastic. I do think they're missing something that is allowing them to, like, again, getting 1v3'd against Lamborghini. Yeah, maybe that's just one of those things that can happen, but they've also suffered faults where, or casualties and in situations where maybe they should have won it outside of the macro. So, you know, just that little bit step up from Geek Fam could definitely see them rise up to the leaderboard and contest for Valdus in first place.
I have the impression I've been throwing new teams, know that I'm expecting to do well, and you've just been jumping on them and doing really good points, by the way. But is there another team other than, you know, Geek Fam or BTR that you're maybe thinking like, oh, well, they can do really well? I think there's quite a few actually on the list.
There are quite a few. I'm going to throw a little bit of an oddball out there.
Oh, okay.
Yala, because I have been relatively impressed with how they've been playing in the first day and a half. But I also think that in day 2, they have been lost in the shuffle of other teams around them, adapting a little bit quicker and playing a bit stronger as a team in terms of whether it's rotations, whether it is just their position inside the circle. And for a team that, again, hasn't really shown itself up in the global stage in quite a while, you go back to last year's PMWI, which is nearly a year gone, they have definitely impressed me in how they have been able to handle a lot of these fantastically global teams. But I want to see a bit more, and I think they're capable of it. Ida does need to stop dying so quickly, though.
Hey, it almost happened just a few games ago, but he got back into it and he got rezzed up by his team, so that's definitely one positive to see. But I agree, if you want to try and keep them up as long and as many players as possible, because we saw it just last game too, there was only one player remaining for Yala, and he actually cleared out the entire team of South Korea, of DS Gaming. So it goes to show that individually speaking, they are a very talented team, but we want to see them get to the late game, not only get to the late game, but get there as a 3 or even a 4-man crew. If they can do so, it is a team that truly has very high potential to push it to the next level and actually be on the very first page. I would even say top 5 is highly achievable, but after this little bit of a rough start, I think we're slowly getting to a point, if you don't significantly step up, you're not going to be able to catch up into the actual right amount of time before the end of the event.
For sure, they're in 8th place, but they are 22 points behind that 5th place that you kind of had put as a bit of a target for them. It's possible one good game will give them that, but it really needs to be a good team game, not that like individual Jammaz 1v3 kind of hunker down kind of result. It really needs to be a strong team-wide result. And as we head into Miramar, it is one of the biggest tests for teams, right, in terms of how well they play together, how well they're able to control their position, because you really have that action consequence of, if you stay all in one area as a full team, yes, you're technically there as a full squad, but you really give over so much space to the map. But then if you spread yourself too thinly and you're not working together enough as a team or reactive enough as a team, you can get picked off one by one. So for Yala, I'm really looking at this game, see what kind of performance they're going to pull out.
And hopefully it's going to be a good performance. That's what we're hoping to see coming from the Saudi Arabian team. There's so many teams, as we said, there's so many squads that I think we've realized right now are so strong when it comes to macro, when it comes to how we rotate around the map. And when you are talking about map that's all about rotations, it is definitely going to be the likes of Miramar. And I want to see, I clearly am going to say it, I want to see DS Gaming take a win. They got a 2nd place yesterday on the only standout game. It was a very close attempt. It got taken away by DRS Gaming in the final moments, and it was such a good rotate. But sometimes they do great rotations, and sometimes you just see them playing on edge and they just get completely obliterated. So I'm a little bit surprised, and I think that DS Gaming got definitely some things to work on and improve on. And if they can do so, I'm sure they can be a team to find closure to some of these games. But with that said, talking about games, we are indeed going to be getting into the game, straight into Miramar after that rehost. Thank you so much for waiting. We had a little bit of a talk show there with Imperium to break down a few of the teams going into this game. But now we got the playing path, and it's actually even better than last game. So I'm cool. That's a good rehost. That's great.
Yes, it is. Thank you, rehoster. Much appreciated. Blacklists are going to go for their passive drop location by runes. Navi are going to have the Cabri area. Geek Fam are going to go to El Pozo, and it should be all good in the hood for a lot of these teams. I'm really glad you mentioned DS Gaming as a team that you want to see grab a chicken dinner, because I do think, you know, DS Gaming and Reject, those two teams together, and I suppose the South Korean and Japanese regions, I think they've been very undervalued over the last year and a half, at least underappreciated in how much they have massively grown in skill, in kind of competition and player base, and you know, they don't get as much love as I feel they should on how much they are competing so heavily with teams across the world, the dominating teams like Zeus, like BTR, like Navi, so to speak. They're definitely starting to rise more and more to the occasion.
I think that's the big story that we have about the South Korean team and also the Japanese team of Reject and also of DS Gaming is, when you look before the PMGC, these are two regions that did not have as big of an ecosystem for PUBG Mobile esports. Then you had the Japanese PUBG Mobile events that were put together, same for also the South Korean region, and especially Japan. They got such a big viewership over there. It's huge how PUBG Mobile is. It's such a big game, and especially the esports scene is big over there. So it gives just a better ecosystem for not only these teams to compete in, but also train with. And that's really important. That is why we saw such a big improvement from these teams since the PMGC of last year and now coming into this event. Talking about it, Party Bus is going to be picking up Salam, moving away, and Broly will be able to escape, apparently, the wrath of the zombies.
Party Bus, love it. It seems like both Myths and Fnatic Zombies are going for a bit of an Impala looting spot, but for the most part, Myths have gotten there first. Myths went for the long jump with the parachute, and Fnatic Zombies opted to go for that kind of shorter shoot but grab a vehicle. Both teams gotten there roughly the same time, but as far as actual guns, Myths have gotten there first, And Hossein looking to catch one out, but not quite yet.
This is very similar to what they brought on Odessa, but they talked about NASA. We didn't talk too much about Fnatic Zombies. There needs to be a drastic change. And we mentioned it actually last game during the game. Fnatic Zombies were a team that were too passive. Here they saw a team and they went straight for them. And they know Myths typically drop around this location. They've done their research. They've definitely done their homework. It's definitely not one of the strongest team when it comes to actually taking fights head on. They're all about rotation. So if that was the game plan for Fnatic Zombies, they picked the absolute perfect target, I would say.
They did. 110%, but the thing is, there's one player for Fnatic Zombies yet to join up in this Pala area to take this fight against Myths. We did see phase 1 pop up as well, Maxman, and it is on the northeastern side of the map. I love a win. A winning shot, absolutely love a winning shot, but on that northeastern side of the map. So whoever does win this fight, however long it takes, and I would like to see it being executed a little bit quicker, and if it is, it will really allow the winning team to rotate into a strong phase 1 position quite early on and quite easily compared to a lot of other teams like Valdez, DS, Yala, DRS, and even Nasser, who are in La Bandita. So I'm hoping that both teams recognize this and realize time is ticking.
I'm telling you, it's phase 1. I think they can take it relatively slow right now, but if it does remain like this until phase 2, then that is where I would say, yes, the time is going to be ticking indeed. But as of right now, it's a little vacation. Unless you're inside of Impala, that is not the case. What you call it the Winnie. That is, I think that's the first time.
Winnie.
I think that's the first time I've heard it called like that.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, Winchester, the Wind, like... But
Winnie for the Winnie?
Yeah, no.
Like...
no.
Like Winnie for the... Man, nothing feels better than a knock with a Winchester. Fact.
Thank you. You said Winchester. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Well, you know, I thought I'd stoop down to your level of, specific English. Sorry, it's not... It wasn't good enough for you previously, Max. It's fine. Let me just get my dictionary out, or thesaurus. Is that okay to say thesaurus, Max?
I think so. But what I can tell you also is that you got also Hassan that's going to be knocked on down by the player that's actually inside the chapel. So they're going to try and move away. And the one main issue we saw with Myth right now is because they got completely surprised by Fnatic Zombies being so aggressive on that push that you saw a lot of the players of Myth, they picked a building and they did not move from that one building, meaning they catered to the loot in that building and they can't get some extra loot off the back of it. I saw one player of Myth actually having no vest and no helmet. So off the back of that, if you are taking a fight, you're definitely going to be underlooted. And that is something that I think Fnatic Zombies were trying to play around. But because they were rotating so quickly, I think they are also severely underlooted themselves to make this fight relatively hard to pick. But now Hassem and also Faroki both get knocked on down. There are two players trying to set up a flank, and you cannot pull those reses. And if you do, Fnatic Zombies are going to try and stop that from happening.
But also, you don't have two players setting up flanks. You only need one player setting up a flank. And in that time, It's a Boot has been able to join up, so it's a full Fnatic Zombies squad. I understand that Myths are more of a passive team and they're maybe not used to taking super calculated of aggressive fights, but you can't give so much breathing space to your opponents and allow them to pick you off one by one, because when you really think about it, that wasn't necessarily super aggressive from Fnatic Zombies. That was simply executing one by one, and now Myths are 2 players down, and their 2 remaining players are opposite sides of each other.
I want to be very clear, when you're looking at this for Myth, you lost 2 players, so Sam and Faroki. I think the Faroki has been one of the players that's been performing extremely well for Myth. Same for Broly. I think they're the 2 players that really stood out for me the most when we talk about Myth. Really? Pick up your winnings. I mean, you don't even have any winnings. Pick up your losings, I guess, and just get together and leave. This is not a fight that's worth taking, even though it is Miramar. Cut your losses, perfectly said. And just remain as a 2-man. That's fine. And especially if you see the plane path, you know there's a lot of breathing space towards the east of like El Azahar, Tierra Bronca, and even down south of Campo Militar. Make the most out of it, because you're definitely not going to be winning that fight. I mean, I said that last game for our Lamborghini, and he did kind of surprise me, so it's like 90% chance it's not going to go your way.
Okay, so let's have a look at where the other teams are in the circle. So we're halfway through phase 1 and we committed a lot of time to that fight, so we really need to get a picture of where the other teams stand. GeekFam rotated directly from El Pozo into the western side of the circle, quick, straight to the point. Blacklist going for a wide rotation around the north of La Cabrera. Talk about passive, but I love it. I absolutely love it because they're avoiding a lot of teams potentially going north of this phase 1. DRS also quick on their rotation to head down towards Cruz Zaval. And Yala have a really nice 2-2 split, but it's also quite heavily separated. Now, it's in a position where at the moment they're not really being pressured. But as we get into phase 2, depending on how it shifts, I would like to see that 2-2 split just get a little bit closer to each other.
I'm hoping to see that actually come to fruition at some point in time in this game. I think that'll be a good way of making the game a little bit easier for themselves. Though bottom side, there we go, A1, I8, a little bit closer. And I want to talk again about the format of the tournament that I find very interesting, right? Is big prize pool, going for charity, amazing stuff to fight versus COVID-19. And this is like a tournament inside of the tournament because you've got the big event where it's going to be 250k to charity for the charity of the choice of the winning team. And also per day, you have these mini tournaments where the top one team that has performed on the day gets 80,000 to go to the charity of their choice. Yesterday, there was Valdez. Yes. Today, there seems like a very good chance that it's going to be A1, but it's still so close for a lot of the teams. You might see other contenders actually getting there. Like, I'm thinking Blacklist, I'm thinking GeekFam, even other teams like Narvik. You still have an opportunity of being there and getting that $80,000 for the team of their choice. So even if you think they might be over for some of the teams at the bottom for that race of the first place, you can still be first on the given day and get a really big chunkaroonie of money going in the charity of your choice.
Oh yes, sorry. Phase 2 did continue to shift on towards the eastern side of the map. So even more of an opening to the south of El Azahar, but teams are already converging around that area. A1 continued to shift up north, avoided, I believe it was either I8 or another team, and they're just kind of sticking to their own game. They're close to Nasser in this situation. I8 to Xavier, getting close to BTR and Fnatic Zombies around the Impala area, which is obviously on the southern edge of this phase 2. So I expect us to see a little bit of early action between 2 or 3 of these teams.
Have to see though. BTR, there you go, spotted out IA. Got the intel, but I don't think IA has any intention of
I like this.
They're not going to
like this from IA. I thought they were going to continue forward, actually. That's why I was expecting. I thought, well, no. But from what we've seen from IA in other games, remember, they're a team that like to go quite deep into the circle. But the fact that they're stopping and getting information, it does show that they're learning. So I really appreciate that.
No, I agree. I think that is a great change for I8. Not going to go, especially you don't want to go downhill versus BTR. I mean, they don't know it's BTR, right? But I don't think it would be a great idea regardless. But they are actually pushing away into another team now. That's going to be Fnatic Zombies. Remnants of the players that were fighting early in Impala. As well, the remnants, still, the entire team is still up, so they're going to be just piecing out. No reason for them to take that fight versus IA. IA trying to maybe get a sneaky kill here and there. They won't be able to hit those shots. Fnatic Zombies looking to center up a little bit more, which I like to see, but they're still looking to go aggressive later on, so they are more focused on the position instead of the fight, which I think is the right mindset when you are in phase 2 on Miramar.
I like that from IA. You know, even if it didn't work out and it kind of...
Pushing them away. Yeah.
Yeah, you're pushing them away, and I really like that kind of little bit of aggression from IA. BTR continue forward once they've realized that no team were there. Yala have a really beautiful spread on the south of El Azahar Hills. Like, I'm talking a beautiful spread. And now we see Fnatic Zombies getting close to BTR.
They can't catch a break. This is their third team already. They're going to be going up again. But this time it's BTR. Not an easy team to take on down. Let's see what the Zombies can do. Apparently not too much as they suffer some big damage. And BTR take down the Zombies instantly. And that's 2 kills instantly to their name. They tried to go for the push, but unfortunately nothing came of it.
Oh my god. Oh, wow, that ended so quick. And that's a domino effect, right? Yep. IA pushed them forward. Maybe Fnatic Zombies got a little bit scared. didn't want to be too close to a team that had moved into Impala. And yeah, they paid their price going down at the hands of BTR, who will remain as a full squad. We are starting to see a little bit of a fight between Navi and Zeus, but Navi are separated, so they're not in a way prepared to take this fight as Phase 3 pops up. It's a massive southeastern shift on towards the eastern coastline. BTR are in a beautiful spot. Yala do have the ability to shift across the hill and control and push back. Reject.
Yeah, I was about to say Reject would be the time for them to start regrouping. They had a very wide spread. Luckily enough, they were all in circle, so why not just regroup and go minimum 4-2-2 split instead of a 4-man split? I think that would be the best way and course of action for them to pull off this time around. Na'Vi not taking that 5 versus Zeus. We're going to have a quick little replay of that one, apparently, where Goblins went over to the M249 and actually did get himself the knock automatic there. Instantly went for the kill confirm. What I have the impression happened with Na'Vi is they were going for 2-2 split, sending 2 players forward to scout 2 players behind to be serving there as like the safety net for the rest of the team.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the 2 players on the back end got caught out. There was Tixi and Matic, and Zeus were just there at the right time and struck while they had the opportunity of doing so. So unfortunate for Na'Vi, but they are still alive as a 3-man, so there's still a lot to go through for them.
Looking at this fight between Nasser and Xavier. Xavier do have the better spread, but Nasser, I feel, are in overall a better position, and that's why Xavier are looking to try to reposition. Even if it puts them at a disadvantage in terms of cloaking Nasser, they recognize that realistically, they don't have the better spot to hold on to and turn anything around on this fight in the time being. I like how proactive Nasser are being, taking a couple of shots, sending the bullets towards the Xavier players to try and unsettle them. But at the end of the day, both of these teams are still outside the circle. They're not far away, but they are outside the circle, and time lost on this fight is time wasted in moving into Phase 3 and setting yourself up for Phase 4.
Don't get me wrong, there's still quite a few amount of entry points, especially towards where DS Gaming currently stand. But it's the more you delay it, then the less chance it is going to be able to pull off that rotation in the first place. Though Tixi going to be taking that fight, got himself a great double knock onto Zeus, and Goldless a slith of HP, and he's in the blue zone too, and that's going to be done. Tixi, what was that? Absolutely disgusting, as that Zeus sent straight into the graveyard and eliminated in 15th place.
On a lovely warm day like this, revenge is a dish best served cold. And Navi dealt that dish beautifully to the Zeus boys. And finally, great to see Tixi, the man who I have assigned PMGC card up, by the way, waking up and getting a couple of shots off and really showing his prowess in the PMWI.
Oh, you deflex your cards all the time, man.
I had to, man.
I gotta do
that
to
flex it, dude.
No.
Had to, dude.
Reject, though, committing a little bit still to a little bit of a spread. It's more of a 2-1-1 currently unfolding, but still it's better than what we saw in prior games where they would just stay way too spread, so I'm still counting that as a big win in my eyes. NASA, though, you said it, they delayed it a little bit, and now there are opportunities for example, I8 or even A1 to actually slow down that shift, so NASA's got to be very careful and tip their toes all over the place, but the circle centers up, and there's a big portion that's unoccupied with literally no compounds. 50% of this position is so hard to play. Wow.
Sorry, but I have to point this out, Max. Blacklist International, they started all the way in ruins, and they're now on the eastern side of the map. Their rotation is just 9 billion IQ. They're like, nah, we're avoiding everybody. You play your own game. We know what we're doing. And it may not be what we're used to. It may not be what we would always like to see, but you got to respect their commitment to fantastic rotations and just playing for the late game.
Everyone's playing checkers, and Blacklist International, they're playing 3D chess right now. They're just going for it. Well, 4D chess, actually, should I say, because I think chess is by default 3D. So 3D chess is like normal chess, but you get my point.
I get what you're saying.
I was trying to say something smart, but it didn't go as I wanted. So yeah, unfortunately, that's how it goes. I can't even play chess myself. I can't, so I'm really bad. But anyways, BTR are now going to be having 2 players inside the circle. That's going to be Zux and Luxy. The twins are in. Liquid and Ryzen have yet to really follow up, but there's no one that's going to contest that spot, so it should be a relatively easy thing to make unfold. But A1, they're going to be actually sneaking right in front of IA. And it seemed like they took a little bit too long, and now they're going to be losing their prime spot into the circle, but also another team that's going to be struggling. Actually, not only one, 2. That's going to be DRS and Valdus. They are somewhat all mixed up in between each other, and to move away from this spot alone is going to be relatively hard, but then you have Yala and GeekFam that are overlooking that, like, what the hell's happening? We're going to stop that from happening in the first place.
And the spread from Yala is beautiful because Jamis is still outside the circle, so he's getting extra bits of information. And that's forcing DRS and Valdez to, if anything, take each other out. Great shots by Mafia Ninja. Mr. Bora's going to send himself in. Yeah, okay, Nima's knocked down. But at the end of the day, DRS have found a way to enter in and avoid Geekman for the time being and push in onto Valdez.
It's going to be the attempt for Valdez. Let's see if they can hold on strong to this spot. Have yet to push, but GeekFam, this is the thing that I said about GeekFam. I love how they know when teams are going to rotate through what conditions.
Yes, sir.
And just defend it. Just hold on to it. And they just make the fight go from normally what would be a hard mode into an easy mode. They just got to hold on to the ridge line, keep on contesting the position of Valdez, keep throwing nades their way. And now they might just take out of each another themselves. DRS is slowly pushing behind Valdez. So Nepal going up against Valdez is going to be mixing things up quite a significant bit. But DRS... NASA, should I say. They're going to get onto the kill feed really significantly. We want to see this team go more aggressive, so I'm happy to see that actually happening. But now it's going to be damn rude in the great knock, and Concept still up and ready to go.
DRS are kind of avoiding taking on this fight fully. I don't know if they realize that Geek Fam are there. That's what I can expect. So they're going, okay, well, we don't really want to get involved because we could get third party. They're heading more towards Yala, but still outside the circle for the time being.
A lot more comfortable in the south, though. NASA went out. A1 went out also. No, I'm not going to lie. NASA, you guys were actually taking a fight. That's good. Keep fighting. That's what we want to see you guys trying to do for the games that remain throughout today and also the last 2 days of the World Invitational. Though Geek Fam having 1 and 2 casualties, actually, going to make it a lot easier for Martin to go for the push. Valdez, they're knocking on Evan's door, and they're going to be taking everyone out of this spot into the northern side. Only 1 more remaining. They do get himself a res force per second. Wow. That's it. Geek Fam, I said it. They had one of the strongest spots, but Valdez made it look like it was so easy.
It seems like patience paid off for Valdez from Thailand, right? They stayed down, stayed quiet, but nobody really pushed them. DRS avoided them. They got taken out by Yala. Geek Fam left it too late. They tried to move with the blue zone of the circle closing in, and Valdez punished them from behind. That was really definitely poor mistakes from both Geek Fam and DRS, which allowed Valdez to continue up as a 3-man team in this game. And hey, look, maybe that's part of the reason why they are currently the leading team of this PMWI.
I'm so surprised no one took the compound in which Yala are currently going. You're seeing all the players are currently rotating in the Congo line. And Bandal's already in there. Jamal should be joining up very soon, and I believe Powerful and also Edad too. How was no one there? BTI is so close, Reject are so close, and they were going for the widest spread. They were even there, I believe, for some time, and yet they just didn't try and hold on to the compound, which it would take a lot of attention, right?
This is phase 5, so you would have thought that people would have been here already, but even in the last circle, every one of the teams were on the edge of play. Maybe there's an unfamiliarity with this kind of terrain from a lot of these teams, but it's causing some great action to unfold in front of our eyes. Blacklist still being relatively quiet, but they're now going to have to start to make some noise because they have Yala, they have BTR, they Reject Scarlet, who are just full sending it in.
Well, I mean, jackpot right now for Yala. 1 knock coming out from Zuxi from a distance, and that's going to be Reject trying to go for a last resort. I mean, it was not even a last resort play. They didn't have to push, but they tried to go there early so they would be a little bit safer. And yeah, once again, another jackpot coming their way. There's some extra kills coming for free over to Yala Esports. And BTR, they saw that fight happen. They're thinking there might have been some casualties. There might have been some severe damage coming on through onto Yala. Maybe we can make that push and that breach actually come through.
Now, one team you said you want to see get a win. DS. They are chilling on the west. They only have the last remaining player, Myth, close by. They have either side of the road. Just as I say that, Satan takes them down. So I really like how DS are looking in this game.
Really enjoying it. So they're going to be careful. If any team is alerted of where DS currently stand, they got no buildings, got very little cover to play from. So they're going to try and just sneak their way closer and closer. ZZP is going to be serving as more of a scout there and a little bit of high ground up north, and trying to get more intel as to what's happening. But they got so much breathing space. They don't have to take a fight, and hopefully teams do not detect him. And if the circle comes their way, there is a clear chance that the South Korean team could be taking himself the win. Those circle shifting right on top of Valdez. A big portion of the compound of Yala is now going to be taken out of commission. BTR and now I8. What's going to be the game plan for these two teams?
Very, very tricky. Now, what I did like about I8 is that UZM had started kind of edging more towards the southwestern side of that previous circle to try and maybe get a bit of information on the west. But it seems for the time being, they are more heavily focused on BTR's direction. If they wait for the right time to strike, they could third party what will be a most likely inevitable Gala, BTR, and Blacklist International fight, but it also seems like Blacklist are heading more towards Valdez.
Yeah, Claire and Eons, and even Tira is joining up. I think Alas is maybe going to be serving more as a backline support and trying to assist that rotation of the team to actually happen in the first place. If they just get a little bit of an high ground, and now another player of Valdez actually get taken out, does any concept Stangui, they could very easily take that control. And we know it, we said it, right? Blacklist International, they get to the late game, they become an absolutely different caliber team. But indeed, Imperium, I'm paying attention, because BTR, they're going for the push. They got himself a huge smoke road pushing into the compound of Yala Esports. But Yala, a little bit spread from each another. Bandar in a position that will make it relatively hard to assist this team directly. But also got to be careful. I think the BTR has an insane amount of nades ready to go at any time.
I think Bandar had a great position, but he's actually given it over. He should be flanking more to the side. I know it's out in the open, but it would give an angle of pressure on as Blade does get a knock on the Jammers. What did I say about I8 third partying this?
Yeah, concept went out actually for Valdez, so that's great to hear. More breathing space, and I8, there you go. It's time for a third party, baby. It is time to go for it and throw everything we have in this game. BTR are going to take things relatively slow. They hear the cars coming in from I. They're like, oh, we don't want to get too involved with this fight. But I8 still kept to play onto the back end. These smokes dissipate. Luxy, Zuxy, they are prone to be taken down by Crypto, but Crypto got spotted away. And now they lose the off angle. Crypto eliminated, and now I8 are fully locked into this compound without any escape potential.
BTR spread the way I wanted to see Yala do. Now Luxy's gone down, but at the end of the day, they still have control of this fight.
Gonna be the game for them. Kill confirmed onto I8. Blade, last remaining member for the team. But DS Gaming, they took the control that I expected Blacklist International to already take into the circle itself. So they're going to be sending 2 players forward. The 2 other players of DS ZZP could be trying to cross forward also and take more control. And we might just be seeing our very first South Korean win in this World Invitational East. Be a great story to tell. A lot of smokes making it really hard, Imperium, here for BTR to hit those smokes and hit those nades and mollies. But now the blue zone is going to be engulfing this compound. And this fight now has a ticking time bomb attached to it. You need to end it up quickly or you must leave the scene. That is what these teams are trying to achieve.
Like sardines in a can, 3 teams raging into the buildings of this compound. The circle has shifted up north, so all of these players have to move out, face each other, and move across the road.
Yeah. They made it over, they crossed a little bit. Liquid going to be taking some blue zone tick damage, trying to peek through the window. It does get some significant damage, but not enough to actually find a knock. Ryzen on the back end, though, gets picked away. And now BTR are getting mowed down. Only Liquid remains with just a few HP remaining. And this is the time. This is the call that Yala should be going for the push. Liquid was able to pull off the first aid, but it's just not going to make it work out. Yala Esport taking down one of the top teams in the lobby. And you said it, Imperium, you want to see Yala do well. That was one fight for the books.
Full squad up, late game, Yala showing their prowess, but now the hard work is yet to be done. They have to move across the road. DS Gaming are solidified in this circle, so are Blacklist International, but there's a number of dips and crevices that they can try and hold on to.
Great, now it's time. DS Gaming, you need to put the control down. You cannot allow this team to cross over that road. If they do make it over, then you might just leave that game away. Blade will be popped off, and they will be eliminated in 4th place for I8. Still a really good result for them, but now DS Gaming starting to ramp things up to 9 kills so far. They're still going to be Blacklist International. They're going to try and avoid this spot, but they are sandwiched up between Yala and DS Gaming. This is one of the worst places Blacklist International could hope to be. Well, alas. Spotted out, banned out, instant headshot.
So good for DS
Gaming. They're just going to steal everything. They are taking so much control, and they are going to be the kings of the lobby. Pick themselves up another kill. That's going to be Blacklist International out of the game. Now only Yala Esports separates DS Gaming and their very first winner chicken dinner. It's exchanged. Bandar's just waiting in the smokes, waiting in the winds. Ida is going to be trying to hide behind that bush, but unfortunately not in time. The Nay will confirm it. Such good execution from DS Gaming as they still up Imperium as a 4-man team. Bandar, you have to clutch it up, gets one knock, but can he push any further? The answer to that is no. No rest for the wicked, as the South Korean team of DS Gaming will finally get themselves their very first winner chicken dinner.
I absolutely love it. I'm getting full-on goosebumps at that, right? Because we set this up. Let's be fair, we set this up. We talked about DS Gaming. We talked about how good they can be, how well the South Korean region has really improved. And they come into this game. They swept through the West. They controlled the West towards the late game. I pointed out their fantastic position. And yes, the circles are very interesting and in an area that the teams are not used to. But as a full squad, just absolutely dominating the last 3 or 4 teams. So good from DS Gaming.
It's not only rotations that we typically talked about in at the very start of the game. Before the game actually even started, we said DS Gaming, strong macro, their rotations are good. But it's not only that. One thing that is very important to mention for this team is the timing. They saw the big 3-way fight happening in the compound down south. That was between i8, you also had Yala Esport and BTR. And they saw, okay, this is not an easy rotation. They have nothing to hide behind. We got to rotate when teams are fighting. And not only were those 3 teams fighting, there was also Blacklist International that were focusing them down, trying to get as many kills as possible. The focus was all on that compound and completely away from DS Gaming. And because of that, they not only did a great rotation, the timing was spot on, and there was no way you're going to take it away from DS Gaming.
Man, as much as DS Gaming definitely deserved that win, one team we really have to highlight is the Saudi Arabian representatives, Yala. 12 kills, wiping out the Indonesian dynamites that are BTR, controlling the compound that was for the most part in the late stages of this game in the circle, held on to the north, took out DRS before that as well. This team is stepping up big time, and I wanted to see it. I said it, I see it, and I absolutely loved it.
Yeah, not only that, we also got ourselves i8 that did really well. I'm just so happy to see so many teams that we need to see actually stepping up. Well, I'm going to say severely hitting these now last few games, because we're almost just 50% done with this World Invitational East. So teams that are a little bit behind need to step it up, and teams that were maybe struggling a bit more yesterday are actually getting some really good results. And I think that Yala Esport has been so proactive, not only in the fights they take, but also in which position they try to move into. And they did it great. They sent Bandar to scout. No one was in that compound, which was a big surprise. But if they didn't go there, they might have been in a position where Valdus were and would have just got completely overwhelmed by the sheer pressure of teams like Blacklist or even DS Gaming.
Not so much Blacklist. I'm sorry. As much as I give them credit for their macro, for their rotations, and for most part being able to somewhat execute a late game position, they are severely lacking that level of aggression, which is stopping them from being more dominating, essentially more destructive, because it wasn't even really them that took out Valdus. It was actually Yala, for the most part, that took out most of Valdus. I think Blacklist might have cleaned up 1 kill, but my point is, Blacklist, for all the credit I'm giving you, you really need to start to find your cojones in these games and control the late stages.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie, that is still a top 3, and I still win. They just got last game, so I'm not gonna go against that. Blacklist International still doing absolutely fantastic when it comes down to the grand scheme of this World Invitational. But with that said, we're gonna go head on over to a very short break, and after that, we'll be back on the desk and getting ready for our very last game of Day 2 of this World Invitational East, and it's gonna be back on Orango.
With COVID-19, no one is safe until everyone is safe. Why do we say this? Our world is more interconnected than ever. Our economies and societies rely on international trade and travel. Just as this brought wealth and opportunity, it has made it easier for viruses to spread rapidly. Today, COVID-19 cases have been reported in almost every country in the world. This makes it vitally important that when safe, effective vaccines for COVID-19 become available, they become available for everyone, at the same time. COVAX is a partnership aimed at making this happen. Launched by Gavi, CEPI, and WHO, COVAX offers countries access to the largest portfolio of potential vaccine candidates. By participating in COVAX, countries are not only reducing their risk, but they are contributing to a global solution by helping fund vaccines for countries that cannot afford to do so. By making their population safe, governments can help to make everyone safe. One world, protected.
Emergencies always cause shortages because you have this immediate spike in demand, and the supply chain, the distribution, the roads, the warehousing, the trucks, and the information that drives it all gets broken. In a way, every emergency is a logistics and distribution problem. You have to reallocate resources rapidly, and you're doing it with very poor information because it's unfolding. Direct Relief's been around 72 years. I don't think anyone's seen where you have a simultaneous emergency everywhere. So the demand spike for medical material, PPE and ventilators and masks and gloves and gowns and goggles expands overnight. At Direct Relief, we've said the best thing we can do is put these philanthropic resources towards those frontline health workers that rely heavily on the support of groups like ours, while also backstopping the hospitals because they're in a crisis of kind of historic proportions. We do work in 100 countries a year. We work in all 50 states on an ongoing basis. You want to save everyone you can and prevent as many people from falling sick and needing severe help. So that's how Direct Relief has approached it. This is one that is an equal opportunity threat to everybody. So we're trying to do our best in a fair, equitable, thoughtful way, doing whatever we can to get help to people where they need it, when they need it, as fast and efficiently as it can be done.
We've got the OnePlus 9 Pro, and it's absolutely gorgeous.
Oh my gosh, this display is just out of this world.
Insane. It's got 65 watts of charging power.
The 9 series is next level.
There's a fire in my heart, yeah, it burns for the game we play. Now I rise and take my turn to be born again for this day. I know they're waiting for me now to win it all. I hear my name cried in the crowd. They call, fighting through all of the pain. I'll never fall, risking everything I have to stand up tall.
PUBG MOBILE World Invitational is powered by Gamers Without Borders and is brought to you by OnePlus, the official smartphone provider, Nemo TV, the official streaming platform, and STC, the official playout sponsor. And with that fourth game now done and behind us, we have a new victor taking home a chicken dinner, being able to feed themselves here on some spicy meat, on some delicious meat and some delicious money for their charities. Hopefully move themselves up the rankings as well when it comes to our overall and, of course, our daily results. Justin Captain still joined by Blank and Blaz. We're going to break down this last match ever so quickly because the fifth match is almost ready to go. And you guys obviously want to see who's going to take home the final chicken dinner and who's going to take home the $80,000 for the charity. What's up, guys? How you doing?
I'm doing good. Yeah.
Great.
Okay, cool. Let's take a look at the results. I'm doing fantastic because my day's not even close to done just yet. I still have the West Conference to go after this, but we're going to take a look at the results. 28 points coming in for DS Gaming. Yala, 25. Big points for some big teams.
100%, man. Yala Esports, though, they found a really good compound early. Bandar took a massive role in securing that one. He took a lot of fire from other people, but was able to lock it down nice and easy. DS, though, 13 kill point game, really reinstills that hope for South Korea. So really well done to them, and IA and Blacklist International continue to do well during here. Pikachu and Red Aliens, Black, I don't know if you agree with me on this one, but honestly, I feel like Miramar is one of their best maps, and the fact that we've got so many angles during this Gamers Without Borders competition kind of hinders them a little bit at times where we're used to more than maybe like 2 Miramars a day, and sometimes we just have league play where we just play Miramar.
Yeah, but I also feel like they're just knocking the door right now. They're consistently getting these top 7, top 6 finishes, and I just feel like they need that one big pop-off game like we saw DS Gaming have over here to kind of catapult on top of the overall standings. Looking at the second half, though, a bit of a surprise, I guess, for A1. They are off to a great start in the first couple of games, but really faltering in the past couple of matches in Erangel and Miramar. Zeus Esports, I know they kind of struggle on Sandhawk and Miramar, but it is kind of ludicrous how good they are, how phenomenal they can be on Erangel, and then just absent on these other 2 maps. The rest of the teams, DRS Gaming still struggling a little bit. Nasser Esports, their woes still continue. They really haven't had that one game which could probably inject a little bit of confidence for this Arabic team.
Well, speaking of woes, it looks like i8 is a team that doesn't have any because they've been having a couple of really good matches here. We're actually going to compare themselves today and how they did yesterday in their stats because this team, and like others today, have been able to step up. We talk about those slow burners, the ones that take some time to get into the game, to get things going, like Navi as well, one of those teams. And i8 has definitely risen to the occasion, which is, again, great to see. I think there's a lot of great teams out there that maybe need that leeway, maybe need that run-up time to actually figure things out, adapt to it like we've seen some other teams already doing so far.
Yeah, and I feel like for i8, what impresses me quite a bit today has been how it's not just about them looking for kills, but the fact that they're able to get some pretty high placement points as well. They are a team who are very notorious, even when I saw them in the PMPL South Asia Championship and the League, where they get a huge number of kills, but the placement points are just non-existent, almost half of the total number of frags. So the fact that they're able to get so many placement points and they're being able to bounce back quite well so far is a good sign. Them and A1 Esports in Bangladesh as well. They were very quiet yesterday. Today has been a day of a little bit of redemption, and heading into the final game of the day, I would like to see both these teams do a little bit more better.
What about you, Blank?
Yeah, well, I mean, i8, honestly, it's one of those teams where I just continually watch them. I'm like, I feel like they can be a good team, but just at times, I'm like, I just want a little bit more from them. It is odd to watch them, and I don't want this to come across as BM. It just feels like sometimes they're right place, right time type of deal for this team, whereas the rest of the teams are clashing all over the place. But maybe that's the beauty of their playstyle, and I just don't see it yet.
Okay, well, again, there are things going out for all of you viewers at home that are watching. It's just not just the players who can win themselves some prizes for charity. You guys at home can also win yourself some permanent outfits if we hit these milestones over the course of these 4 days. So make sure to tell your friends, get them involved, tell your family, get everyone watching here, whether it's in the Esports Center on YouTube, Nemo TV, whatever you want it to be. Let's bring our commentators in yet again here for our final match of day 2, our official halfway point when this match is finished. And none other than Maxman and Imperium going to bring you all the action, what's going down on Erangel.
Hell yeah, Jason. We are about to get to the 50% mark of this World Invitational. And after this, if you're at the bottom side of the page, it's going to be a little bit harder for you to catch up. So we need to see teams step it up to 11 right here, right now. I'm thinking of Myth. I'm thinking also of teams like Fnatic Zombies. Do we have seen, especially Fnatic Zombies, going for fights, so I'm actually really happy for it. But you know what? There's one thing that I'm not happy for is rehost, because I hear we got a rehost that's going to be coming on through again.
Really?
So we're going to slow things down a little bit because we're about to get into the 50% mark, so we need to chill out a little bit. We're going too fast. The death segments were too quick. Okay, Jason, Blank, and Blay were going way too quickly, so we got to try and relax a little bit more. But now, I want us to set the scene on especially the leaderboards of the day, right? We're looking at Zeus, currently in first with 50, but there's quite a few on the list, Imperium, that can very clearly, after this game, catch up and be first and get that $80,000 to the charity of their choice.
Look, I8, what a day they've had. They've stepped up to the plate, nearly got themselves a chicken dinner. They've shown a lot more confidence. Crypto has been able to stand up, fight with the rest of his team, strong IGLing decisions being made, and they are in second place in terms of the day's points secured, 43. But they're also very closely followed, actually super closely followed by Yala Esports, who are also on 43 points. So those two teams, along with Zeus, I would argue, with all due respect, Yala and I8 have had a better day than Zeus. Zeus may have scored more points, but to me, Yala and I8 have had better days.
I agree. I think that they've had really a significant performance so far, and we'll see if they can try and find good closure to it hitting this last day.
For sure.
This last game of day 2 of the World Invitational. But with that said, myself and Imperium, we're going to head on over to a very short break. We're going to have a little bit of a video checking out with some of the players, and after that, we'll be normally getting in, for real this time, no fakes, into our 5th game of the day on Erangel. So stay tuned for that one. It's going to be an absolute banger.
My favorite weapon is SLR. Is a DMG weapon that it can shoot the enemy so far and heavy damage.
My favorite weapon is M4, and the other weapon is for now is AWM. Why am I love that weapon? Because that's become from myself. Then I don't know, before I start playing PUBG Mobile, I love that guns. And why I love AWM, because that gun is one-shot kill by headshot. So that's why I love that gun.
Personally, my favorite weapon is the sniper, because it always gives you good shots to attack the enemy.
I'm going to speak from my teammates and myself. I think that the M4 it's our favorite weapon. Also the AKM or the Variant. So that's our favorite weapons.
My favorite weapon is SLR. Like the shape of the gun is so beautiful, and I like that gun sound, and for me it's easy to recoil.
My favorite weapon is Mini 14 and SLR, because I do play for a mid-range weapon. Yeah.
My favorite weapon is M4, just because it suits me in every situation, long fight, close fight, mid fight, it doesn't matter. It's just very good and in every range and in every situation.
My favorite weapon is M416, because CNC can cover from short lanes to long lanes far.
My favorite weapon is DP28 because of the recoil, and you can laser people easily.
My favorite weapon is M4, because I'm support, and it combines with any other weapon, like DMR, snipers, anything in play. It's like my basic gun is M4. Good for close range, good for long range.
My favorite weapon is UMP 45. I like it because it's so powerful in close range and it has a good hip fire. I win my most 1v1 fights with it. That's why I prefer it.
And we are back, and Imperium, I cannot believe we're just about to hit the 50% mark for this World Invitational. And for real this time, we're going to head on over to the grassy pastures of Erangel. And yeah, we said it, we've got a lot of teams expecting to do really well here and hoping to see potentially IA and even other squads like Blacklist International. And we'll see who's going to be taking the last win of the day.
Same path, not too bad. It's a little bit up north, so I'm curious now what I8 are going to do in terms of their drop spot. They said they stick to military base. Where will they drop though? Because BTR like to go to farm. We have a team that like to go to Milta. Milta Power tends to be occupied. So in terms of grabbing a vehicle and making your way into the base, especially with Fnatic Zombies that like to go to Novo, I'm not saying they're going to go there, but my point is it's going to be quite heavily contested however they choose to drop.
Of course, other than the plane path, you can see some stats on the right of our player ranking so far, and with over 4,000 damage, it's still going to be Martin and Concept over there in second place so far. So it seemed like the performance of yesterday allowed them to remain in that position. Other than that, Liquid, Tyra, and Frankie have always remained also in the top 5 players. They've only swapped positions. I think at the start of the day, Tyra was maybe 5th, or maybe it was before last game, and they just quickly and surely been changing all over the place. But Liquid has been able to remain and retain on that 3rd position for the longest time now.
Oh boy, so we do have a couple of shifts in drop spots for a few of these teams. I8 are going to Prison. The Pubgm is occupied by Fnatic Zombies and, of course, Myths. Myths not expecting that, and I think Fnatic Zombies recognize that Myths are not a team that like to fight, right? So why not look to bully them in their drop spot? It's close to the plane path. It's also well within the circle. Good decision making from Fnatic Zombies.
Yeah, they really want to go aggressive, it seems, and I'm loving it from Fnatic Zombies. They've truly turned a new leaf, and I'm loving every single second of it. Though, they're not taking the easiest fight from time to time, but this one dropping on top of Myth when they're fully not prepared for this fight, and they are, we said it last game, right? They're a passive team, and seems like the game plan of Fnatic Zombies is we see where Myth drop, we drop on them, we try and kill them, we get 4 kills right off the bat, and then we have a way better chance of climbing high up in this event.
Exactly.
So I'm happy with it, but now you're looking at Myth. Should they change their drop spot?
Nah, because I think this is just an exception to the plane path more than anything. Step it on up. It's a nice knock by Brody. Prone down. You always got to be aware of the snakes in the grass. Abood, and there was no need for him to go up there on his own. That kill will most likely be confirmed. Abood is trying to hide behind the trees. There's smoke being placed out.
What a knock.
Brody with a lovely knock.
I'm telling you, Brody's been impressing me from this side. Definitely the most aggressive player of the bunch. Mexico trying to still make it over to Abood, stop that flush from actually coming out. Can you get the triple? Broly switches over to the AKM now. Salam is still over there in the distance trying to go for the bloom shot. He's still got himself a tier 3 helmet. If he gets a headshot, that's going to be able to soak up a lot of extra damage output. But nades, unfortunately, this losing stage has ended very quickly and abruptly, so they're definitely going to be very low on their count of utility. Nades, mollies, flashbangs, grenades, they're going to be lacking those because a grenade hail to Salam would make this fight so damn easy.
Yeah, but Myths can't push more aggressively because they just haven't really got the meds. But great play by Ramsey, who does find another of the Zombies players.
So Sem actually went for the wide spread. He went for a little bit of a wider angle and actually trying to wrap around. Broly, though, you're extremely low. And he's just sending it really weirdly, but he's creating another angle for his team. And then Broly's there with also Sem, and they're able to get himself the frags, and Ramsey's going to be the one to actually find closure.
Yeah.
Only Flex actually goes out of the game, so impressive stuff, but also I got to say Fnatic Zombies pushing in really weird fashion, I would say.
Yeah, it all started with that Abood solo push, right? You know, you have a team dropping on you, yeah, you get the first kill, but you don't presume you've won the whole fight off the back of that, so very interesting indeed. This phase 1 circle is quite tricky because it's very heavily on the southwestern side of the map. It's enough to put pressure on teams to maybe make a decision on possibly going to Military Island. And it's also so heavily down the southwest enough that it really, eliminates a good bit of the landmass that is available for teams to control. I8 did pick up an early kill, by the way, onto one of the Yala players. It just essentially catch him out on what was a split drop from Yala, essentially not expecting I8 to be there. Yeah, it was it. Oh, yeah, it was it. Yeah, it was it.
I'm sorry. It always seems he's the one.
Lord.
It's always him.
He's a chosen one, man. He's a chosen one.
I think there's a situation where you don't want to be the chosen one specifically, but hey, man, you do you, whatever rocks your boat. But they're gonna have to move out. Bandow's gonna be a little bit split away from the rest of their team, so hopefully he can get back to Powerful and Jamaz. And he's close to the coastline. There's a lot of water in play, about I would say 20%, 25%. So if you play on the coastline, you should be relatively safe. But do you think it would be okay actually to go for Military Island here? Like I would like to see a team maybe like Reject or even GeekFam if they want to pick up a boat and wrap around. Hey, why not?
Yeah, I think it would be a pretty solid rotation to pull off in phase 1. I don't think you need to commit to the island on phase 1 in terms of go there, and if phase 2 shifts heavily up north, you can then go back around the bridge that you came from. Just depends on if they really have the wherewithal to pull that off. I did like the rotation from Yala, by the way, and where they've chosen to go south of kind of mini Milta. It's that really beautiful open high ground where you're able to get information on a team that's in Milta, which in this case is DS Gaming, and of course you're covering to the north side of you. So I really like that by Yala, you know, not slowing down as a 3-man team and still holding on to a strong position inside the circle.
Yeah, a little of a 2-on spread too, so just be careful if team gets close. Hopefully, and they all have cars right now, so if they do have a team slowly working in their personal space, then they could very easily regroup and avoid the fight altogether. BTR also going to be moving away from farm. They're very familiar with this position. They're a team that typically likes to play edge, but when the circle comes their way, they just lean into it, and they're just like, okay, the circle comes our way, let's play edge. Sorry, let's play center. I'm so used to seeing them play edge, I can't even say it, but no, they're playing center this time, onto the southern side of farm, and DS are currently very spread between Milta and the eastern bridge.
Yeah.
Be careful, BTR could capitalize on that.
I don't like that 2-2 split from DS. I just think it's too risky. If it was on maybe the western bridge, it would make sense because it's more on the edge of the circle. Teams are less likely to be converged around you. But you are making a massive split for just the sake of it, where you are right now on that eastern bridge. A1, they'll really yet to move away from where they dropped, and I'm a little bit surprised about that. I thought they would have opted to go for a little bit of a deeper position inside this phase 1. They're going to have to deal with the Xavier, GeekFam, Zeus, all kind of going on a similar path line, just slightly south of Pachinki Hill, and they're not even up as a full squad, so very surprised at A1's position for the time being.
I'm actually not too surprised, because they typically drop here on a regular basis, but it's very spread, and then they regroup down to a 2-2. It is a different circle, I completely get that, right? But it's just, they do typically play like this, and they do tend to regroup sometimes. But when you have the circle, and that's exactly what you mentioned, and that's the one thing that changes the entire perspective of this game for them, is a lot of teams are going to be entering, or at least attempting to enter through the west, and that's why this spread hurts them a bit, because you got, what is it, the Zeus, GeekFam, and also the Xavier. That spread does not make sense because of you being on the edge of the circle, and there's a big chance that teams are going to be entering through that spot.
Seems like they joined up as a full squad, but they're probably not ready to fight for the time being. Navi are still in the blue, and they're still in North George. It's something that Navi tend to do when that kind of phase 1 is so heavily away from North George, and I do like it. Again, you need to consider the consequences of the fact that they're going to have a lack of information. Reject Scarlet still moving in from Pomorsk, going to take their time. Will they opt to go across that western bridge into Military Island like we kind of brought into the mix when we were talking about it? Blacklist still staying quiet. We do see that phase 2. Quite nice because it does center still up the northeast, but again, because it's northeast, it really does eliminate the risk of it ending in Military Island.
Yeah, it just takes away your decision making. You don't have to make a choice like, oh, which one do we go for? No, you just have to commit to the mainland. You just go for that spot and you'll be okay. So that's great. At least it takes the extra risk factor away and out of the equation for a lot of these teams. No more X in the equation. So, though, on to the west, Reject's a little bit slow. Same for Na'Vi, but that's very typical of Na'Vi. If the circle's not coming their way, they take their time. They finish looting up. So they should be definitely ready to go at any fights that will be coming their way. So talking about fight.
Valdez and DRS.
I was about to say that there's some action happening here. Whew. Gonna move down.
Like, I know DRS, they dropped in Yaz 9. They would have been one of the first teams to rotate around that area, but I'm a little bit surprised about how deep Valdez have gone. It's not really what they were doing yesterday in the games. Now, it's okay because they should be able to get the revive because DRS aren't really together enough to put massive pressure on Valdez, but it is quite obvious that they sent that message to the Thailand team and just gone, hey, look, be careful where you're going. Don't go too deep or we will have your number.
Our team now going for their own rotates. Relatively slow, but things are going to start ramping up. That's what we're looking towards. We also saw in the kill feed for a second there, NASA actually getting a little bit too close and burning their wings close to Blacklist International, and that's going to be one of theirs. I believe it was Movement actually went down. That's NASA down to 3. Xavier actually wrapping around really quickly. They went Pachinki, they went close to the coastline up north of the river, and actually they've been just sticking to that coastline the entire time and getting very close to the likes of BTR, which I find interesting from the Xavier. It's not something they typically do, but I like it. It's not that bad, but you've got to be careful to not get too close off BTR because you know that when they start a fight, they fully commit to it typically.
Tell you what, fire, and there's always a chance you're going to get burned. Geek. Committing
just
to
Geek.
Geek. No. Come on, it's not like 2000 anymore. Come on. Geek fam fully committing to farm is, I think, a big risk on this kind of circle because, you know, it's a great place to hold on to, but it's a little bit low ground. You've got open field around you. You're a little bit pinched inside there. If the circle goes towards them, I think that's kind of good. But if it goes away, them disengaging, if they do it too early, could really spell trouble for them. The one benefit they have is that QB is actually scouting on the higher ground above to try to give a little bit of information and go, okay, I think a team is here, a team is there. So at least when the next phase does pop up, they'll be more informed to make a better decision.
Of course, the more informed you are, the better coming into this. A1, they're going to be entering through the west slowly, but surely you can see they might actually touch the position of Zeus very soon. They continuously go. I mean, they don't have too much information on Zeus currently, so they might just get a little bit too close and being incapable of really moving out. The circle's about to close up. If it goes on top of where the position of DRS currently stand, this is going to be huge for them. But it is also a lot of free real estate to defend, so it might be a little bit much for DRS if their communication is not on point. And it does actually somewhat come that way, but it's going to be towards Mini Milta position, which currently Myth or even IA should be some of the first few teams to go into Mini Milta.
I say, I do love the fact that nobody was really heading towards Prison Hill in that last phase because it's so tricky to play around. But as we look in, the circle centering towards Lumberyard, DRS are closest to it, so they're going to take advantage of that. Navi are being somewhat punished on this late rotation, but for the time being, they're getting away with it. Tixie is pinched on his own, and NASA are a team that aren't normally super aggressive. For them to slow down the Russian representatives is pretty positive.
Yeah, there's no reason really for Na'Vi to be in any trouble here. Sure, they spotted NASA out. They know the circle shift and how the plane path worked out. And you should be very aware that if there is going to be a path of least resistance, it will be the east of Prison, which is exactly where Na'Vi are moving towards. Though it's not the only team that's going to be doing that. I think that NASA might be following in their footsteps relatively soon. And same maybe for A1. They're showing some intention of wrapping around up to the northern side, down south of Mansion.
I like this.
Seems like there's not only 2 teams thinking of doing that, but potentially 3.
Yeah, I really like that from A1, just recognizing that they'd been a little bit slow in the rotation in the last phase. Zeus had gotten ahead of them. They are getting closer to Nasser because at the end of the day, we're at the stage in the game where it doesn't matter what kind of path you take, there is a much higher chance of you coming across some of your opponents, but it's a matter of making it so it's only one team rather than 2 or 3 teams. I really also like I8's position outside of Milta, just across high above the fields, because they're able to overlook Milta, they're able to overlook Milta Power. They're in a really strong spot.
And Valda's sent it right in the middle. I mean, they are a central type level team, right? They love to play in the center if possible, so that is of course something they're going to be trying and striving to achieve. A1 having a clash versus NASA. We said they were going to pull a somewhat similar rotation, hoping to get around the
6ix9ine, be careful.
Prison. But they're going to go for the push, and 6ix9ine unfortunately going to be picked on down by Miracle. Now you lose an extra player, and A1 already so spread. You have to move away. You have to remain as the 3-man because you were definitely not ready for that head-on fight versus 2 players of NASA Esports.
Oh, man, they could have taken that fight against Nasser a lot more effectively. I know there's a a pinch of a third party by Navi, who now hold on to Prison Hill, which is a great spot to hold on to when it's on the very edge of the circle. But A1 will move away. They've got 1 kill, traded for one of their players going down, and they're still actually, no, sorry, they're not ahead of Nasser. Well, they're ahead of one of the players anyway, but the other Nasser player has been able to find a spot on the western edge of Prison. Blacklist have gotten close to DRS. I'm a little bit surprised that DRS maybe haven't made a bit more noise so that the likes of Valdez and Blacklist haven't been pushed back, but with that circle centering up, now they're going to have to start to make some noise.
It's not really out of the ordinary, but I just love myself a mini Milter actually finish. They're really fun to see, and I think it requires a lot of skill to actually play that position properly. It's not the most common, but if you play from time to time, you know that the terrain can be a little bit tricky and can make you doubt yourself more than once. IA, Valdez already going to send it forward. Valdez going straight for the central compound, so that's a great pickup. But now we're going to see some teams actually crashing on top of each other, and the first one to do so, I believe, might just be Blacklist International pushing their way towards Team Myth.
A1 being targeted by NASA. Under rotation, and the boogie one goes down. Darth Dante. Looks like he's not going to be able to get the Lucas to say, I am your father, and the rest of the A1 are just going to have to try and get the hell away from there.
Yeah, I thought there was going to be a double pop, though. By the way, don't use your Tesla like that. Not suppose that's how you're supposed to use it. But still, he'll be able to pick it up for himself. And yeah, indeed, they did go for the push. That's what I thought. But Myth, really, they did great earlier versus Fnatic Zombies, leaving the fight come their way, and they're doing it something very similar versus Blacklist International this time around, but they did so much damage to the team, and they're not committing. This was their one opportunity to really capitalize on the damage they did in the first place, but now Blacklist are back as a 4-man, and now it's a 4v2, and they are fully unprepared to take that fight once again, because Blacklist, they have learned from that mistake, and they are ready to take that fight, trying to go for the shot through the smoke, trying to go for the wraparound, but unfortunately, Giro was on a little bit of the off angle, and he had no idea what was happening. And now it's only Ramsey up in a 1v4, and there is no way in hell that he's going to be able to win that one.
Blacklist need to be aggressive because it's only one building as a protection. Ramsey is doing his best to dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge his way around the players of Blacklist, but at the end of the day, the pressure is going to be too much to handle. All 4 players of Blacklist have stopped and slowed down. How they let that happen? That shouldn't be the case. However, it also signifies, and once again, shows really how passive Blacklist are, and they're just happy to be in the circle, so to speak. It's like they don't really want to control it.
I do want to give a lot of respect to Ramsey, though. Just definitely deserved. He was shooting from windows, doors, and another window, and he was really feeling like multiple teams at once. But though Zuxi is going to be solo and without a team this time, and Duello will be up and still trying to survive for the Japanese representative. We'll see how he can make it work out. The rest of the team is not there to back him up, and that's the end of the road for Bigatron Red Aliens, as that's 2 kills going to Reject, and they are still in a pretty strong position, actually. They got a good entry point through the South Imperium. That's looking good.
Did you see that peak from Duello?
Oh, it was so good.
That lead,
yes.
That lead was absolutely beautiful. So good from Reject, and BTR shut down once again. Now, Yala committed to Mini Milta in the last phase, and they've kind of benefited from that, but not before DS Sporta, with the new crate weapon in his hands, take out Bandar.
I think that's the first time I've seen it actually get playing competitive. I haven't seen the kill feed, so it was great to see it played a little bit more, see if it'll become meta as more and more players get used to it. Though Arsenal, got to be careful, got to get inside of Mini Milta, otherwise you're going to be showing your backs and your sides over to Zeus, and you do not want that to happen because Zeus are very opportunistic in situations like that. With the circle about to go down, Valdez dead center, you know they should be into the circle, and that is indeed going to be the case, but another slope finish here, Imperium. This is going to be another tricky one to deal with if you're not fully prepared.
Yeah, this is incredibly difficult. You are better off being favored on the low ground, in my opinion, in this situation, but it's going to be easier said than done because of the amount of teams that committed towards that Mini Milta area. You have Valdez in this circle, you have Myth and Blacklist, but then outside you have I8, you have DeXavier, Yala, DS, Reject, and Zeus. So all of them are going to be fighting for any kind of angle on the southern side of this circle.
Now, Matic just a little bit. Oh, that's a great spray. Lasered down by Tixie. Now it's down to 3. DRS, got to be careful. Don't allow that push to happen. But now Tixie is nade range. You could try and chuck a few little presence in direction of DRS from the POW. That's looked like a good one behind the tree. Had a good idea. Unfortunately for him, nobody was really hiding behind that tree, though. Zeus and also Blacklist International going to be having their own fights. A lot of teams falling on top of each another. But yeah, there you go. Zeus indeed going for the breach onto Blacklist International's compound. The entire team is now going to be joining up. Dion makes it inside and scathed, but that's the end. That's Blacklist International, unfortunately, caught out and naded to their doom.
If you want a lesson, Blacklist, on how to push a compound, a building, there you go. That's your prime example. I'm sorry, but that's what they should have done against Myth earlier on, and they would have had an extra building. But Navi pushing on to DRS.
Yeah, Na'Vi, they got the high ground position. Whoa, 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 what a spray from Nima. That was disgusting. That was absolutely illegal, but DRS now juggling even more. Boro's got, especially that off angle to the bottom side. Na'Vi still got two. That's going to be Tixi and Meku. Do you push this or do you leave? It seemed like they're trying to push it, but unfortunately there are so many teams that are alerted of this fight that's currently unfolding that there is such a hard fight to really take, but Tixi gets it done. He takes so many players down with his own teammates. But you gotta be careful. Katsune still giving the information. One bullet, that is all you need. And Nemo does get popped down at the very end. That is it for DRS. And Na'Vi will be able to remain alive, but Katsune will not go any further.
A1 actually was a benefit to Tixi in that situation, knocking down Mr. Boro. Now Zeus, who took out Blacklist International inside this building, are going to get breached by Reject. And that's what I was talking about with the East and the southeast area of this circle. Teams are fighting for Reject, covering on the sidelines. Icy is knocked down, but Zeus do have the cover where they can't play around these buildings.
We talked about the macro rotation in Japan, how strong they are. They were straight up down south and understood how hard that rotation was to pull off in the first place. Cross over the road, breach compounds. They went straight up to the northeast and found another compound that was relatively strong inside the circle, and they went for that fight instead. I love that play from Reject. We got to see if they can push it to 11. Though, they're still going to get involved in some way, shape, or form, especially it's going to be GeekFam and A1 taking their very own fights. But things are getting dicey as we see the circle shift again, and it is straight on top of the compound where Zeus and Reject currently stand.
I actually think that's a better circle shift though, because it's not as kind of hilly. It's a little bit flatter with still a good few rocks and trees to play around. On a side note, I8 were taken out by the Xavier. Unfortunately, it was bad pathing by I8 trying to play for the late game. They didn't really push onto Valdez, and Valdez are now closer to the circle in which they can third party this Zeus and Reject fight.
To touch on what you said, the terrain sure maybe is a little bit better for the teams to deal with, but there's very little teams in there. There's currently only 3, and one of those is actually the last remaining player of NASA that's going to be Miracle. And the last player, actually, Na'Vi gets picked away. A1 and Na'Vi go out back-to-back. Now, only 7 teams remain, but this is going to be a really hard one to pull off. Powerful is still up and ready to go for Yana Esports. He's trying to get involved a little bit into the kill feed, but can't really make the most out of it. Miracle, he's going to be uncontested up northwest. He might be able to just steal a top 3 literally out of nowhere.
Could even take the chicken dinner away and how they pick each other up. Frankie, he's on his own. Lamborghini was knocked down.
Yeah, no clutch play for you, my friend. Hopefully Frankie can get him back up. Powerful got, unfortunately, denied that position and cross over the road. 2 angles by GeekFam, making it so hard for Frankie to really play, but there you go. Frankie gets it done. Pushing now all of his focus over onto Damrude. The 1-on-1 currently happening between GeekFam and also Xavier. Frankie's taking some blue zone tick damage, making that fight potentially way easier for Damrude. He's just not interested. He wants to aim for the win. He has the eyes on the prize, and he knows that that fight would not help him out tremendously. While extra positioning points, every time you stay alive, you get so many more positioning points, which is so worthwhile. Now Reject, they're going to go for the fight. Zeus, they pull the trigger. They're going to try and go for their own engage. It's a 2v3 currently, not in favor of Zeus whatsoever. But Reject are struggling. They have no information of what's happening inside the smokes. Where are the enemies? They have literally no clue. But Reject still actually got one onto the other side. There you go. Now it's a 3-man.
Bingo.
And to get himself a knock onto Godless.
Oh,
third party from Concept. Oh, you're going to ruin it. That looks like a great nade actually onto Zyol. Oh. It does put him down to 50%. Reject still have yet to confirm the kill onto Godless, so that's still some information potentially being fed over to Zeus's last remaining player. The nade does miss for Concept. How close is this fight right now? But he's got to keep the fight going.
Joel doesn't know where that nade went from. He's now being pushed in. Reject Scarlet are gonna get the better of Joel, and Zeus goes down. Zeus are out of here.
Yep, see you later, Zeus. Thank you for coming around. That's going to be a 4th place for them. But Valda's still Concept. He can still easily nade that one up. And the rest of his team is focused currently on the win. But Miracle, we said it, he could snatch away a 3rd place purely by remaining passive after that very unfortunate event fight with A1 and Na'Vi on the northern side next to Prison. working fine. Great molly. Lapis will actually get knocked down because of it. Miracle, do you want to show yourself now, or do you want to wait for Reject and Valdez to spot each other out, take the fight, and then try and get the most out of it? I think that would be the best option for him, Imperium.
He would have a chance if it wasn't full squad against one player. That's the biggest thing that's hurting him right now, and I think he realizes that, which is why he's chucked out smokes to try and somewhat take vision away. But the fact that smokes are being thrown up there, both Reject and Valdez will know that there's a player there.
Definitely going to know that something's potentially wrong. And he was able to actually crawl inside the circle, so he doesn't have to move anymore. He's good. He's golden. Now all he has to do is wait. If a team tries to fight... Okay, you're running. You're making a lot of noise. I'm scared that Reject maybe heard that. I think they might be a little bit too far away, but still, that is a big audio cue that he might have just given over to his enemies.
Great for
4v3v1. Yeah.
As it pushes Reject closer to Valdez.
You want to go for nades? Oh, man, you're feeling real risky on this one. That's a good nade, actually. Nice little bit of tick damage down to both Sarah and Divine. Things are definitely slowing down, but there's so many trees in this kind of circle. We don't usually see this many. So if you just run for a few seconds, you'll easily find some coverage. And that could help out, actually, Miracle to play hide and seek a little bit further.
And I know that Reject, it's too late for them to push up the hill towards Miracle, so they have to go towards Valdez.
Oh, man, that push, I mean, I get it, but you're showing your back over to Valdez too. That is definitely going to be haunting you. They do get rid of Miracle, and now they create all the breathing spaces they need on the northern side, but they see a knock on Valdez. This is time for them to strike. They pull the trigger right here, right now, as they will be taking home a 4v2. Dwellin knocked down as a 4v1. Divine, can you make the unthinkable thinkable? He gets a knock, but that's literally all he gets, as Valdez are back on the ball again, Imperium, and that's going to be their very third chicken dinner coming their way in the entirety of this Western... I'm sorry, what am I going through? I don't know what I'm saying right now. It's just such a good game coming out from Valdez in general, and they finally get himself another game today.
It hasn't been the smoothest of days for them, let's be fair. It was much different to yesterday. I expected that. Generally, most of us expect it. I'm sure in some way they expected it, but to end day 2 with a chicken dinner, just like they did in day 1, does not only send that continued message to the teams around them going, look, we may be letting you get closer, but it's not down and out for us. Really strong performance. The circle shifts were definitely quite tricky for a lot of these teams, but down in the south, they dealt with Xavier, they dealt with I8 when they needed to, and then they pushed in, somewhat third-partied a little bit, and then controlled the end circle.
And a few little replays for you guys at home to break down a bit of this action that was unfolding, and we started this game off very quickly with the fight that was happening between Fnatic Zombies and also Myth. It went a lot. There was a lot of back and forth, but Myth have really impressed me how they held the compound 2 later on down the line too. Fair. I think we'll see that breach happening at some point in these replays. They have truly changed for the better, and I want to see more of that. This is just now the 50% mark that has been hit for this World Invitational. I want to see a lot more of that. Look, this is the breach I was talking about, where sure they did not win it significantly, but they're defending. They are not scared of taking fights anymore, and that is the Myth that we wanted to see coming into this event.
I also like Navi's play throughout this game. I really liked how somewhat proactive they were, and they seem to be regaining their confidence, you know, each and every game they move on, especially Tixie himself, right? He looked a lot more dangerous in that game. I'd like to see the rest of the team step up with him, because it feels like he's the one that's leading the pack. But as far as how they performed yesterday, I definitely think it's a massive improvement.
It's a big improvement for sure, and it's great to see once again the team from Thailand of Valdez Esports actually able to get himself another win under their belt. We all said, hey, you know what, not able to replicate too much of what's happening yesterday, but they had such a big lead, really. Did they even have to? Not really, and they're just making sure that teams cannot catch up to them, so that's definitely what they were trying to achieve. So I'm really happy with the likes of Valdez. But now, when you're looking at it, we said it, 50% mark done. If you are currently on the second page, it will be a little bit hard for them to deal with. But that's going to be it for myself and Imperium for this second day of the World Invitational East. We're going to be leaving it over to the boys on the desk to close this one up. It's been an absolute bang of a day, so thank you very much for checking out these games.
Thank you so much, Max and Imperium, and I just want to say I'm still waiting for my check so I can lead. Yeah, well, congratulations to Valdez, able to close things out and redeem themselves from before. Blank and Bleh, how you guys doing, man? We finally had Valdez come back to the light that we saw them shine just yesterday. We were wondering, has that line dimmed out a little bit too far? But they still got it. They're still maintaining a lead, I believe, at the top of the leaderboards. Let's take a look at the results, though, from the last match.
I'm just jumping in there like a madman. I sound like a Tesla starting up. JK, that thing's silent. But yeah, Valdez Esports, total of 27. Yes, finally Valdez come back on the board. But this is a great thing for Valdez because you start the day weak, and that is a bad thing totally. But, you know, if you end the day strong, at least you have momentum coming into the next day. So this is something that Valdez can then kind of hold on to. And it's a nice feeling to end the day and your morale is still quite high. Reject, though, thank the Lord they made second place. They've been really reaching up towards the top of these ladders for a long, long time. And finally, those fingers clasp around the rung and they get away with a 20-pointer.
Yeah, I'm just going to give a shout out to Nasser Esports as well, right? I mean, I've been kind of harping on the fact that they've been struggling so far. This time they did not run away from the fight. They did get only 3 kills though, but hey, you know what? 10 placement points, 13 points in total. Definitely a good showing overall. Zeus Esports, they were in a bit of a rough spot there. It was a 2v4 where they weren't able to take down Reject, but still going to be kind of happy with the 4th position as we do take a look at the second part of the table here. And now V-Blank, every single time, they're just in a 6th, 7th position. Yeah. That's gotta suck.
I was thinking the exact same thing. I was like, man, these guys are like such a middling couple of dudes at the moment. I mean, they're not doing well, they're not doing too badly, but it's a rough position to be in. Consistently, like, average, yeah. So it's not the worst thing in the world. It does just make you feel a little bit worse for wear, to be honest with you, though, where you're just not able to get towards the top. But Bigatron, Red Alien, 0 points. Now, I was thinking about this whilst we were chatting away over in the green room, but Bigatron, honestly, are a team where in previous tournaments, I have criticized them for a slow start. And I've been like, oh, Bigatron's not really pulling it out. They're not quite there yet. And I say this for so long, and then all of a sudden I'm like, wait, Bigatron's in 2nd, 1st place? What happened? So I'm not really sure that this is where Bigatron's going to remain. But we had some great discussions, Jason. You brought something really cool, which is the fact that, you know, they lost Microboy as supporter. They brought in Liquid, but now it's all fraggers.
Yeah, it's all fraggers, and obviously not everyone can pull off the kills. You need some people to play support for the team, which it seems like from the kills, Luxy and Luxy have been doing so. But if you guys missed out on any of the action today, don't worry, we got you covered. We got all of our results from the games. Maybe it's a little bit of a spoiler if you do want to go back and watch, but at least you know which teams to watch, because they're the ones taking the chicken dinners. In game 1, it was going to be Zeus Esports coming out strong, as well as A1 with some back-to-back good games out of them. Blacklist International coming back into the mix as we saw them on day 1 starting things off with the chicken dinner. DS Gaming from South Korea get themselves a big victory, and of course Valdez at the very end able to close things out and get a big victory for themselves as well. Hopefully for their sake, maintain their position towards the top of the leaderboard. But before we can even get to that, we need to think to ourselves. We need to have a thinker here, guys. Who would be our daily MVP, do you think? Honestly, I don't know.
I think I might gonna go the way, I don't know, Godless, because Zeus have looked very good so far, but then they had 2 very quiet games, so I don't know. That's a tricky one, honestly.
Oh, really?
Oh, it is Godless.
Oh, man, you just
built us up there
on it. Yeah, good job, bro. You're like, I don't know, maybe it is, maybe it is. It's like,
considering
you are
they
correct.
got 0 kills or 0 points on Sandhawk and Miramar, that's very impressive overall coming in. Godless, a player I really do enjoy watching, although I do want to see more coming out from Zeol and Ably as well, and Icy, of course. Like, this is a team of fraggers, but Godless really delivering in a very important day for Zeus, because they had a kind of a quiet day yesterday. Today, though, they had some pretty good showings, despite being very quiet on Miramar and Sandhawk.
Okay, I know I always make fun of Imperium for owning all the jerseys in the world, but Zeus from Mongolia probably have one of the coolest jerseys I've ever seen, and he's even got his hair dyed to match it, so I might have to go out there and find myself a Zeus
It's a new logo
jersey.
as well, by the way. I love the logo.
It looks ridiculously cool, man. I'm a big fan.
So, Blake, you were actually saying when we were watching the match that you want to shave your head, so will you not shave it if you get the jersey? Maybe we can get you one?
Maybe, sure. Maybe I'll shave all the hair off for a jersey. You know, my kingdom for a jersey.
And for charity. Don't forget that.
And for charity.
Let's take a look, though, at our overall leaderboards. Again, the winner at the end of the 4 days will get $250,000 for the charity of their choice. And at the end of each day, whoever was on top for those days' results get $80,000 to the charity of their choice. And Valdez still maintaining that first place lead and still doing it by 55 points here, guys.
Yeah, I mean, those 28 points they got at the end in the final game really helped themselves out, right? I really felt like the lead they had yesterday, 50-point lead at the end of day one, it was kind of going to be whittled away with how quiet they were so far today. But then, yeah, a 28 game will definitely enable them to maintain that lead. But that being said, I like the little bit of a shakeup we've had here so far. Zeus Esports climbing to the second place. And then, of course, the rest of the SCA team still performing, still delivering, and we haven't really seen too much of a change here. Na'Vi still not in the top 8, Blank.
We've had a really cool shake-up towards the top of the leaderboard there with a lot of teams going for grabs for points. You see a lot of ups and downs here. Obviously, DRS have dropped down by 4, so has Team Miss. But you see a lot of people like starting to shift their way up in terms of the tide that heads towards that top of the leaderboard. Surprisingly, though, what's funny is that Valdus and Geek were 54 points apart from one another on day one, and now Valdus are currently 55 points ahead. So they've actually increased their point margin by a massive 1 point.
Yeah, I think the difference is that we saw a lot of other teams getting points as well, though, right? So the gap is actually closing in the lower ranks or the mid ranks, the middle of the pack here from all these teams. But unfortunately, that was our last game, and that means we're done with our entire show for the day for the East Conference. I say that because coming up in about 15 minutes time, we'll be kicking things off with the PUBG Mobile World League, or World Invitational, not World League just yet, West. And this will be our schedule for tomorrow of the matches and battlegrounds that will be played. Erangel, Sandhawk, Erangel, Miramar, Erangel yet again. So pretty much the exact same map order. It is the exact same map order every single day. And you can see at ICT what time it will be starting at 1800 to kick things off. So make sure you guys tune in then if you want to see the East matches. But of course, you want to stick around. You want to watch what's going to happen in the West. You want to see what's all going to happen and who's going to maintain that #1 spot or potentially gain it in a little bit of time. 15 minutes, we'll be back here with our second part of the show. And we'll see you guys then.